Hi, folks. Welcome to another episode of Film Study. This is day 3 of the NFL draft from a Ravens-centric perspective. We're starting it off with 3 people in studio, expecting a lot more as the day moves on. But joining me is co-host Sam Njoku. Sam, how you doing?
Very good. After a crazy day 2, Mike Green, a Raven. Can't get any better than that, so expect more fireworks.
Yep. And we have Sean joining us as well. Sean, how you doing?
Good, man. If you told me headed into day 3 we'd have Emory Jones, Mike Green, and Starks, I'd take that in a heartbeat, even though the order is kind of weird.
Yeah, it would make a lot more sense to have Green in the first round and Starks in the second, and have missed on the safeties that way. Maybe I'd feel better about it if that were the case. But anyway, I think in aggregate, I think we're mostly agreeing that the Ravens are above the waterline right now in terms of having a plus draft. I think I agree too. We got 8 picks to look forward to on this day 3, a massive day 3, 2 4s, a 5th, 4 6ths, and a 7th. So it's going to be a long day today, kind of a long break between the 4th and the 5th pick. The fifth round pick is the very last pick of round 5. So it's going to be quite a long day. I'll introduce you to some of the other things we've been doing. We've been using this spreadsheet to kind of track the draft, and it's got a lot of colors on it. So start off, if you're green, you were a first round pick. A blue is a day 2 pick, either round 2 or round 3. And the color codings that you see for purple, brown, black, and orange, I guess it would be, are the division colors, the uniform colors of the AFC North teams. So we're paying special attention to who gets drafted by other teams. But as you can see in purple, we have Mike Green on the edge, Starks at safety, and Emory Jones at offensive tackle are 3 players who are drafted. Now it gets more interesting now, and the day 3 picks are going to be in gray, by the way, as we roll those off the board. It does get more interesting in terms of who are the players we're looking forward to the Ravens drafting today, and labeled a number of those in yellow to get the day started here of guys we like. We also still have 5 guys that we liked in round 3 for the Ravens, but haven't been drafted yet. Those are Logan Brown, the offensive tackle from Kansas. Bo is from Purdue, I think, the guard. Iomanner, Royals, Phillips, and Swinson. So Phillips, the big defensive tackle, nose tackle from Maryland, and Swinson, the pass rusher, who I loved him. Ledyard loved him on the show even more. And for some reason, he hasn't been picked yet. And we're wondering if there might be an injury concern, because it doesn't really make any sense that he'd have fallen, all the way to the end of the 3rd round here. But he's there. He's available. And the Ravens, if they wanted to double dip at edge, that's a possibility. Where are you guys in terms of the 2 or 3 players you'd really like to see in round 4 as of right now?
I'll start. Swinson. I mean, I'm going to pick the day 2 guys. Swinson I cannot believe he has not been picked yet. I don't know if it's a size concern, as you mentioned, maybe an injury concern, but he's a phenomenal pass rusher. His skill set is very desirable. Of course, we already have Mike Green, so you might not want to double dip, but, with the Jabo and potentially guys like Owe potentially leaving, you might not be too bad to have 7 edge rushers in there. I like Logan Brown as well. Double dip into the big guys. I wasn't too fond of the Jones pick, especially because we had Mbo available, and I really like Grant. I'm not sure if Grant went before Jones did. I can't recall, but those 2 I think I would have picked over Jones, but decent size guy as well. And Logan Brown, very good as a pass protector. I would not mind him as well.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you don't mind, Sean. Can you keep the tracker up during this, and we'll have questions, I'm sure, that come up about where certain players went. It would be nice to know that. But I believe that Grant went in the high 90s after the Ravens picked at 91.
Yeah,
he was a guy we still thought, hey, maybe in round 4 he'll still be there.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, we talked about it yesterday. I'm looking for another split field safety. So Bowman, although he can't tackle, and he probably never is going to be able to tackle at the NFL level, having somebody at back end, just depth, if nothing else, if he's not going to see the field early on, having a body that can fill in if somebody gets hurt, that's important. And then for me, it's all about interior defensive linemen. I'm a big fan of Walker. I know the tape is not extraordinary. It doesn't seem like he's got a crazy motor. It doesn't, but we got a 360-pound ball hawk that we got to replace. And, I'm happy with what we did on the edges, but the interior pass rush is going to be a problem if we lose Jones or Matabike for any stretch of period of time. So we need some bodies in there that can do some things.
Yeah, and the Ravens pass rush is very much built around getting a double team on that nose and having a player that can force those double teams. And not just anybody can do that. You got to actually be able to provide some good bull rush pressure yourself to do that. I think they have some guys coming up in this round who meet the standard, but they need to get a piece of this IDL draft. This is a really deep interior defensive line draft. It could have easily been a place where they double dipped. I think it's more likely now that they'll just single dip from this group, but they certainly got to get one here, and I would say in round 4. I'll look that up for you.
I think he did have short arms. That was one of his knocks.
It's one of the reasons why he has to move to tackle.
Yep.
Yeah, but sorry, from tackle.
Guard.
32-inch arms, the 6th percentile for offensive tackle, but he can get by with that at left guard. More trouble playing at that length at right guard. And I think, by the way, Bo is one of the players I think who could end up at center this draft. There's been a few tackle to center conversions in the last few drafts that have worked out, and Bo is a good blocker and would be a nice guy to have on the inside too.
I'd be thrilled to be taking the center this year, just in case Linderbaum wants top dollar and it's a number that the Ravens can't swallow. I'd be thrilled to take a center with all of these picks we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Zipcode joining us. Jim was with us on night 1 at other activities he had to take care of on night 2. Yeah, we can hear you, Jim. How you doing? All right, I think it's something on your end, Jim. If you can't hear us, go to settings and look at your speaker.
There's a lot of good guys here.
We could do that, Alex. If you can find me the color, it's actually getting more difficult to choose colors that contrast from the others in a certain way. But looking at the Chiefs and looking at at Buffalo is something that's very reasonable in terms of an additional request. The Chiefs look a little bit like the Bengals in terms of their colors. In fact, a lot like the Bengals. So that might be a little more difficult. And I prefer not to have that just be a typeface difference. The Bills might be a little easier to do. Might be a little bit easier. Maybe a dark blue and a white kind of thing would be Buffalo.
Good question here for the crew from Shrimp Trawler. Are Owe and Travis Jones competing for one contract?
Possibly. I mean, we had a good guy on the show who did a 3-part series with me on it's at the NFL Analyst. That's his Twitter handle. Paul, that's his name. Did a 3-part show with me on how to re-sign every single one of those players, all the third contract, the second contract for all the third-year players, basically. And Owe was one of the big ones to get signed this year because it represents a significant cap savings in 25 that can then be spent other places. But his plan was a 2-year plan where you still had enough cap space in 26. So that was really the key to that. You got to look at the cap from more than a 1-year perspective. And nothing like ends a good cap discussion or a good conversation on team building other than someone who wants to spend every future dollar in this year.
If you had to pick one, who would you decide to go for? I know you love Travis Jones.
Yeah.
Obviously, Odafe Owe is a premier position.
Given that Green is on the roster, I think this might be a time that you consider letting Owe go after 25. I wouldn't, they really want to have 3 good pass rushers for this season. Don't want to go into the season with 2. Okay. And one of the things that happened at the end of the year was because they knew they only had 2 good pass rushers, they were doing some crazy things to try and keep them off the field in non-pass rush situations. So Owe had been a guy who would play well over 50% of the snaps. In fact, over 60% of the snaps in most situations, if the Ravens had 3 guys. But when you have only 2, you can't risk being down to 2 of them. And so they had to be more careful last year. And I think that hurt the team a little. I think having 3 guys, we'll see times where we'll see more rush nickel packages this year. These 3 outside linebackers on the field on some pass rushing downs. I think that'll be a big addition from Green. Both Green and Van Noy have some experience rushing from a stand-up position. So you don't even have to kick a guy inside in what we think of as being the traditional way. You can actually just have the kind of lurking off ball and picking a spot. If you watched any tape of Mike Green overnight or before the draft or whatever, he is one very fast and slippery dude and powerful. But
he reminds me of a more athletic Terrell Suggs, not as powerful. And I don't want to say he is Terrell Suggs, but the style, the relentlessness, it's just a little bit more explosive Terrell Suggs, or a little bit more lean, I guess is the word I would use.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a long way to go to be compared to Suggs.
A little way, yeah. Stephen King, what's yellow? Okay, so yellow are guys I identified that I'd like to see at some point during day 3 for the Ravens. And I'm not attaching a specific round to that. It's dependent on the player. I could have made various shades and whatnot, but I thought we'd gone about as far as we could with the colors too. I just differentiated pink, the 6 guys that are still available from a round 3 list, and yellow is sometime during round 4. So you'll see. I basically at safety, I favored guys who had, really good ability to play, I think, a split field on the back end. You also got some guys here who are basically strong safeties, but I like the ones who are more free safeties, like Bowman, Hancock, and Mickens. I think would be good. And any of those is a possibility in round 4 if the Ravens really want to double dip at safety. I think they probably should before the draft is over, but I don't know if they will as early as round 4.
We got wide receiver 16 Dyke and running back 14 on your list here, Counter off the board.
Oh,
Dyke
thank you.
To the Titans and Tutton to the Jaguars.
All right, sorry, I'll catch up here. This is on day 3. The picks go too fast because it's 3 minutes per selection. Yeah. So you gotta really keep up. But I appreciate that. So Bashal Tutin off the board. Okay. All right, now we gotta also use a gray for that. Okay, that's still plenty readable, right?
Yep.
And then who's the other one as a tight end? You said who's
wide receiver Dyke, row 16.
That's Chim DK.
DK.
Yeah, I like him. He's certainly a guy who could be a good possession receiver at the NFL level. Yeah, I agree with you, Steven. I think that if they were able to get Paul, or the other guy I like is Carter as a 2-down run stopper, they'd really have something. And if they wait and go with Smile Mandan, who would be probably a later guy, then he's the really good coverage linebacker that remains. Not a bad tackler either, by the way, but very short armed and probably won't be a good block shedder at the NFL level. So he's really more of a guy you'd have on special teams and on your 3rd down sub package.
There's 2 interior guys, Ken, IOL, Moynihan and Majors. I'm curious on your thoughts on either of those. To me, they both seemed like good roll of the dice in the 4th, 5th round, maybe 6 for Moynihan. It seemed like Majors maybe had a little bit better production.
Moynihan as opposed to Monheim? Monheim is the guy that I know.
Yep, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, they're both certainly draftable on day 3. I'm not in love with the guys. I think Kandra is probably ahead of them in terms of a guy in the 4th round that I'd be more excited about. But either one of those would be fine. And I think there are 5, 6, 7 kind of values there you'd be looking at on those guys.
Yeah.
All right. Let's make sure we're caught up here. Really got to figure out how to. Yeah, this is an interesting one, Paul. Yeah, I'd be okay with Paul. Probably not Stutzman in the 4th round. I'd wait longer on him. Paul is the ideal stops to miss tackle guy in this draft. I believe his ratio was something like 16-1 last year, but let me confirm it because I know it was high, but it's 13.5-1. He had 54 stops with only 4 missed tackles. He's tops in the class by a wide margin. In fact, last year there wasn't anybody. There's only one guy over 7 last year, and that was the guy Pittsburgh got, Peyton Wilson, who was 11.0. But the 54-4 for Chris Paul is simply outstanding, and that's in the SEC, so you don't have a big question about that. That said, he is smallish for a 2-down run stuffer. He's just a good tackler and maybe more of a guy you want in a sub package. So he's just a little bit of tweenerism here with Paul that makes him a guy that not everybody loves. I'm sure Carter, much more the 2-down thumper guy. Cam Scatterbo off the board to the Giants. He's a guy I know mixed feelings about him, but a lot of people liked him. How did you guys feel about him?
Meh. He was okay. Definitely not, maybe a goal line guy. Things that he did in college, I don't know if that translates well in the NFL level. I mean, it does, but man, you're really taking a risk when there's other guys out there that you could have really got in. I mean, good value for this round, I guess, if you're a running back hungry team. But if you're a team thinking about maybe he being a day 2 pick, I didn't agree with it. And I think he fell exactly where he probably should have went.
My thoughts exactly. I liked him as a 4th rounder, but all the hype linking him to the 2nd and 3rd round did not make any sense to me.
Big fumbler.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, guys.
How you doing, Jim?
Good. Sorry I'm late. I had some technical issues.
No, we saw you're cool. We're going to have a lot of people rolling in as the day goes through here, and some a little more crazy than others, as you'll see. But it should be fun.
Can I mention a couple of skill position guys that I like in the later rounds?
Absolutely. We'll even highlight them if you want.
Okay, so I'm a big follower of Matt Waldman, his review of fantasy players, and he likes, and therefore I like, wide receiver Isaiah Bond and running back Taj Brooks.
Okay, so Bond is certainly on the list here. And then Taj Brooks, who I added last night. I went through a big, long list trying to get consensus top 300 players added to the list at the bottom. And this goes with the understanding that those guys are not necessarily in the correct order. The guys I added are not necessarily the order I would have. And in fact, I didn't look at the guys that I added. The guys I looked were already on my top lists. So
Waldman sees a lot of Frank Gore in Isaiah Bond.
Frank Gore, the wide receiver, and Isaiah Bond.
No, Frank Gore, the running back. He sees
and
a lot
Isaiah
of Frank
Bond,
Gore.
the receiver.
I'm sorry, I said that wrong. In Taj Brooks, he sees a lot of Frank Gore and Taj Brooks. Excuse me.
That's obviously any running back coming out of school, including probably Ashton Genty would take that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then the other guy, Bond, he comped to, good up, T.Y. Hilton.
I was going to say that. That's a pretty good comparison, I think. I think he has off the field issues as well, which I think pushed him down out of the day 2
Bond did.
realm. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Yeah, and I think Mr. Stark himself just posted that he has off the field issues recently.
Yeah, we are marking day 3 picks. So the pink are the guys still left over from day 2 that we liked for the 3rd round.
Swinson's
and the yellows,
still out there.
Yeah, that's incredible. The yellows are okay. Craig Woodson, the safety from Cal, is off the board. That's a little reachy to me, but I guess that's an okay pick. Hard to really fall to anybody on day 3.
It's I think that's a reach.
I just noticed we have Marshall Yanda on the panel.
Have you met Sean before? He's been on the pod a number of times for various things. But
Hi, Sean.
Nice to meet you guys. Ken, I don't know if we have Ricky White on our wide receiver board, but he's
I added him last night.
Yeah, I'm really in love with this guy's tape.
Okay, yeah, he's down here, pretty far down in row 38. If this gives you an idea. I had the guys who were row 24 or higher. I actually reviewed them, and the guys below, I add them to the list, and the order is probably approximately what the order is from the PFF top big board. So I take it's definitely not my original work. Just something to provide us a list of names that we can say, oh yeah, that guy's taken now. Take this. All right. I want to hear reviews from folks about what we should do differently, or if the draft board mechanism we use here, this interactive spreadsheet thing, is really a good thing, or if it could be a good thing if we made some changes. And I know some people have suggested additional colors. Is there a distraction? Is it nice to occasionally move away from the board and just to look at the four of us and talk once in a while? Or what do you guys like is what I'm asking. I'll look at the chat on that.
I think going away from the board and coming back to it periodically is nice.
All right, we'll do that. And you're covered up on that bottom left here. We won't otherwise see you in your nice recliner. Last there.
Eating donuts.
Yeah, this is a Lardarius Webb jersey. Lardarius is I don't know if you guys can see it or not.
Yep. Nice.
Lardarius always my favorite Ravens cornerback. Okay, Jack Kaiser of Notre Dame, an older inside linebacker. Really like him for some reasons, but a lot of people would be scared by that age. I think he's 24 now, might be 25 pretty soon, and he plays at Notre Dame. So.
I mean, the Ravens would have no interest, I would assume, in a 25-year-old player.
I mean, they have done it before, but normally they like a younger player. You're absolutely right. Much more room for growth.
Oh, I
Hayden
just see
Hurst.
this about Isaiah Bond turning himself in on April 10th on an outstanding sexual assault warrant. Maybe we could take him off the board.
I don't think the Ravens are going to double dip.
Yeah.
Double dip in black dots. There you go.
Yeah.
We're trying something different this year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny. I'm like, no, they love double dipping on tight ends, not sexual assault cases.
It's a pretty decent number. Well, Fannin I liked Fannin out of tight end. But other than that, I don't know. I cannot believe the Stanford receiver is still on the board. Alec Ayaminer.
Yeah.
He is going to be a solid X receiver.
Yeah. He's definitely got the size.
Yeah.
The guy I'm a little surprised is still there, particularly considering the run on tight ends, is Gunnar Helm. I thought he would be liked more than some of the other guys that have been drafted. There are some people who believe the tight ends, the absolute consensus top six have been taken. There's guys in the top six I don't like. Loveland in particular. I know I'm in a minority, but I did not really like his play. He had some crappy quarterbacks throwing him the ball, but produced really unimpressive statistics doing so.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Loveland reminded me of the Bengals tight end that they took a couple years ago. Real tall guy, but just not physical. Eifert.
Tyler Eifert, okay.
Yeah. He reminded me of Eifert. Yep.
Maureen and I went to the last Notre Dame national championship game, not the one that just occurred, that they lost to Ohio State, but the one versus Alabama a few years back. And the game was a mess, but Tyler Eifert was one of the only players who played well for Notre Dame in that game. Okay, I'm getting behind in the questions. It's happening again. Yeah, Jarrett, we have some problems, and we're probably not going to be able to show those today. Okay, Dante Thornton of Tennessee is taken off the board. He goes to the Raiders. Okay. Thanks, Jared. I mean, I spent a lot of time trying to get those right. What I need is somebody who will operate that full time for me next year, given the limitations of StreamYard. It doesn't allow me to have 4 different screens that I can pick to put one up of each type. I could be logged on, I guess, on multiple accounts and do something like that, but it's a complication no matter how I do it. And frankly, I have too much to do during the draft in terms of responding to questions, looking stuff up from my notes and whatnot, to be effective pulling up those charts as well. But I do love those charts. I mean, we spent so much time working on them before for the corners in particular, and information on some of the other groups as well.
Really like the Paul Moss question there. Could you see Ravens double dipping on edge? Somebody like David Walker today.
I mean, they got a double dip on edge, I think.
Because 2 guys are going after 25, Jim.
Well, just because of the roster and the effectiveness of the players that they've had.
If we double dip on edge, do we think what are the chances Ojabo doesn't make it to week 1?
Oh, if we double dip on edge, he's gone. But Robinson would be the guy who stays, and you go with 5 to make 4, maybe on game day, or maybe 5 to make 5, depending on how those guys play special teams. I mean, the other guy who might get bumped is Adisa Isaac.
Yep.
You got to have a spot for him.
It's hard to imagine he gets bumped. He's a Red Star player,
and young, still pretty young.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see any way he gets bumped. Ojabo, I think it's unlikely he makes the team even right now. So,
do you think there's any salvage value for Ojabo? Conditional 6th?
That's probably a little high. I think he would be traded at the end of camp for another year 4 player at a position need for the Ravens, or probably 6 for a 7 maybe would be the top end of what I'd expect to get for him. Maybe a conditional 7th, maybe a straight 7th. Maybe that's reasonable. All that, I mean, a 7th round pick, all that really does for you is basically reduce the burden on your UDFA dollars. It's not really a special.
And also reduce the burden on your UDFA recruiting, in case somebody might, be a guy you have to win a bidding war for.
Right. I mean, that's all based on the minimal dollars pool. So you're hoping your 7s and the 7s and even the 6s the Ravens have today should help them avoid that. They said last year that they had everybody figured out they wanted to draft basically after the 4th round, and it was just a matter of when they were going to pick them, which really bothers me, by the way, because that means they're not really looking at value as these picks are rolling up. But that's the way Harbaugh said it.
Frank Black said Green bumps Ham. Is Ham still on the roster? Is he still on the team? I guess I can look that up.
He was on IR. I think he's still on the roster. Oh, damn it. Deion Walker goes to the Bills.
Pain.
Yeah, that hurts.
Man, the Bills are having a good draft too.
They are.
Yep. I hate to see that.
Yeah.
I want them to bust I want them to take all the guys I hate.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you on the colors, Eli. It would be nice to have the legend. I just don't have an easy place to put it. So some of these technical issues, if you have experience with StreamYard and can think of ways we can solve some of these problems, I'm open to it. I'd really love to hear your thoughts and help me get through some of this. But the main problem I have is the inability to share multiple screens without dropping out of this one, going to a different screen, pulling that up. And that it's disruptive to what we're trying to do here in terms of time. That's very reasonable. Mr. Stark himself, I will highlight him. And let's see.
There he is.
There he is, yep.
So much love for Webb, which I get. I went and bought his jersey after the DeMarco Murray forced fumble. like this 5'10" cornerback in the nickel, just like they sent a blitz and he forced a fumble against DeMarco Murray. I think it was DeMarco Murray, Cowboys. I think it was the same game.
Latavius Murray.
No, I
It's
think it was
DeMarco Murray.
DeMarco Murray. Yeah, I think it was DeMarco Murray.
This would have been in 2012. It would have happened because that's the only game he played against the Cowboys early in his career.
Sounds about right.
Hey, Sean, what's that background behind you? Is that foliage?
No, that's my work background. It's my brain, man. My ADHD, autism, psychedelic usage brain at play there.
You guys were mentioning Bengals tight ends, and my wife has a favorite story from the 2009 Hard Knocks. Anyone remember back that far? Marvin Lewis was the coach, and the Bengals had drafted a tight end named Chase Brown in the I don't know, I think the 5th round. And they at one point Hard Knocks showed a view of the Bengals tight end room, and whoever the tight end coach was, going forward and back on film of Chase Brown, and he says, "You got any moves, Chase?"
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, "I suggest you start to incorporate them." And my wife, just randomly, in the 10, 15 years since then, she'll be like, "You got any moves, Chase?"
That's awesome.
Agree with you, Jared, on that. I think the Ajabo experiment is probably done.
What a waste.
What a waste.
Andrew, good question here. In my opinion, the McCary departure, the guy who's filling it, and it's the weirdest thing ever, is really Ben Cleveland, because he's a guy who can play center, either guard spot, right tackle. He wouldn't be able to step in at left tackle, but it's really shocking that Ben Cleveland is now the Ravens' most versatile offensive lineman.
What I would pay to just get 10 seconds of honesty from John Harbaugh about Ben Cleveland.
My brain cannot accept what you just said. I try to replay it, and it's not computing.
I want to know.
So badly. I'm very hopeful that they keep him at right tackle throughout training camp. And if Rosengarten goes down, he's the 1-to-1 replacement. If Stanley goes down, they're swapping Rosengarten over to left tackle and putting Jones in at right tackle. I really don't want to see a situation like they did with Daniel Falele, where they're teaching him this and teaching him that, and then it stunts his growth.
You try that as someplace. I mean, we really have proven over and over again we don't really need this punter kicker column. If we go a little bit smaller, we can keep the legend on the screen.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we'll leave it like that.
Speaking, though, of the punter kicker column, does anybody know anything about kickers and who we might be looking to draft?
No.
Not at all. PFF has Fitzgerald as the number one guy, but I think the consensus is Borregales is probably the number one kicker. That's all I know.
I believe I read somewhere that they had Borregales in for one of their top whatever visits.
Top 30, yep.
Yep.
Coach Derek joining us. Coach, how you doing?
Hey, man, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. And, you're in a good position here because I see you don't have a camera going today again, which I know you've had some issues with the computer and whatnot. But you're covered up by some comment questions we're having on there, and I felt bad having another panelist do that. But somebody who's got
perfect timing. Then I won't ruin your stream.
All 22 films here. Arian Smith, the wide receiver from Georgia, off the board, and
I recognize that voice. The All 22 Films guy. Love
my favorite
your work.
YouTuber.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it, guys, and thank you, Ken, for having me on. Sorry I couldn't join on Thursday night. I tried to do my own stream, and I'll tell you what, I learned that live streaming is a different animal compared to producing content that you can edit and take your time with. So, it was fun, and I learned a lot. But anyway, I'm glad to be here.
All right. We're happy to have you. Always great stuff when you're on the show. We have the longest discussions, but it's only because we really love talking football and dive into it for hours at a time.
It's both of our faults, yours and mine.
I would agree, but I'm happy to share that responsibility.
Exactly. What time did you start? Right as the draft began, or did you pre-show it, or what?
We started at 12, right
12.
when the thing started. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eagles fan selection.
Question for the panel here. Would anybody have a guess at what pick the Ravens would be comfortable taking Shedeur? Is there a pick?
5th round.
I think it's not a terrible idea to use a 7th on him, maybe a 6th. The idea being that you keep him away from somebody else. But I can't even tell you he will be a distraction, even if you don't think he has to be. If you have a no Dion policy, no Dion in the house policy, if you have a Shedeur no zero tolerance policy or whatever. I mean, what are you gonna do? Cut me? Is probably going to be his response to that. But if Dion, as long as he has 1.8 million Twitter followers, he's going to be able to say whatever he wants about how the Ravens are abusing his son and not using his talents properly and blah, 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 blah.
So I'm going to disagree with you here, Ken. I'm going to say that is not. So the way John Harbaugh operates, Harbaugh would lean into it. He would have Dion in camp. He would have Dion addressing the team. He would be like, this is, the preparation and the way you carry yourself. Like, Dion wouldn't even understand how completely he had been handled, co-opted. Wouldn't even grasp it. And it's not like, 3-time MVP and don't even talk to me about 2024. Like, there's no argument for Shedeur to start over Lamar. I mean, that's not even in play.
I also think that there is a chance that Dion and Shedeur see it as a good thing to be behind Lamar for 2 years. The possibility of taking Shedeur in the 5th or 6th and in 2 years trading him to a team for a 4th.
Yep.
I think that's a realistic potential.
It's an interesting reset option there if it could be done.
I think Pittsburgh.
I don't think he'll have anything like that value having not played in the NFL, but it could be he'll play 4 games as a backup. And maybe he is the kind of quarterback who gives you a chance to be, 2-2 in those games. I know Cooper Rush probably is that guy. I think that's why they got him and they paid him some money.
I also think the alternatives of whatever team could draft Shedeur at this point, I think for Dion and Shedeur, going to the Ravens is probably a better option than whatever else is out there right now. Whatever other situations.
Has to be a strong situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be someone with confidence. Harbaugh and Pete Carroll were the first 2 guys that I thought of. Someone that doesn't feel threatened. Mm-hmm. And I'm way different than many other people. Like, nothing about Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders bothers me, to be honest with you. It just doesn't. It's a different opinion, and people got a wide spectrum. It's no problem to me, but you can't tell me that a guy that completes 72% of his passes can't make good decisions consistently. And retract back 1 year. I know Sean Payton and Sanders' family have a great relationship, so perhaps his opinion is biased. But he did draft Bo Nix a year ago. Recall leading into the draft last year, so much discussion of Bo Nix' completion percentage. Oh, he only throws screens for Oregon. Oh, he throws the ball out on the perimeter. And we're hearing the same things about Shedeur Sanders now. Do I think Sanders comes into the league next year and mimics anything that Bo Nix does? No, not in year 1. But having said that, the inconsistency of evaluations of guys, it's always striking to me. And this one seems obvious that, there's at least 2 quarterbacks drafted on the board that I don't think should be drafted in front of him. I didn't mean to hit you guys with my initial theory immediately, but it bothers the shit out of me, the fact that, so many people would feel so threatened. I mean, hey, what do you think it's going to be like in 2032 or 2035 when there's 6 Deion Sanders with, a couple of million Twitter followers? If you're not secure in yourself as a head coach, a front office, an organization, maybe that says a little bit more about you. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I recognize people have different opinions. I'm not going to argue about it, but that's mine.
I'm more bothered I wouldn't be bothered with how it would work out, like initially, in the immediately how it's going on. But years are going to pass. Sanders would not have an opportunity with the Ravens potentially if Lamar stays healthy, at least. And I'm just concerned about how the narrative would be put out there. And you don't have to care, but look at Harbaugh's gotten rid of bad attitude problems and probably been, I think, one of the primary advocates for it. Tim Williams and being a good example, but Danny Stutzman taken off the board.
Yep.
Okay. I think I missed a pick here at some point, and if you could tell me who that is by going through this and see who I've got grade, I'd really appreciate it, Sean.
Ty Robinson, maybe the D tackle.
Oh no, Ty Robinson taken.
Ty
I
Robinson.
didn't even know.
Read them off to me real quick. Who's gone today?
Smith, wide receiver.
Smith, wide receiver. Wait a minute. I thought I did add him. Yeah, maybe I didn't count him. I do have a Smith on there.
Yep, that's it. You got Deion Walker. You got Thornton Jr. Yep, you're caught up.
Arian Smith.
Have there been 10 picks today so far? Yeah,
correct.
Pick 112. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're good. Sorry, guys.
It's all right.
All right,
We all
so-
got lost in the dreamland of drafting Shador, right?
It's not happening.
So the difference between yellow and pink were the guys that are left over as our plus picks for round 3 at pick number 91. And there's still all of those are still on the board. And then yellow are people I added overnight that I like for the Ravens at some point on day 3. And it's various points depending on the player. But a smattering of guys from around the board that I think fit the Ravens particularly well.
I'm just now looking at it. Sorry.
That's a good question because he's a little smaller framed guy, Chris Paul, but I think over time he could develop into a decent linebacker.
Yeah. CJ West taken. There's another defensive lineman. That one kind of hurts. He's not the greatest tackler, but he definitely is a good penetrator there, and somebody that the Ravens could have taken.
Yeah. Run of interior lineman.
There you go.
Yellow is still on the board.
All the yellows are still on the board, but they're
Yeah.
gray is the day 3 pick so far, and blue day 2, and green day 1.
Got it.
And the other ones, the colored ones are day 1 or 2 picks within the division for the various teams.
Bills have went all in on defense here.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
Kind of makes you think they're not really going to change much offensively from an approach standpoint. But losing Mac Hollins that does make their 11 personnel run game. Their 11 personnel. There's really 12 personnel with Hollins. Kind of changes that dynamic a little bit. I wonder about their level of conservative play calling and conservative execution. But they're definitely going all in on defense. I think they've had a good draft. I really like what they've done.
Yeah, Sean and I were just talking about that. They have killed it. Very upsetting.
I saw the CBS crew was discussing who they thought won the first 2 days of the draft, and they had the Ravens right up there, of course. But the Bills would be one of them too.
Eagles, as usual.
Yeah, Eagles did a lot with not very much draft capital.
Yeah. They took my guy, Ty Robinson.
I mean, the Bills have drafted 2 D tackles that are going to be able to get on the field. Definitely one early, but perhaps 2. Walker. I thought Walker was, the 2024 stuff, maybe the back injury or whatever it was.
Yeah,
how much that impacted it. But I saw one thing I did notice with Walker, and I do like him. Don't get me wrong, but I mean Fairchild, and Ratledge from Georgia really got into him multiple times. And I'm looking at Fairchild as, not a bad player, but not someone that's a premier talent. And he won plenty of reps with Walker this past year. That for me, when I saw that kind of, dampened my enthusiasm for Walker, because there was people mocking him in the second round.
That may be true, but I don't think there are people on this show who really believe that. In terms of Walker, I'm trying to remember what I thought of him in terms of setting his feet on the double teteams. I did not make a note about that, and I normally do. But what you mentioned the two
Plays high.
Plays high. Does he set his feet well? Does he do the 90-degree angle thing?
He doesn't seem to be able to take his hips to that 30-degree angle or whatever that you're looking, or 45-degree. He doesn't seem to be able to take his hips to the outside and then move laterally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's an athletic thing or a feet thing. I'll just be upfront. I wasn't a huge fan of the D tackle that Miami drafted either for that reason. Grant.
You guys, when I look at JJ value here, we could trade up anywhere from here on to our pick and include our pick 176, and that would get us right at the trade value. So could trade up now at our 5th round pick.
Okay, that's 129 plus 176 would get us all the way up to 114, 115 in there.
Correct.
Okay.
So is there anybody that you would go for right now? Logan Brown, Phillips, Swinson?
Yeah. Phillips or Swinson would be the guys. Maybe Bo. But you know what? I think they're probably going to get one of those players if they want one. I think there'll be a pinky still available at 129 if they wait it out.
Yeah.
Unless Swinson is off the board for something we're unaware of.
Yeah. There were people I saw on other boards, not just the PFF board had him a little higher. I had him higher still, but there's other boards that have him lower, that have him 100, 110 kind of place. So it's not even he's still in the snooze button phase for his for being late on his pick here.
Farmer's still on the board, right?
Yep.
I kind of liked him. I thought he was a little inconsistent, more of a, get across the line now kind of guy. But I kind of thought he would be a good one for the 4th round. I don't know if it necessarily be 129, but we certainly got to go D tackle here soon, right?
I would think this is the round. I have him as a straight 4. Value in round 4 is what I have for Josh Farmer. Some other teams may want him in round 3, but value of the Ravens doesn't quite match the draft capital expenditure. Part of the issue there was that
too soon.
He's really a 3 tech, and I think his value to the Ravens is a little bit mitigated. He's not a guy you could put at nose. Now you could use him at 1 tech on a pass rush snap or when the other team is in a situation where they have to pass every down. But I don't really like I don't like the value as much when they're overlapping with Matabike's snaps. It's kind of like drafting another safety who's going to take snaps from, say, Hamilton or Darius Washington, or drafting another tight end. Maybe is a better example who they got to take snaps from. So,
yeah, I just don't know that who would, like you said, your original question, who would we be trading up to target here? Mbow's still on the board, right?
Yeah, Bo is still on the board.
Though
Cody Simon goes.
Cody Simon, yep.
I liked him.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot.
Okay.
Smart in coverage, very physical with guys who catch the football. He had a great interception, maybe 2023. I can't remember who it was against, but very smart against the run. I thought he was an underrated guy that could fit, for us, late, obviously, but good player.
I was not originally high on Phillips, but the way this board is breaking, that may be a guy that I'm happy to take at this point.
Yeah, it might make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, you get through round 4 and we haven't, if we get through round 4 and we haven't touched D tackle in this draft, that would be a little disappointing to me. So I couldn't I couldn't argue D tackle at the next pick, regardless of who it is.
All right, who was the last player taken? I might have just missed it and not pegged him on the board here.
Cody.
Oh, I got it. Cody Simon.
Yeah.
Right. All right.
Who took Belton? I didn't see that.
I'm not looking at the ticker here. Anybody able to look that up for us?
You said who?
Who took
Belton.
Anthony Belton?
Oh,
He went in round.
I think it was
I guess he
3,
might have
right?
gone round 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
Packers.
Packers. After they drafted Jordan Morgan last year.
What did he do for the Packers as a rookie? He was a guy I wasn't real high on because of length and some other issues. I like
Here's
an
a
anchor.
trade.
There's a trade.
yeah. I think the Jaguars just traded somebody.
Houston?
Was it the Packers?
Morgan didn't play much this past year. I don't know if it was injury or what, but the last 6-8 weeks of the season, he didn't play. The second time that the first time Detroit played the Packers, he played every snap. And then the next time they played, it just says did not play. I don't know if he was injured or what.
So, okay. But DNP usually means active for the game. Or do you have that kind of participation chart where it shows where he's active and shows where he's not
Yeah.
active?
Just said did not play. I don't know.
Okay.
Is the defensive lineman who overhead pressed 360 pounds, is he still on the board?
They have, one of the guys who, let's see, the biggest weightlifter in the draft is a defensive lineman. It's the 464-pounder Watson, who squatted 720 and benches 5 1/4, I want to say. That's a single rep bench. He's nothing he'd be doing multiple times,
Right.
but yeah, it's but Watson he's actually a better athlete than you would expect, but he has a little bit of slipperiness and a really nice push-pull move that he can pull out. But he doesn't really bring a lot to the field other than a block out the sun, space-eating player.
Doesn't sound like the guy I was looking for. Let's see.
I think we talked about somebody else last night who had a weightlifting background.
That's who I was thinking of.
I think it might have been Pegues, maybe. Does that sound right? Let me look at that, see if he's the guy. I remember bringing it up, and it was from my notes, I think, so it should be here. Okay. No, it's not him. Pegues and Lampkin are the two best new Ricard types.
I like the Dante Thornton pick to the Raiders, the kid from Baltimore.
I don't know anything about him. What is his? Is he going to play X? Is he? Where is he going to line up?
I don't know. I remember seeing film of him from high school. He's 6'5", 210. Super fast.
What do you guys think of Jordan Phillips?
Very plus on him. He's a fantastic tackler. Very high rate of stops to miss tackles career.
The Maryland kid, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I liked him.
Originally, I wasn't a huge fan just because body size and shape kind of fits what we already have in place. But at this point, I'd be thrilled if that was our pick.
He's the guy I think that we were talking about, or you guys were talking about yesterday. He squatted 665, power clean 365, 2 reps of 365 on the overhead press. He made that freaks list, that annual freaks list. I think he's also one of those guys who can do a standing backflip. I might be wrong about that.
Oh, that would be pretty. He's got a 3.3% missed tackle rate for his whole career. He's made 59 out of 61 tackles. 10 stops per missed tackle last year, 15.5 stops per missed tackle career, that's ridiculous. He's got, I guess it's 31 stops and 2 missed tackles career.
Dane Brugler says that he dominated the East-West Shrine Bowl practices.
I think they keep him at nose and try and maybe pack a little more weight on him.
Yeah, the Texans drafted Woody Marks,
Okay, Woody Marks.
running back.
I do have him on the last running back on my list. Okay, Shadur Sanders here for the Rams. What do you think? At 117? Nope. Jarquez Hunter of Auburn. How do I even have him? Yes, we do have him.
Yeah, I think he goes to the Shadur's going to the Steelers.
What do you think about maybe Shadur to the Chiefs?
Oh, that'd be good.
Do the Chiefs have a backup quarterback?
That one that matters.
Is that rooting for Shadur to have him go to the Chiefs? I'd be
Sure, of
rooting
course.
for Shadur to disrupt the Chiefs. And disrupt the Chiefs locker room.
True.
There's a coach who wouldn't put up with his crap for very long, which means
Well, but that's also a situation where any crap is nerfed. I mean, no
Yeah.
one is going to argue that Shadur should be playing over their quarterback.
right.
And the strong personalities in the locker room on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. I don't even think it would be an issue.
Not
He
at
would
all.
not. You wouldn't hear a peep out of him.
Not at all. And I mean, who's going to listen to any Coach Prime criticism of Andy Reid? I mean, that's not going to fly anywhere.
I don't know if you guys have been on this place called Twitter, but there's
Never heard of it.
there's a lot of people that will root for Shadur over Mahomes and Deion Sanders over Andy Reid.
That's
I
what
mean,
burner
yeah, but
accounts
it's
were
not going
made
to get
for.
any traction.
Yeah, very true. I'm just giving you a hard time.
That's a good point there. Thank you, THY.
Thank you.
Thy underscore.
Bailey Zapp. All right.
Minshew's another one. Didn't he go like 40 TDs and get drafted like 6th or 7th?
I don't know. Minshew keeps beating the Ravens whenever we play him, it seems like.
Yeah, he's bad juju to get on your team because he's always going to end up on the field somehow.
Yeah.
He's like Flacco. That's why I didn't want Flacco here as much as you love him. I'm like, no way, because no matter where he goes, he's going to end up on the field.
That's true.
Exactly.
Billy Bowman Jr.
Billy
Jr.
Bowman.
Oh,
So
damn it.
Falcons took Watts and Bowman, right?
Wow, that is a serious ball hawking back end.
They got 2 great edge rushers. 2 safeties.
They found the one highlight where he made a tackle.
They really protect those safeties a lot. Try to keep from exposing them. I mean, that Super Bowl was like crazy how much they protected those safeties and tried to limit exposure. Chiefs couldn't take advantage of it.
We got a Bengals pick here requiring special colors. We have not had a Browns or Steelers pick so far in this round, right? This is the
That is correct.
Yeah.
first
that's correct.
divisional pick.
I did like their Fanning pick. That's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was just telling Ken about that.
I thought he was the Seahawks, pick at like 82, 92, somewhere in there. And then they went the other way with the other tight end.
All right, we got a commercial. I'll be right back.
Got a commercial. Got 87 of them. I get it now why people watch, streams like this one or any other, because you're watching commercial, what, 30 to 40% of the time if you're watching the actual draft.
It's interesting. I because there's a lot of times on this stream where we pause and watch the TV and wait for the pick. So I think a stream is a perfect complement. If you've got NFL Network or ESPN on or whatever on one screen, and then you
Yep.
got this stream on, for your team specific commentary and what guys think or whatever. Like the two really reinforce each other. I don't know that I would do either by itself anymore.
Right. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys experienced this, but there's kind of like a generational separation because, like, my uncles, my father and stuff are like, oh, well, you think people are just going to watch your stream? I'm like, hey, Dad, they're going to watch my stream and they're going to watch the television at the same time. And he's like,
Yep.
oh, like they wouldn't even consider that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whereas
like
I don't
people-
know if there's ever a time when my son has less than 3 screens going at
Right.
the time.
It's like people from New Jersey who go to another state and suddenly they can turn left without the light telling them to do so. You know what I mean?
No, you do the jug handle for the left turn.
Yeah. Like, I didn't know you were allowed to do that without an officer telling you that it was your time.
Barrett Carter,
Barrett Carter,
ILB
yeah.
for the Bengals.
And then they also pump their own gas for the first time.
Mhm.
What do you guys think of Carter?
I think it's interesting that the Bengals took 2 inside linebackers this draft.
Oh, they took Carter. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who is their coordinator now?
The guy from Notre Dame.
Anamuro, right?
No, I thought Lou Anarumo left.
He did. He went to the Colts.
Good pick for Indy.
I think it's the Notre Dame guy, right?
Al Golden,
Yeah,
Notre
I
Dame. Yep.
believe. I could be wrong.
Yep, that's what the interwebs is telling us.
That's going to be sick. He's going to do a great job.
Do you think it's an easy transition from college to NFL defense coordinator?
Oh, anybody want to tackle that one first?
Well, I mean, you said he was going to do a great job, so I was wondering, like, what your like. I know nothing about the guy, so I'm not so much challenging you as asking you, like, what.
No. I think it's an awesome question. That's why I opened it up to anybody else. I didn't take it that way at all. No problem. I think there's some natural advantages in that you haven't been seen to a degree.
Yeah.
I have never been able to do this. I wish I could maybe pause time for a month and get this done. Like an overlay of the field. I've seen these before, and forgive my limitations for not being able to describe it well, but an overlay of the field that essentially one color is first down, one color is second down, one color is third down. And what you're able to do then is you're able to see, okay, 2nd and 8 from the left hash in between the -20 and the -35. Based on this situation, what coverage are we normally getting?
Okay.
And you can do those overlays. I know a guy in college who calls the game literally without looking at the field because he uses those overlays to, to quote, know what's coming depending on the personnel down a distance and location on the field. And so I do think suggest that maybe there's some advantages for guys who haven't been scouted that way by Andy Reid, by the Eagles off, whoever it is, because they haven't been seen. I think there's some natural advantages there, that maybe, I have some limitations in trying to explain, but if anybody else wants to take a shot
and
at it,
then
go
maybe
ahead.
to reinforce you a little bit, like with the proliferation in the last 10, 15 years of college concepts in the NFL, like here's a guy who's closer to the college game than other people. So maybe he also brings a little bit more familiarity with, playing option ball and stuff like that on the defensive end.
Absolutely. No, maybe he's got different answers than other people have presented. I think the Bengals defense will be a different thing to deal with. They have an upgrade. I like Knight a lot, the inside linebacker, and Ken's got Stewart about where maybe a little lower than I had, but I like the Bengals to be improved defensively for a lot of reasons, which is not good news to us, obviously.
So on the one hand, I agree with you, and on the other hand, I think the first time an NFL defense coordinator faces Lamar, he gets eaten for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a couple of people off the
But not
board here I
necessarily
want
the
to talk
second
about real briefly. The first is Gunnar Helm, the tight end, could be a plus for the Ravens to possibly make a move at tight end. It's really been a very chalky. My top 7 have been exactly the top 7 drafted so far. So Helm is a guy who I talked about a little bit yesterday. He can't get out of his own way on the field. Just does a lot of things that are comportment-wise kind of infantile. and he has some penalty problems, but he's a very good receiver. 137.8 passer rating throwing to him this last year. And Walker, the Central Arkansas guy, just went off the board
To Tampa.
here.
I like him.
Tampa at edge, yeah.
I
He was a guy. I think a lot of people in the stream were looking for the Ravens. Yeah, well, there we go.
United Athletic Conference. What is that?
I think Walker's going to do really well in that defense and in that scheme.
This is a good question. Let's go once around the panel on this question from Mark here. Do we have enough trustworthy depth across the board that you mainly want to swing on higher upside developmental guys? I think that's certainly true at some position. I'll just start off. Offensive tackle is a position where I don't mind at all a high development upside guy. I think they've got the depth otherwise they need on the offensive line such that they can afford to make that move now after the Jones selection.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there's any. I wouldn't want to risk a upside swing. Maybe a safety. I'd really like to develop a split safety, but I'm not sure if there's any really left here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, offensive line, I would love a developmental guy, somebody with athleticism that you could teach the game. Love the Ravens to get a more athletic interior offensive lineman, but we'll see.
For me, once we address IDL, I'm fine with the rest of them being lottery tickets.
Mm-hmm.
We have 3 defensive linemen right now, and I'm terrified of what happens if one of them gets hurt.
Yep.
Good point. There's been no late news with Urban signing somewhere else, right? Because I think he's probably got a handshake deal to have a handshake deal with the Ravens if he hasn't been signed anywhere yet.
Has not signed anywhere else.
Okay. Lathan Ransom of Ohio State is kind of an interesting cat. He and Hancock are on the field at the same time, obviously, a lot. And so you end up watching both of them and kind of comparing them. But as the season rolled on, Hancock really took over that free safety duty, and Ransom became more of a strong safety. And I really kind of soured on his play. I think Hancock is the far better prospect. And certainly if you want a split field guy, I think Hancock is the better choice.
I'm with you on D. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying they wouldn't dare go safety this round. They need a lineman, but I agree with you.
Yeah, D tackle, I agree. It has to be addressed. And, I'm still one of those guys that I like one of the linemen, interior offensive linemen that's still on the board. I like Mbow or Bow a lot. I'm kind of surprised he's still there. It leads me to believe that maybe teams are worried about injuries or whatever, but he played 12 games last year, to my knowledge.
Is he the kid whose last name begins with an M and a B?
Yeah, I think it's pronounced Bo, but a lot of people do pronounce it like Mbo or Mbow or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so I agree with you though. Whoever said it, I wasn't looking on the screen, but the interior D line it scared me a little bit.
So the kid Bo is he's in Brugler's top 100. He has him number 84, the number 6 guard in the class.
Sounds about right.
About right.
Yeah. Because Wilson's a center.
Yeah, it kind of depends on who you define. You have Donovan Jackson. You have Gray Zabel as an interior offensive lineman. You have him as a guard or a center.
Right.
Yeah.
I really like Slater in the 6th round. Jackson's Sacramento State.
Yeah,
Let's add him then. I'll yellow him for you. Anybody else? If you got picks you'd like to have show up in yellow on our board here, this is for everybody. It's not just for me to make picks on, but love to hear.
You got Jordan Phillips in yellow on your IDL board?
No, he's in pink, so that's a higher level of yellow.
Okay, a higher level of yellow.
Yeah, it's the 3rd round guys who haven't been selected yet.
All right. And is Bo listed
Jack
there too?
Sawyer.
Yeah, he is.
Oh yeah,
Bo's in pink. Yeah.
For the Steelers.
Yeah.
Oh, no Shedeur.
Wow.
I'm shocked.
I like Jack Sawyer.
You can't keep being shocked.
I like Jack Sawyer more than Shedeur Sanders.
I'm just like, what?
We have discredited the chance that Steelers are tanking too much now, officially, in my eyes.
They're trying to get Arch.
They don't believe they're tanking. They believe that this is how they win. They play defense and they run the ball.
With Mason Rudolph at quarterback. That's not
I
tanking.
mean,
I
I
don't.
mean, didn't they make the playoffs with Mason, or not make the playoffs, but do that finish with a
That's
winning
true.
record thing?
Yep,
That
that's true. It's very true. Yep.
All right, explain yourself on this, Jeremiah W. You think that there's not a late cornerback who could beat JAD for his spot? I've kind of like with Ajabo. I think JAD as a 4th-year player is a prime cut candidate.
Yeah, Jeremiah's usually pretty sharp, and I would disagree with him here. But I think I understand what he's saying, maybe the familiarity with the system. But I agree with you, Ken. I mean, I look at some of the other guys that are down here. Alexander would be one that A, is reliable to being available, and also has played against a high-level competition. I know some people who don't like Alexander really much at all. We would have loved for other guys to be here available. Williams, being you called that, Ken. He and with the Chiefs, that's a great pick by them. I would think that a guy like Alexander would have an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, did I just miss a pick that happened? I might not have put it on the board.
No, Jack Sawyer
was the last one.
Okay.
Now Green Bay.
We're 6 picks away.
Good pick for the Steelers. That's a guy that I did not want to like at all. And the more film I watched, it was like a band or a musician that you go watch and you're like, oh, this shit's gonna suck. And then an hour into it, you're like, wow, these guys are really freaking good. I actually enjoyed watching Jack Sawyer.
Favorite band is,
yeah,
like when the opening act for your favorite band is good, you're like, damn it.
I like Jack Sawyer as a Nickelback comparison. I'll allow it.
Okay. Let's come up with our working group here. We need 6 players, presumably for
Jordan
129.
Phillips.
Got him. Swinson, Phillips, and Bo. I put on the list. People feel strongly about either Iomana or Royals. Either one of those.
Iomana for me.
Okay. Did somebody just join us? I thought I heard a beep.
How about a corner?
There we go. Nick, how you doing, Nick?
Hi, everyone. How's it going? Ken, thanks so much for having me.
Life's good. We're coming up on a Ravens pick here. We're just in orange up here. We're coming up with the 5 or 6 players. It's going to be 5 after the Packers select here that we'd like to have, so that we're definitely getting at least one of those guys.
I'd be happy with Kobe Bryant, cornerback.
Kobe Bryant, okay.
Oh yeah. Did you see his game against Colorado?
Yeah, 3 interceptions.
I mean, he's like jawing with Travis Hunter. Now he held twice. He could have been called on the first 3rd down, and they blew a coverage down near the low red zone or high red zone, excuse me. But I like Kobe Bryant. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, I think he's a guy that looked, I think earlier on, in 23, looked like he was on a trajectory towards, like a day 2 pick at least. I didn't think he looked quite as strong in 24. But I also am of the philosophy that I'm willing to bet on earlier film as well. Like Emory Jones, I felt like looked better in 23 than he did in 24, and I remained a big fan of his throughout the process. So
This kid Baron Searle, who just got picked, has the lousy suit game.
I do like Sorrell, but I don't know about the suit game.
Farmer's getting a lot of love in the comments, especially from fan favorite Alec.
Good
Okay,
one.
we'll add Farmer to the group. That would give us 5 right now. Anybody else like somebody feel really strong for somebody?
I really like Torrey Horton. I don't know how much you guys have discussed receivers and the need or lack of need for him. For receivers specifically, I really like him. I might be more inclined to go with Chris Paul potentially here. I think, he is a I felt like he was a relatively solid day 2 linebacker prospect. So this would just be an example of sitting back and letting a guy fall to you with him.
Okay, we're going to limit it to 1 or 2 per person. Anybody else have an addition? We have Sampson being called out on the comments.
Feel free to swap Horton out. That's just kind of my personal guy, but I'm not sure how much sense that would really make for them here.
All right, Horton's off the list here. We'll have Sampson, Paul. Anybody else?
You mean for this next pick coming up, or just in general?
Just for 129 only, because we're at 124 and we're trying to limit the board down to who the Ravens might pick. And
we're not picking Kyle Kennard here, but he should be off the board at some point soon.
Mm-hmm. They get another chance at 136. They could get him. It could be. It wouldn't even shock me if this is offensive line and defensive line for these next two picks.
Agreed.
Like Bo and Phillips, I bet a lot of people would really like that if they got both of them in the next at 129, 136.
If we're picking right now, who does everybody take?
I would probably take. I think I'm taking Swinson now. But there's something wrong. We just have to assume there's something wrong.
I think I'm taking Jordan Phillips here.
Phillips or Bo.
Yeah, I feel like you. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I want Phillips. I wouldn't be upset about Bo.
I feel like you take one, and whichever guy you think will be there for our next fourth round pick, you take the other one. I feel like maybe a better chance that Bo is not there for 136.
Yep.
But we need to go D tackle like now.
Yeah.
It feels like that to me.
This is a really good point. We did assume there was something wrong with Mike Green. They couldn't get past. So I'm not aware of any other behavioral thing that Swinson has. So I'm fearful that there is an injury concern.
I searched for about 10 minutes on Swinston while we were all chatting. The only thing I could find was there was a scheme change before his last year, and it's possible that teams are attributing his production to that scheme change more than anything.
Okay.
I may have my SEC second, third, fourth round pass rushers mixed up. So if I do, my apologies. Is Swinson the guy who went to Oregon originally and then spent 2 years at LSU?
He's the LSU guy, yeah. And did he start at Oregon? I kind of forgot.
I know he's an LSU guy, right? But I mean, I think he played the last 2 years at LSU, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, no, you're right. He committed to Oregon in 2019, 3 years in Eugene, and then 2 years at LSU. And while I have the floor, I'm looking at Dane Brugler's The Beast, and it said that he butted heads with coaches a few times. Was even suspended for the first quarter of a game in 24.
That was for a fight, I think.
Yeah, for not meeting team standards, and that I think that was an LSU, and so it could be some teams interviewed with him and aren't convinced,
right?
But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little different. Give me about 16 or 18 of those guys. So
iron sharpens iron, right?
So, but the NFL is clearly different than anything I've been near to. So, those guys know what they want and they know what they can't, tolerate. You're not coming into an OLB room with Kyle Van Noy and being an asshole.
No.
Van Noy
At what point in the draft do you switch from? So the Ravens famously have their BPA mantra, right? At what point in the draft, at what moment do you switch from best player to need? Is it now?
I think it's probably after round 4 is where the Ravens traditionally gone. They got away from it last year with the Ali pick. Was the first one that was really just ignoring value. The Tampa pick, I think, was a value pick. I thought he's just dropped way too far, and I think that was true also of Walker. They also needed a wide receiver, but then once they got into Ali and Leary and drafting Sanusi Kane in the 7th round and Samac, those are all need picks. They weren't value picks.
So you think the 4th round is not where they go need?
I think they better go BPA still in round 4. But you got some. Look at the broad set of needs they have and the broad set of players we have on the board who are still our 3rd round guys. I mean, they have a lot of options that for an intersection of need and value.
Okay.
To that point, there are still guys in free agency that you can fill out a roster. Mm-hmm. We're not asking any of the guys that we're drafting right now to start. So, vet minimum deals are out there. So I agree. You probably still stick with best player available in round 4.
Okay. Thank you.
I think all those answers are good. I would wonder or question, did we do that last night with Emory Jones? Is that where we made that turn? Because I don't think he was the best player on the board at that time.
That's a fair statement.
I think they really liked his violence. Like, I went and watched, I don't know, probably an hour last night. I was up till 3 a.m., but there's a lot of stuff to not like, but he's 21 and he's violent. And
I like him. I like him a lot. So,
to me, I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he was their top-rated guy there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's if you're able to earn starting tackle snaps as a teenager in the SEC, that says a ton about him, and I think that they see a lot of upside there. So,
and he just
I
turned
actually,
21.
as much as I like him, I think there were probably I felt like better values on the board at the time. So while I'm obviously very happy they picked him, I also, I do. They may have even been higher on him than I was, and so then on day 3, I feel like defensive line has to be prioritized, and maybe after that you can start to loosen up. But this would really feel like this. I would honestly be a little bit confused if they didn't take one of the defensive linemen still on the board here, given where the roster is, not just for this year, but for the next couple of years.
100%.
Kyle Kennard just going off the board.
Yep.
To the Chargers.
It's
Great
so
pick.
funny to me, this draft, how we can see Joe Ortiz and Mike McDonald's picks reflecting all the players that we all loved.
Browns on the clock.
Oh,
Did
fan
they
of
go
the year
Logan
here.
Brown here?
I could see the Browns going corner.
Ken, remind me what your preferences are
Dylan
for
Sampson, the number 2 running back. So they take Sampson and Judkins at running back in this draft already.
They're so
It's
dumb.
incredible.
I don't blame him.
Wow.
Oh,
Ken, remind me what your preferences are for spoiling picks. Is it just as soon as someone sees it, they can say it, or is it?
No, NFL
You
Network.
got to watch the NFL Network. We have the organic experience of seeing it at the same time. And we had guys who were doing graphics and whatnot on the previous nights, and they were going off and getting from whatever sources they'd be ready, but they weren't tipping it to the panel beforehand. This is a lot of the fun. We want to hear the groans all at the same time and the Mike Green reaction all at once.
What's funny is that my Hulu on internet or like whatever, I'm about 45 seconds behind you, so I don't get the organic experience. I get all my picks spoiled by you, Ken.
I'm
Exactly.
sorry, buddy.
My organic experience is watching Ken.
That's
yeah.
Like, I don't even
Watch
care what
this
the TV says.
Jalen Travis of Iowa State. Okay, now he's pretty far down on my board, but that's an interesting pick.
Yeah, I don't know what there's to not love about Logan Brown that Travis is gone.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm enticed by him.
2 picks away.
What did I not like about Travis? What was the issue?
I think it's a wonderful setup, the group that we have available here in the top right. I mean, I'm comfortable with that group there for where we are. Was it 129, right?
Yeah.
129. And then also 136. So probably they get 2 players off that list if they want to.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I'm rooting for the offensive lineman, but I recognize the D tackle need is real.
I'm rooting for the offensive lineman too.
Okay, Jalen Lane, a wide receiver. That's definitely a good pick for the Ravens to not be too concerned about him being off the board. And now they've got that entire list is available to them. I'm actually going to be upset if it's not one of those guys.
You can
But
take Samson
Ravens
off the right there, Ken.
I'm sorry, say again?
You can take Samson off the right of the players
thank
we
you.
want.
Thank you.
Put Logan Brown in there.
Okay,
I would
sure.
absolutely be upset, Ken, if it wasn't, one of those 2 situations. I understand that the BPA model and what the discussion we had a couple of minutes ago, but there's a real need from a depth standpoint. Yeah, I think Brent Urban's coming back and he can play. I love him. When he's on the field, I don't know how you guys are. When I see him on the field lined up almost a yard off the ball, I feel comfortable.
Yep. Yep.
Especially if it's a field goal attempt.
Yeah.
You know he's not going to get lost in traffic. You know he's not going to give up the gap. You know it's safe, and can't ask for more than that from a player at that price.
Yep. good player, seems to want to be here, right?
Yeah. I think he's got a maturity that is amazing and a understanding of what it means to be a survivor in the NFL. That's very cool.
His wife is super active with the flock on Twitter.
Yeah, she's great.
Mhm.
You know
Who
who
is
else's
she?
wife I miss is Seifert's. She was a lot of fun on. I'm not saying his name right. The guard, who just left last year.
You mean
Not
Zeitler?
Gary, right?
Zeitler.
Zeitler.
Zeitler,
Sorry. Yes, his wife was.
Yeah,
a lot
she's
of fun on
lovely.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Seifert, yeah, not the Niners coach.
You really get to know family members of players a lot because they read what you write and they read your film breakdowns. You've probably gotten some of this too, all 22, but I get a lot of this from various family members, particularly in the preseason when I'm doing those reviews about all the players who played, and it's really focused on the guys who are on the back end of the roster. You hear from those guys a lot. That's a lot of fun.
It's flattering, and then you think it reminds you. I think it's sobering too because it reminds you like
this is somebody's livelihood.
There's a person on the other end, and that person might be 21 or 22, but there's a 40-year-old parent or a 35-year-old uncle or aunt that's been rooting for that young man for years, and
for 20 years, yeah.
I happen to have a family member who's moving through that process. We hope he'll be on this board at some time, and so I understand it now. So I try to keep that in mind when I'm evaluating.
The other thing is the number of things that had to go right, the number of things that they had to accomplish and overcome to get to this point to be criticized by us. That's kind of sobering,
I wonder who they took.
This is about time for a commercial break, right?
They better not.
Yeah, and the pick to be advertised on Twitter while we're waiting, right?
Well, I'm not looking on Twitter.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, you saw the pick on Twitter?
No, I mean last night, Mike Green.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how cool would it be to have Urban and Pierce when they're both retired, which could be as early as 2025 fall?
Yeah.
How cool would it be to have those two on a pod together?
That'd be awesome.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I love that idea. I've been pitching this for like 3 years now. A Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh podcast when they're retired.
Did you guys watch the Hard Knocks AFC North this past year?
I did.
Just the way they talk about each other. I did not expected, we had such a losing streak against the Steelers. I had not expected to hear such glowing words of respect from Tomlin about all things Ravens. It was really interesting.
You should have Jeremiah on one time, Ken. He's one of the more astute, on point, and just his comments always have depth.
James Ogden, who was on the show last night, is
there we go
from London.
Oh, I didn't know, James. That's great.
That's awesome.
I told him to bring his computer so we could have some UK Ravens guys on the show. Ooh, Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker from Cal.
Wow. Okay.
What the hell? Who?
That is pretty far down the list, folks.
What in the world?
There he is. So now I'm a minute behind watching Ogden.
Teddy? He wasn't even. Man, he was 100 picks below where I thought he'd be.
God, he just screams the knucklehead with the ice cream in the trash can. Kenny Young, is that who it was? Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of versatile. They move him up some in that like 5-1 look. Move him up to the boundary. He's kind of versatile. His impact, like we used to always talk about like the last step and a half. When you're taking on a blocker, or when a blocker is, moving out to a linebacker, like you expect, the space to be closed at a certain speed or rate. Buchanan was a guy that last yard and a half, it looked like he got there sooner than the blocker expected and was able to get some leverage. He kind of stuck out to me on film. I wouldn't have had him, I would have had him probably about where Ken does. I didn't scout him. I think I only saved like 6 plays, but I wouldn't have guessed that we would have picked him here for real.
He's a strong guy, kind of a short arm guy at 31 3/8. It's just not that there are inside linebackers getting by with that, but the shedding ability would be a concern.
He's not the best player on the board.
Him to the 5th.
I imagine it had to be a guy that Zach Orr stood on the table for, because why else?
Yeah, there's somebody really like maybe 2 scouts really had a red star on him, and they really wanted him.
Now, this is interesting. He was a quarterback and switched from quarterback to linebacker.
Malachi Moore, the other way you spell Malachi from Alabama, is off the board.
I loved that kid, man. I could not understand how he was mocked to the 6th and 7th rounds.
Same here. He was probably my biggest safety sleeper. I think maybe it was just that he played in his more free safety role only for 1 year. And he looked better in that than he did in the nickel. So he has got, I don't think he brings that much nickel versatility. So you really got to believe in the 1 year of film. And maybe that was what scouts were hesitant about. But he was a guy that if they didn't get Starks, I badly would have wanted to land more on day 3, especially if they didn't get a safety on day 2 either.
Moore's a really good player. Been at Alabama his whole career. He actually, as a true freshman, him and Brian Branch split time. They actually rotated. So, like that time, the evaluation of those two was that they were competing for space on the field at nickel. It's attitude and a couple of other things.
I want to go back to the Buchanan pick for a second. The more I look at this, the more I don't like the pick. You got a limited size. You got a big size and shape pool at inside linebacker. The Ravens have, as Zach Orr knows well, have been done really well with undrafted free agent linebackers. You can go lower. You can get somebody. I don't see enough special about Buchanan that it makes me want to overlook a need on the defensive line or even the offensive line with that pick. So I can't believe that Buchanan would be the guy they'd say, oh, yeah, no, Buchanan won't be around at 136 anymore. Because if he's not, then somebody else will be.
Yeah.
So I do not like the scarceness of the position issue that Buchanan has at inside linebacker. I know they need one, but I think they've got other routes to find one.
Yeah. I agree. Like, I don't think he's the best player on the board. Now, I would say that to John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta's face, and I think there's probably 6 or 8 other better players on the board at this point. Number 1, number 2. I don't know the inside linebacker is a position of need for us right now. So, in any case,
yeah, they are short. They're 2 special teams linebackers who left, and so I know they want somebody for that, but that's not something you can get addressed in round 4. And if you're trying to get a 2-down thumper at inside linebacker, you got multiple choices. You get a little bit slower as you go lower down, or you get other disadvantages and warts like in the length, the size, the length issues. But I have to believe he'd have been available later. Garnett makes a good point here, though, about the turnovers.
So 2 interesting things about him are the background as a quarterback before switching over to linebacker, and then he's a 3-time team captain, 2 times at UC Davis, and a team captain at Cal also. Not that good character guys aren't a dime a dozen when they don't have the physical traits, but that is something good about him.
Now I'll let you take this one, Coach, because I know we both like Quincy Riley a lot, but you probably liked him even better than I did.
Yeah, I mean, I think the tackling, as long as when you draft him, you know what you're getting. Did he just go off the board?
He just went off the board. Yeah,
got it. Yeah. As long as you know what you're drafting, I was impressed with his ability to break on 3-step routes, but also on deeper concepts. I don't mean 20-yard. What I guess we refer to as intermediate routes. His ability to put his foot in the ground and come downhill at the correct angle. I kind of liked Riley more than a lot of other people. I think that's a good pick for the Saints, and I think the Malachi Moore pick is a really good one for the Jets. You're not going to go there as a DB and cause problems with Aaron Glenn in charge. It's not going to happen. I think you'll see the best out of Malachi Moore. I like those 2 picks. I like both of them.
I'm struggling to see Buchanan and Simpson. Like I don't see why you draft Buchanan and is he going to push Simpson for snaps? Or I just don't.
I think you want somebody who will compete with Simpson for snaps. Simpson lost an open competition to 2 veteran players who
It's true.
weren't considered to be starters last year. So I think it's healthy to have competition there.
Now, does Buchanan bring an element of savviness and, like, because that Simpson's knock, right, was not the physicality, the athleticism, but like the ability to make the right reads, the right decisions. And this guy is slower, smaller, but is a reads and decisions guy. Like, is that the element that he pushes Simpson on?
I mean, he's a 4-year starter, which was one of the reasons why I had him as like a priority with like maybe a 5th comp pick or something. I just don't think that I think the athleticism is so limiting. And that and positionally, I don't know. I think Ken really hit it on the head. This one doesn't make a lot of sense. There are plenty of linebackers left. If you're getting a guy that dropped in Paul, that's one thing. Who was thought of a lot higher. That's one thing, but Buchanan feels like a guy who's not quite worth this pick and could have been gotten later. I understand why they like him. I think he was really productive at Cal as a blitzer, especially. I think his tape in pass coverage is pretty solid. But my concern is that the competition jump and the athleticism jump is going to be really hard for him to overcome, even though he does seem to have a good head on his shoulders in when he's dropping into coverage. He's not going to be able to keep up in man-to-man with backs and athletic tight ends. And I think that the competition jump up to the NFL could negate his experience and maybe play recognition savvy in coverage. But he'll do good on special teams, but that's not what I'm looking for a priority day 3 pick.
And it's not as important as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Can we talk about the accent of the lady who introduced the last pick, the player from Louisville? Was that Irish? Her accent? Irish, Scottish, something like that? Ruben Hippolyte?
Yeah, he was not on my board. I've not seen any
Maryland
tape
linebacker,
of
right?
him. Maryland, yeah.
Yes.
Maryland linebacker. Yes.
Oh,
He had a really nice pro day. I think I wrote a little bit about him for Russell Street Report. My comp to him was just like a much less consistent Patrick Queen. They've come similar frames and play styles in college. Obviously, Queen was a younger and much better player coming out, but there were things in the film that reminded me of Queen. But to me, it was just he's Hippolyte is a guy who could be really good in college, but again, I worry about that frame translating to the NFL. He's got the speed, but he does not have length. And size and functional strength is a huge issue all over his tape. So I'm not surprised he got drafted after a really, really good pro day and a lot of good feedback from character feedback from coaches, and he was a good interview. So I'm not surprised he got drafted. I'm a little surprised he got drafted this early.
Look at what all's coming off the board here recently. If you just track back, running back, linebacker, edge, running back, linebacker. There's some different positions sprinkled in, but it's almost like certain teams have an agreement. Hey, we'll take all these surplus positions that are going to be hybrid special team guys. We'll take them all in a run of 25 picks, an unwritten agreement. We're not going to punch in the face. We're just going to do body blows.
I rather would have drafted a safety and pushed further into a committed dime team.
That's a great point.
Special teams is the reason we did this. Just go sign Josh Bynes again. I don't care how old he is. Just go sign him again. He'll solve the problem.
Yeah, the Kaiser Soze for inside linebackers. Yeah, I can just pick up that phone right over there and call Josh Bynes, and he can have your job tomorrow.
they're telling you to change Buchanan to purple. Our Ravens pick.
Good point. Thank you.
Huge. You hate him so much that you left him at gray.
Huge fan of Josh Bynes. Just to get to think about him for a moment, a couple of years removed. Huge fan.
Okay, so Route 136 is next. It's only 3 picks until they pick again.
Buchanan. I only had 6 plays saved up of Buchanan. Like I said, just went and checked them real quick. He's committed. He's a guy that it looks like just again 6 plays that I just clicked through real quick off screen, and he just looks like a guy that whatever he does, he's going to do 108 miles an hour. So I mean, I don't get it. I'm not trying to justify it, but I guess that they saw a lot of that on film. If they have 60 plays and they're all at 108, 110 miles an hour, then I think we're going dime anyway. I'll be honest with you. I think it's a real opportunity that we're going to be in dime more anyway with the Starks pick. Starks is used at Georgia as a dime linebacker 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times a game.
Well, it'll be Hamilton in the dime if the Ravens run it and Starks on the back end. I'll bet you a lot of money on that. But at least I bet I'd certainly bet on that way. But Starks should, if Starks can't fill the backfield the back end half field responsibility at least well on passing downs, that's the absolute minimum standard for year one for him as a pick you invest that much in.
Yeah. Kind of liked his third down usage in man. That the first 4 or 5 times I saw it
as a slot guy.
Yeah, I was okay. These are good reps here, And then when I saw it later on, it continued. I was like, okay, well, that's just who he is. He plays good coverage. Third down man.
Off the board to the Chiefs. That is a really good value pick for them.
God, I would have been much happier with that pick than Buchanan. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Buchanan on PFF, and I don't know how much we're allowed to share here, but the coverage snaps and what he's doing in coverage doesn't show our mutual loathing of this pick. Tied 11th for coverage stops with 20 in 2024.
That's not bad.
Completion percentage 56.3, tied 21st.
7.2 yards per target and a 79 opposition passer rating. That's pretty good for a linebacker.
Yep.
So you'd
the
hope.
Big thing though, run stops 28, tied 126.
Out of how big is the pool there?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Buchanan, I think he's a play every snap guy. When I watched Noel Williams' film, he was on the field pretty much every snap. Maybe a handful. Do yourself a favor. Don't watch the first quarter of the Syracuse game. I just downloaded it from a run defense standpoint.
Oh.
Syracuse style of play is
that's one of the best games of the season too, man. Fuck. Whew.
I had him a little later.
Coming up.
I had him a little later, just from the standpoint of a general sense. I thought I had him like being a 5th, 6th round guy that was later. I feel like that's a round early, just from a general standpoint across the NFL, not just the Ravens.
Same.
Josh Reed, who did the ILB show with him, liked him too. He had him, I think, in the top 10, not just his honorable mention, but if he didn't on the top 10, he was an honorable mention. The guy who this kind of cock blocks, if you want to call it that way, but blocks the Ravens from taking is Smile Mondon, who I liked significantly more in terms of the fit for the Ravens. It also blocks him from picking a player like Paul. I guess they could double dip an inside linebacker if it goes far enough down, because they do have probably enough roster spots. But I wouldn't. I don't believe that they will.
They played Miami last year, and I'm going to go watch that game later today to see how he did against Arroyo.
Off the field in their dime look. So when they're dime on third down, the first 2 times against Syracuse, off the field in their dime look. So for someone to say, and Steve, I don't mean to be reactionary to you, but for him to be on the field for us in dime when he's off the field in dime for Cal would be a stretch to me.
What game are you talking about that he was off the field for? Sorry, what
Teddy Buchanan. Sorry, Teddy Buchanan's Syracuse 2004. First 2 times they went dime. I'm watching it on the screen.
Okay,
he's off the field.
He played 88 snaps in that game. This might have been a long overtime game or something. It must have been like 4 overtimes or something to have a snap count like that.
Yeah,
he played another game early in the year against Miami where he played 91 snaps.
Jesus.
So I would think this is a guy who's on the field for every single play.
Was that what's going on?
These are his defensive snap counts I'm looking at.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah, they put him at
Etienne.
They put him at edge some, and when they go like a 5-1 look, I'm not sure of his pass rush, usage, but
So that's
moves-
what I would call jumbo nickel, right? Two edges, 3 down linemen, but only 1 inside linebacker.
yeah. So I mean, but he is an inside linebacker, so he's just walking up.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So 5-1, yeah.
Q Robinson, the edge, from Alabama, is off the board. Okay.
I liked him.
They did some neat stuff with him, man.
Yep.
Etienne, the running back, as well, a few picks ago.
Did I miss one?
Yeah, the running back, Etienne.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Is there a guy that they could take in 2 picks that would, if we had flip-flopped the picks, we wouldn't hate it as much?
Phillips,
Yep.
Bo, I think.
Yep.
Either of the two of them, just because maybe it's just on the outside. People think the Ravens need to invest more in their trenches than the team does, or something like that. But I think going Phillips at 129, Buchanan at 136, I can see it that way and feel a lot better about it. I think the thing that's just tough with me for Buchanan is that there were both plenty of linebackers left and multiple that I liked more. And I think that will always make it tough for me to be fully on board with that pick, no matter how much I like what they do at 136 here.
Right.
I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right. The only thing I would say is there had been 4 or 5 inside linebackers picked already. 4 in the 4th round. So maybe they're picking him, quote, early for us as a reaction to those guys going off the board,
Shaz makes this great point in the comments that's highlighted here that they must have transitioned to need earlier than we anticipated them doing.
Yep. You're exactly right, Steve.
Yeah, good point, Steve.
I don't see that.
Need a
I don't
special
see that.
teams?
To me, it had to be they had him best player available, because I don't see the need at inside linebacker being higher than defensive line
I
or
agree with that.
backup tackle.
100%.
Or guard, whatever. Like
Yep.
to me, it had to be their best player available.
So I know we have our list of 7 guys on the right there. Anyone here you think they could surprise us with after surprising us with Buchanan?
We can't. I mean, a
This
kicker.
is a surprise.
I don't think they can just surprise us more here.
I
Maybe
heard
they
about
go
this
best player
quarterback from
available.
Colorado.
Yeah, I don't know who they
Sanders.
surprised us with it, but I didn't see the last pick coming. Now Tonka Hemingway, a guy who's much further
like
down the
Tonka.
board at IDL, goes over Phillips and Farmer.
I liked him. I liked him.
I like his
Here's
name.
my
That's the best
hesitation.
name I've ever heard for a football for a lineman. Tonka Hemingway.
It's like
That's
a dump
why I
truck,
started
right?
watching tape, just because his name was Tonka.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, who is this guy?
All right, now many commercials in a row.
Yeah, kind of tough to imagine us being surprised more than we were right there. I think our evaluations / expectations of the need at interior offensive line and interior D line is just quite obviously different than what the Ravens have, what they assess.
Is Pat Ricard back to defensive line? Am I missing something?
They're going to go Shadur Sanders here.
Dude,
Really shock us.
It's weird watching
traded.
Pete walk around the Raiders draft room.
Oh, yeah, we traded.
We traded the pick? Oh, no.
Yep.
Of course. Well, with 7 guys.
I wonder what they did. What are they getting for this? This is
Did they get a 4th rounder?
no, it looks like we traded back for their 5th rounder. I had to pick up something in addition because we're on the clock for the 3rd pick. In the
Tennessee's at 141, so we would have picked that up and then maybe a 6th round pick as well.
Oh my God.
That would be something you couldn't really pass up.
Yeah.
Be too good to pass up. But still,
What are we gonna do with another 6th round pick?
Supplement our UDFA money.
We're gonna end up trading Sean Wade again, or another one of those guys. Right?
I mean, that could be true, but there is a value even hidden in the Sean Wade trade, for example, or the Bredesen trade would be another one that kind of fit
Yep.
that mold. Is you have an option on that guy for a period of time while your depth may or may not hold up, and then when your
That's
depth does hold up, you make the trade and you're okay with that.
You've got a 6-week or at least training camp placeholder
Yeah,
that if you don't need, you can move on from. That's very true. Good
Yeah.
point.
I imagine this is a 5 and a 6 from Tennessee. Tennessee has a couple 6 that it might be. They have a one at 178. They have another at 188. And I don't know if they have another one down in the compensatory somewhere. No, it doesn't look like it. But if it's not
We
that,
traded our 136 and 183 for 141 and 178.
I am total. Wait a minute. I'm totally unexcited by that.
They,
They did that for no reason.
They dropped 5 spots to move up
pick up-
5. They dropped 5 spots from the 4th to move up 5
This
spots.
doesn't make any sense. It's got to be wrong.
That's what the Ravens alert says. I don't know.
That does not make any sense.
We traded our
Okay.
136 and 183 for 141 and 178.
I'm seeing this too. I don't get this at all.
No, that's got to be wrong.
Nope, it's right. Yep,
No,
official.
it's right.
Yeah,
They give up
Ravens
141
PR
and
has to be wrong,
178 to give
though.
them.
There has to be something else. The
I
value's
think-
not there. You could
think
trade a 7th to move up 5 picks in the 6th.
It could possibly be a 2026 6th round pick as well. Say would be an addition that would make sense with that.
Mhm.
Iamener is would be a coveted player. I would have thought, but obviously lasted this long. Not a big separation guy. You see a highlight of that right there, but he definitely has the size to play X. This is interesting now because the highest ranked wide receiver that I have on the board that's still available is now Restrepo. And I know he's one who another trade here.
The Titans got him. Oh my gosh, that was my receiver. They got him.
Mm-hmm.
We need better information on that trade.
I mean, I'm seeing the Titans, like Titans writer, 141.76, Aaron Wilson, out of Houston, who's pretty reliable. Same thing, 136 and 183 for 141 and 178. Sorry, the math just does not math there, and that's a bad trade. I don't think there's any other way to say it. The math just does not check out there. Moving back 5 picks in the 4th is never worth moving up just 5 picks in the 6th. I just can't really put one. I mean, it's not like
more.
I wonder what else that could be, because I don't know.
By the way, this trade also looks terrible for the Patriots moving down. They moved down 7 spots for a 7th round selection. And it's not an early 7th round selection either.
Wow.
I am befuddled by this. That just makes no sense at all. There's got to be something more. I mean, Nick, it doesn't make sense as is. It usually means that they couldn't tell us exactly what the pick number was going to be in 2026. They're getting additionally because they don't know it yet.
But wouldn't it at least be reported that they're getting a 2026 pick?
Okay,
I'm just saying, prepare to be disappointed in their decision, in their ultimate decision here, because
It can't be. That can't just be it as well, because there's no way EDC would make that trade after Tennessee 2 years ago was like, no, you can't have Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Like, why would you help them at all?
Well, I don't think why would you do such a disadvantageous deal? If the deal was worth it, fine. But with anyone, I don't know why you do a deal like that. That just I don't know.
There's got to be more to the equation, and we don't even know the mechanism for which somebody in the Ravens organization puts together the post and sends it to us.
I mean, Jameson's got the same. Titans team writer has the same.
All right, I'll see what Jeff has to say about it.
Watch
It just-
that move up to what is it, 178? Watch them absolutely hit a home run at 178 too. While we're all complaining about this.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they have other picks that are around there. They can hit the same home run with. Basically, they're getting a lot of fastballs.
You could have traded the 7th round pick to move up those 5 spots.
So strange for this team. But, okay.
Josh Farmer off the. I mean, that's a player the Ravens might have wanted in there.
Oh my god!
I mean, again, clearly a guy they didn't want that much. Like there really must not have been players they wanted. They saw much good value for at all here if they're going to accept that trade, right? So clearly that would tell me that they weren't going to get Farmer at this next pick anyway, even if they maybe should.
Yeah, because they could have just taken him there. All right. I mean,
I'm speechless. I can't even. I can't even wrap my head around this.
Come back on.
Yeah, I mean the 129, 136 turn for 2025, we got nothing out of it. I mean, I like Buchanan looks like a cool player, plays the game the right way just from the limited sample size that I've seen, but we didn't get anything out of our 2 4th rounders.
Yep.
I mean, it's okay to say what you're thinking, that we're somewhat disappointed with that piece of it.
Is EDC on a bathroom break and like somebody like just gets to answer the phones for that? It just does not add up.
Yeah, there are a lot of cases when it's the draft, and we all know this, is that any one individual person's views on a prospect are not really determinative. And so to me, it's less about this, certain prospects going certain places and just more about pure draft pick value and that value not adding up in that trade that I have a problem with. How the Ravens use the picks, really it's just a function of my personal view on any given prospect. And I don't, I think that's determining the value of a pick is a lot more nuanced than that. But what we can determine more clearly is the actual trade value of each pick. And
completely with you.
I just don't see this one. Again, regardless of the fact that there were guys that I like at that pick, I don't mind them trading back. My issue is the complete and utter lack of value in trading back.
Ethan did the math on the JJ value. We lost 0.5 points in this trade, but
how do you lose points trading back? I mean, JJ is also weighted to help. Oh no, JJ is not weighted to help, but
that doesn't sound even right. I think it would be more than that we lost.
Yeah,
I'll take a look at it in just a second, but I think that's wrong. Jordan Watkins, wide receiver from Ole Miss, is off the board.
136.
There's another one I have to add.
Those are 2 big reaches by the 49ers now in this draft. At least 2. Martin, Stout, even. Big reaches for them.
Okay, so they traded 136 and 183, which has total value. Okay, the 136 to 141 difference, let's do it by that, is 38 versus 35.5. So it's a 2.5 reduction. And 178 to 183 is the other part of that. He's right. It's a 2.0 reduction. So it is almost no difference. It still is a because of the nature of it, a 5 up, 5 down. It doesn't make any sense at all. but it is not a lot of draft capital by any standpoint. The amount lost on that trade is less than the value of Mr. Irrelevant.
Which 2 points in JJ is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th pick in the 7th round. So again, could have just traded our 7th round pick to move up.
All right. Well, in theory, they still have a draft pick coming up here in the 3rd pick from now, with the Vikings on the clock now. Still lots of players they could have.
Farmer is gone on the right side there.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
How could it go further downhill from Buchanan and then trading back? What could they do next year? Shador Sanders, I guess.
That's another thing.
Jake Brenningstool.
After that trade, I don't even want to joke about Sanders even more. Like, that's how disheartened I am.
Jake brings still to the Vikings. Is that right?
No. I was joking that would be that could be the crazy thing that would really throw us.
That would be crazy.
Chaos, I think. But
we find out they traded Mark Andrews for a 6th round pick to make room for Brenningstool.
Oh, Ken, stop.
Eric basically came out yesterday and said no one was willing to pay our asking price, and
That's
once
literally
they,
what it is.
yeah, and which has been the case the whole time. I thought maybe after they ate the roster bonus that a team might come and get Andrews, but it also depends if the Ravens' price went up at all because they had to eat more money. But if they're
They could.
Comments are bringing up the dollars and cents between the picks. I see that as being marginal at best,
it is.
right?
It's not substantial enough.
That's trivial. I mean, that is really
maybe
couch
trading
cushion,
back from late 4 to early 5 might give you some leverage in some of the details of the contract, getting guarantees past the first year. So there's some really, really tiny things in that, but
And if we are that tight against the cap, we got bigger problems.
Mhm.
There's
they're often
original
not tight
round
against the
tender
cap.
situations for an RFA. Yeah, this is there'd be an original round. No, wait a minute. If he's drafted as a 4th round pick, he's not an RFA. He'll just have a 4-year deal.
Correct. And then the difference between a 4th or 7 picks, whatever it is, like that's just marginal. It's not going to be anything. Probably less than 100K total.
Agree with Alex on this.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think the Vikings made a pick for an edge rusher.
Dawkins.
Yep.
So I know I stepped away right as the details of that trade were being announced, but I can't understand this correctly. The Ravens dropped back 5 spots in the 4th and moved up 5 spots in the 6th, and that's the entirety of the deal?
We have
I
all
don't-
been saying some version of that for the last 10 minutes.
Is that what actually happened? That can't be what
Yes.
happened, is it?
Legitimate.
Okay, so here's the response from Jeff Zreback. It says, yeah, we're all scratching our heads, and with the drive live, I guess it's a draft live, haven't had much of a chance to try and figure it out. Okay.
There's got to be some other unreported compensation, right?
Damn.
That's another interior defensive lineman gone. He's a nutritionist's dream in terms of future fees, but a guy who
I wasn't a huge fan of Cam Jackson, but I figured if we can't get Walker, Cam Jackson's a good option. But
Jackson and Watson are those guys on the Florida line who feed off each other in terms of not having to comply with their weight restrictions. I'm not going to lose weight if he doesn't.
McDonald's order.
Feed off of each other sounds like a pun.
Yeah, I did that intentionally. I thought you guys
Nice.
would.
Well done.
That was a good one. I immediately just imagine them in a McDonald's drive-thru.
Jordan Phillips is looking like a great pick right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much left other than him. Aeneas Peebles is still on the board, I guess, if you want to.
Is Swinson still available too?
Yep.
You guys think anything of Omar Norman Lott, the Tennessee player?
He was drafted.
Yeah,
yesterday,
he was
right?
drafted.
Bengals.
Okay. Yeah.
From,
Or no.
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
All right. So here's something. This is potentially true. This is from Michael Pierce Appreciation Thread. His thought is that here's the scenario that justifies the Titans trade. They have a big flat pool right now. Moving the first pick back and the second pick forward slightly increases the chances of getting two guys from that group instead of one. I can't deny that. If they basically valued every single player the same, then that could be true. I just, after seeing Farmer off the board earlier in that group just really bothers me. So,
Except
Yep.
they didn't increase their number of picks at all. It's the same number
Yeah.
of picks.
right.
Seeing Farmer and Cam Jackson off that
Yeah, but
list.
But I think what he's saying, just to clarify, Jim, is that since the second pick is earlier, if your pool is big and flat, then your second pick will still be in the pool where it might be out of the pool if you left it at its original spot.
Right.
Okay.
Again,
All
it's,
right.
it's a big flat pool. I'm not
From
buying it,
their
not even
pool,
for a second. But
Yeah. It just seems like something that occurred at the last second that caught us off guard, and maybe there's something else attached to it that we're unaware of, or maybe this is the quid pro quo to something that happened years ago and we don't know about. I don't know.
Maybe it was a mistake.
EDC is going to have to answer more questions than the one JJ point value.
oh yeah,
Maybe
Yeah.
that's what he's doing. Maybe he's feeding a question to distract from the other more pressing questions.
Why did you draft Teddy Buchanan?
Right.
yes. So let's get to talking about that exchange of picks. Yeah.
He's just trying to bury the rape allegations thing.
You guys thought Teddy was confusing.
All right, who's this guy? International Fan of the Year. Okay, that's IFOTY.
God, that they go Bo here or Phillips.
Carson Vincent. That's a developmental offensive tackle. I don't hate the pick. I wish they had not had to do it in round 4. I guess they're in round 5 now, so maybe that should feel better. But
Yeah, I guess I think we're probably now at the point where we're going for development instead of best player available.
Vincent is one of my yellows, so he's one of the guys I'd hope to get today. Okay.
Let me look where I have Vincent in my list. He's a decent pass blocker.
God, he's a big human.
He got long arms.
Yep.
6'7".
Well, I can see them trading back now. I mean, no one's going to pick him in the last 5 picks. Still right ahead at DT.
We haven't drafted a corner yet.
No, we have not.
Got some guys. Zy Alexander is still out there too. But it's a long time until the Ravens pick again. They don't pick again until number 176.
If this was their guy, it makes sense trading back. If they had already locked in that this is the guy that they want, the trade back to get 5 picks up in the 6th round or whatever it is, or 5th, whatever, that makes sense then.
Rather than just
Right.
taking him at 136.
Correct. Yep.
All right.
If that's your guy, you know you're going to take him. You know he's going to be there. Why not get a little bit of value out of that?
Okay.
Right. It should.
I like this
it
pick.
really should have been there to be. It should have been there to be had. One thing about Vincent, he is a left tackle only. He cannot play in the National Football League if he has to move at all. He's a
That's
big,
good.
tall beanpole of a guy. So yeah, it's a commitment to left tackle.
Yeah, so
300 pounds.
Jones is a backup, maybe a backup right tackle, pushes for a guard spot, and then you've got your developmental left tackle guy that you're going to spend the next 3 to 4 years trying to develop in a guy who might be able to start in the NFL. It's a fine use of a 5th round pick, in my opinion. I'm not as familiar with Vincent's tape, and I'm gonna have to go back and watch. But based on what you guys are saying, it's a fine use, and it is the kind of player I was hoping that actually Jones and Vincent combined kind of fill what I was looking for in the offensive line out of this draft. A guy who could contribute at guard on his rookie contract, and the tackle versatility from Jones is excellent. But then getting a guy like Vincent to really develop at left tackle. My one reservation with some of the guys like Millam was that I didn't really see him as a guy you could develop into a starting left tackle at any point. And so I thought the Ravens might have to kind of separate their guard and tackle objectives if they were going to address the position outside of the first 70 or so picks.
The time frame of the Vincent pick makes sense for the Stanley retirement. So Stanley retires after 2 years of this 3-year deal, then Vincent could be exactly ready at that time. But I think he's a significant developmental project in terms of requiring 2 years. He'll have to take a spot on the roster. They could not make the roster spot for Sanat to do that. And it's a good thing that they got Jones, because there really isn't a place for a 9 to make 8 or 10 to make 9. Well, specifically for a 9 to make 8 guy, which I think means this is the end of the Nick Samac experiment. If I had to guess, I don't think he'll be on the roster this year. If not, if the Ravens' depth holds up anyway.
Who would be I guess you might have Voorhees as the emergency center.
Ben Cleveland.
Who would be the backup center?
Ben Cleveland.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But who like that? Then you want a third emergency guy. So you have to cross train someone.
I think Voorhees has taken a few snaps there as well.
Yeah, I think you could do. I think he'd probably be the pick. But I just remember in past years they've typically had an emergency center. I know it was Ben Powers at one point. It was Ben Cleveland last year.
Mm-hmm.
I like Majors as a backup, as the last string center, if that ends up happening.
But they don't. I don't think they have the roster spot. If you can't let a developmental offensive tackle go to your practice squad. They did that with Sanat in the 2018 draft, and then you just lose them immediately.
Yep.
Jordan Phillips is off the fucking board. Okay, we knew it would happen eventually. So not a shocker, but still sucks.
Lining him up next to Zach Sealer.
Yeah, I remember at Maryland's pro day, Phillips seemed, really, really chummy and familiar with the Ravens staff that was on hand, and so he was, checks some of the boxes: physical, defensive tackle, athletic freak, really young, which is a huge box for Eric DaCosta that he has consistently targeted, which is why I really thought he would be a pick for the Ravens, especially once he fell to day 3. He is a guy who I'm going to circle back to specifically in the post-draft reporting and try and figure out exactly what it was that dropped his stock, because there is the lack of college production, and I would say he didn't take advantage of the pre-draft process to put himself out there as much, declining to test as much as he did. I don't even remember how much he tested at the combine. And that could be, a lesson learned for players in the future. He didn't run a 40 at the combine, poor agility grades, didn't retest at his pro day. And I think that's an example of maybe not handling the process that well when you don't have that great of, you don't have a history of production in college, needing to prove yourself to teams a little bit more.
I just think Phillips and Vincent would look so much nicer than Vincent and Buchanan.
100%.
Yep. We haven't drafted an interior defensive lineman yet, and that to most of us that seems like an obvious need.
And as I'm seeing it, the top 16 guys in a very chalky draft, the top 16 guys are all off my board. They have Aeneas Peebles still there, and they have only 4 lower guys are off the board.
I mean, we knew that it was a deep draft for interior defensive linemen. Does the Ravens front office think it's this deep that we're,
they can't have any idea who they're getting with their next pick at this point. They can't have any idea with so
exactly.
I will say Tim Smith is a run stuffer only, but I love the tape on that guy. Absolutely love the tape on that guy. If you're looking for somebody that can do what
you want me to yellow him?
Pierce did. Yeah, what Pierce did in the run game, I like Tim Smith a lot. Is he going to push the pocket like Pierce did? No. But is he going to eat double teams consistently? Yes. And that's a skill set nobody cares about right now in this very deep IDL draft.
The Ravens, they have a weird interior defensive line need because they need Jones to be Jones. They need nobody to get hurt because if Jones gets hurt, I mean, now it looks like it could be Broderick Washington on the nose for the Ravens. I mean, that's scary.
And which Broderick Washington are we going to have there?
Yeah, I mean, no version of Broderick Washington at nose tackle is acceptable to me. Yeah,
True.
You guys see the trade that just happened?
No, what happened?
The Seahawks are trading Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Interesting.
Which is an interesting one. O'Connell getting another live arm to try and get something out of if McCarthy isn't back yet right away. I don't know. Obviously, once they drafted Milroe, it was clear he was going to go. But
let me ask you guys this. Do you think there's a small school interior defensive lineman, maybe a nose tackle, that the Ravens just love? They got Pierce that way, and they got Brandon Williams from a small school, even though they expended a draft pick on him.
It's a Lido kid. Is he your
so
There's probably three.
Thor Griffith, my friend Josh Quapo at the Pewter Report is really high on him. He is I'm trying to remember his exact history. I feel like he spent some time at Harvard, and seems to be he spent some time at Harvard. So clearly a smart guy. He was on the Freaks list in 2023. So I could see him as a guy the Ravens think they could get the most out of. And they, like the personality and the character and the intelligence. I'm not really sure. I don't know what happened with him that he didn't test particularly well after, usually guys who are on the Freaks list test really well. And Griffith tested, I think, okay, but Griffith just didn't do a lot of testing before the draft. And so that, if you're a physical freak and you don't test, kind of like Jordan Phillips, it's hard to rise up draft boards. He could be a guy maybe the Ravens are thinking about later on day 3.
How about a 6'6", 320-pound one from Georgia Tech, Zeke Biggers?
Could see that.
I had him when I looked through the defensive lineman. He was a no unless he drops a ton, and I added him back on as a potential low round pick here overnight.
Georgia's Nazir Stackhouse could be a nose, a late nose pick. There are it is.
Oh, the Browns took Shadur.
Wow.
What?
That's fucking Cleveland.
In the 5th round.
After you drafted Gabriel.
After drafting Gabriel and trading away from taking Hunter.
Now,
what a weird organization.
I believe Dion will be a problem.
Yeah, Dion throwing a lot of stuff out there about who's going to be the third string quarterback for the Browns. That'll be funny.
Congratulations, Dion. You got your kid to the Browns. Well played.
Ooh, fucking Cleveland, bro.
I got to say, I think aside from the double dipping at running back, I think the Browns have had a pretty good draft. I like the Fannin pick. I like the Sampson pick. I'm not as crazy about the Judkins timing of the pick, and I don't think they need 2 running backs. Obviously, I think everybody loves the Mason Graham pick, and the Schlesinger pick is okay. It's just the double dipping at quarterback and the double dipping at running back is pretty weird.
I didn't mind double dipping at running back, especially the two have different styles. If I'm thinking about them having Joe Flacco and, they're going to develop Gabriel, but now adding Sanders to the mix, now none of it makes any sense.
2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, Harold Fanning Jr., who I really like.
Mm-hmm.
As confused as we have been in the last 20, 25 minutes as Ravens fans, that 25-minute stretch is about as bad as it gets to be a Ravens fan. That's probably what Browns fans feel like
For the
6
25
days,
years.
6 days out of the week. You know,
Yeah. Factory of
Ravens
sadness.
have. It's correct that they've made 5 selections, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. They've made with a 4 being turned into a 5.
Everyone on
Ravens,
camera is
yeah.
clapping. None of them actually look happy. Five quarterbacks.
who the Browns?
Yeah. Kenny Pickett, Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Gabriel, and Sanders. Oh, man.
What the hell?
Mac McWilliams. There's another new name. UCF.
Kenny Pickett is on that squad.
I mean, they got 5 guys they could cut. They've got enough cuts to make. But
They got 5 quarterbacks they could cut.
You got 5 quarterbacks. What? I mean, like there is a number at which that sentence is obscene, right? Like if it's you have 7 quarterbacks, what the hell's the difference if you have 5 versus 7? Like how much of a difference is that? Like 2%? Absolutely ridiculous.
You can't give enough snaps to those guys to tell who's good or not in camp.
What does it mean? I mean, does it mean that like they think that Watson's never going to play for them again?
So that would be a fair assessment.
Undoubtedly.
I think they've almost said that, haven't they? That basically he's not coming back. They just extended him in order to make it hurt less to get rid of him.
They're only paying Joe Flacco 4.5.
What's Pickett making this year?
I don't know, but like you're talking about a quarterback room with Joe Flacco in it. Like I think if there's a guy who's a kryptonite for bullshit in that quarterback room, I would say that Flacco's probably one of them.
2.6 for Kenny. I could imagine a situation where Joe Flacco retires 2 weeks into training camp. He
Joe
deserves
likes
better
playing.
than that.
He likes playing, and he can beat all these guys.
Yeah,
for sure. But even if he vastly outplays them, which we all know he can do, what are the chances the Browns actually let Joe Flacco play? With all
As
this
compared to
madness?
who? Kenny Pickett?
I think Kenny Pickett probably gets cut. I think they probably end up rolling with Gabriel. But it's Cleveland, so who the hell
Who knows
knows?
what the hell they'll do.
They might ask Myles Garrett to play quarterback.
I mean,
Maybe that was the plan that convinced him to stay in Cleveland. Was they said we'll let you play quarterback.
Undoubtedly, Joe Flacco is going to be the one that plays best and wins the job. But do they actually let that happen? Like spiraling into madness, trying to make logic out of it.
it would make a great Hard Knocks, wouldn't it, to see the Browns camp again? But the Browns have been on like every other year, it seems like.
Just the quarterback room, just no
Yeah.
other room but the quarterback room.
Netflix Manning does that documentary with QBs in the offseason. Like, God, I would pay double my subscription just to have a QB on the Browns, just to see what that's like.
How many guys have played quarterbacks for the Browns in the last like
Since
2 to 3
99?
years?
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but I mean like the last 2 to 3 years. Was it 23 McDonald's last year here? There was like an insane amount of guys that actually suited up and like played quarterback for them over like a 5-game stretch or something.
I'll give you the total real quick. Give me a sec. And there's going to be other guys on this list who like thrown a
5
pass or
last
something.
year, 4 in
Wait.
2023.
You looking at PFF?
I'm looking at Wikipedia.
Oh, only 4 and 23. Maybe I was thinking of last year then. Okay.
Also, eliminate the overlap from year to year. So last year's 4 guys: Winston, Watson, Zappi, and Thompson Robinson. In 23, it was Flacco, Watson, who's an overlap, Driscoll, DTR, who's an overlap, and PJ Walker.
Yeah.
PJ Walker. He started a game against the Ravens. That's 7 in 2 years. Go back to 22. Jacoby Brissett and Amari Cooper threw one pass, but Jacoby Brissett was the only one to add. That's 8 in 3 years. Go back to 21 if we want to. Mullins, Mayfield, and Keenum. That's 11 in from 21 to 24. That's a number.
That Browns quarterback. Did you mention Deshaun?
I did mention Deshaun. I think in the 24 group.
Yeah. Okay.
So since they've moved on from Mayfield, it's 7 or 8.
Since Mayfield, it's 8. The 22 to 24
Wow.
is eight different quarterbacks.
That Browns quarterback jersey with all the names on is probably like a dress now.
Yeah, I love that.
Right. Maybe yeah. I mean, I guess you take if you really haven't been able to find a quarterback, the strategy of taking several stabs in an offseason, including multiple in the same draft, in a weaker draft on day 3, I don't.
I understand that Mayfield was not going to win a Super Bowl. I understand that. I don't understand how you don't re-sign Baker Mayfield. It will never make sense to me.
That was the Cardinals' sin that they've been trying to recover from. That in the trade they've been trying to recover from the whole time. And so if they think their window is as far off as it seems to be, then just getting the best players they can and taking stabs on day 3 and maybe they get lucky with that. And if not, they're bad enough to be in a position to get a top guy next year.
What's the last draft where an NFL team drafted 2 quarterbacks in the same year?
So the Redskins did it famously way back with Kirk Cousins and how am I blanking on his name? That's crazy.
RG3.
Thank you.
Yeah. 12. Yep.
I don't know if that's the last one. Do you want to talk about Dylan Gabriel for a second? Matt Waldman had Gabriel as his last draftable quarterback, QB 12. He's got him. He comps him as a very, very weak sauce Russell Wilson, like significantly lesser, similar style player. So that's not exactly a challenging pick for Shedeur to overcome.
I think it's a good. I mean, just to focus on Shedeur Sanders, is a good situation to be in the room with Joe Flacco. It's certainly not a good situation to be in Cleveland, and they're. You talk about a circus. Wow.
I do like their coach. I think their coach is pretty good.
I agree, but he's got to be nuts to still be there.
I mean, who else? Yeah, but there's only 32 such jobs in the world.
It's true.
Did the Browns trade up to get pick for Sanders 146 or whatever it was? I'm wondering if they did it because they were actually fearful that the Rams would use this pick on Shedeur. I mean, it doesn't really matter if they traded up or not. I think that was the primary fear.
No, from New England through Seattle.
Did the Brownies draft Dylan Gabriel specifically to give Shedeur somebody to be behind in camp?
They wouldn't even known they were sure to get him if they drafted Gabriel at the point.
Unless there was an agreement not to draft him until a certain round.
You don't really
Since
believe
the
that
Browns started again, were any of them? Did they have one that was decent outside of Mayfield?
They had the Ravens cast-off who made the Pro Bowl for them that one year. Tall quarterback.
Derek Anderson.
Yeah, that's him. I don't know that I would call him decent, but he did make the Pro Bowl that year.
Okay, Ty Hamilton is now off the board. That's another not great, but legitimately is a defensive lineman.
I didn't even realize I was on the screen. What's up, everybody? I'm hidden in the corner there.
Hey,
what's going on?
Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Good. I was gonna say yes, Ken. The Browns did trade up for Shedeur.
Okay.
So they traded ahead of the Eagles. They traded
ahead of the Rams.
Or Rams, sorry, 166 and 192.
That's good. You should have to trade up for use 2 picks to get your backup quarterback. Actually, your 5th string quarterback.
5th string.
What a disaster.
But then when he beats out and becomes the 4th string quarterback, they can report it as an accomplishment. Look how well Shedeur's doing.
Joe Flacco can add another quarterback mentor to his belt.
Okay,
Not my
so-
job to mentor quarterbacks.
That's his favorite thing to do.
I know. And why not mentor one when you can mentor two?
Or 4.
Or yeah,
Right.
I assume, Paul. I assume you're be more P. I assume you're talking about Deshaun Watson. He was injured in a game. Oh, there was a relapse of the injury, right? There was
Yeah,
a
he
he re-injured it. Okay, then I don't know on the NFI part.
Yeah, there's also some cap insurance questions of a loophole and ability to purchase insurance on cap, and that would also depend on non-football injury, football injury. But that's something that's very shrouded in mystery. As much as I've tried to read up on it, for obvious reasons, I don't think this is a thing that teams really want to advertise.
It is available out there. It's refunds from player is the category it's in. So you I know Brian McFarland can get it. So it's out there somewhere. I don't know whether it's it's in an OTC column that maybe they don't show on the screen, but it's available.
So back to the Ravens, guys. I'm under the impression that we're all kind of shaking our head about defensive tackle, and we haven't drafted a cornerback yet. And most of that's probably driven by the fact that we took the middle linebacker.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. And the trade back cost them a couple good DTs too that they could have gone with.
Literally a couple.
Yep. Now, didn't Phillips go like 2 picks after they took Vincent?
Think
Yeah.
so, yeah.
It was Farmer was the guy who was
Yeah, Farmer, and then
that group
Cam Jackson went the pick before, the 140, I think.
okay.
Yep. Farmer and Cam Jackson. That's correct. Yep.
So I don't even know who's a vet. Is there anybody in free agency that's even worth a look?
Brent Urban.
Brent Urban, fourth return.
I'm all for it.
I wouldn't. I mean, look, if that's their option. Let's see.
Jaden Blue, running back, goes to the Cowboys.
Are there any running backs that you guys are particularly interested in for the Ravens? I mean, I see your list up there, of course, Ken, but I'm wondering if there are any guys that you really.
I like Taj Brooks.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I can't justify using a draft pick in this draft for anybody that's going to take a snap away from Keaton Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Like I understand that we can upgrade our 4th string running back beyond Ali, but is there not a free agent or a undrafted free agent that we could sign that would be an upgrade as opposed to a draft pick?
How sure are we that Keaton Mitchell can return to a significant portion of what he was?
Not at all.
Yeah, I think there's a better chance that it happens this year than I wasn't expecting anything last year, but
I was
well.
somewhat reassured by his performance in the kicking game in the playoffs.
He was on the Vault podcast yesterday during their draft coverage, or Monday or Thursday night, and it sounded like he felt really good but wasn't 100% last year. They didn't want to rush him in and take snaps away from Justice Hill, but they felt good enough about where he was at to let him return kicks. So sounds like there's an acknowledgement that he wasn't 100% last year, but was good enough to be able to contribute in special teams.
Better than Ali, you know.
And what did they say
correct.
he is now?
He says now he feels 100%. Now he feels back to normal.
I mean, if he is at all like what he looked like in 2023, sign me up.
Even if he's 80%, like
Absolutely.
I'm still okay with that being our 3rd string running back.
Yeah. I think getting someone in ahead of Ali, or, you know, that we would prefer to see on the field is a great idea. I agree with you. Like, I wouldn't want to see him use a 6th. I just don't know who that would be, what the cross section of that is, where that location is, and what that player is that'll be there.
They got 4 6ths. No,
Yeah, they got-
4.
They still have 6 picks to go. The last pick of the 5th round, 4 picks in the 6th round, and those it's 5 picks and I think a 37 pick stretch. I need to go grab something to eat real quick, so I'm going to be leaving the computer for a little bit. But if one of you would do me a favor and have well, I guess I can find it from the stream on the way back, is what picks have been taken already. I'm going to be about 10 minutes.
Yeah, man.
Cool. Yep.
I wonder why Bao is still on the board.
Size. I think
He's
I
a
think
little
it's.
bit
I think
between
he's just a smaller,
there.
just a smaller lineman. I don't think he projects at all to the outside. I've seen a number of like scouting reports that say, "Oh, well, he can, bring 5 position or guard tackle versatility," and I don't see that at all. He has the athleticism that can help make up for a lack of length, but it's a severe lack of length. I think it's sub 33, and I think, I think sub 34, I got to see the athleticism or the technique, the hand striking that makes me think you can overcome it. 32, I don't see a lot of players overcoming that lack of length. So I
don't think he's a tackle at all. I don't think he's a tackle at all.
Guard, yeah.
Never thought that at all. But he's a guard who could play tackle if you needed, if you had to put a 4th guy on the field in a certain game. That's the value I think you see there.
Yeah, and I think it's just doesn't have a ton of power driving with his legs. Pretty good pop with his arms at contact, but I just feel like he doesn't like drive through blocks and really finish them.
He's the guy that I would see on the board that I would say, could possibly have a longer career than some of the others that are further down here. I guess Swenson's interesting too because of the length. I'm kind of not surprised that Ivy's still out there. Oh, is he?
Yeah, I thought I saw the Patriots take him.
Yeah, good. I feel like he should be off the board at this point.
Him and Phillips are the 2 that we have in orange that are off the board. And yeah, I mean, I think after taking 2 offensive linemen, I really would be surprised if the Ravens took Bo or Logan.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd have to think they're done with O-line in this draft.
We talked about the roster crunch. Maybe Bo, if you see him as a backup center, the guy you want to develop as a backup center and a guard, and you're okay with moving on from Nick Stamack.
I think we talked about it earlier. Where we're at now, Nick Stamack's spot is probably in serious jeopardy. So if we draft another offensive lineman, then you're talking about Ben Cleveland's spot versus whoever we draft. And whoever we draft, although we all have different opinions on Ben Cleveland, whoever we draft at this point in the game is probably not an upgrade over Ben Cleveland.
Yeah. DJ Giddens off the board for running back.
And I guess one question we haven't talked about yet is the tackle we drafted. Does that paint Emory Jones a clearer path to being a guard this year?
Yeah, I'd probably say he gets a crack at it, at least in the competition.
Yeah. Especially if Cleveland is able to actually compete, at left guard with Voorhees. I mean, that sets up well if that happens, but it doesn't. Who knows what happens with Ben Cleveland?
Yeah, it's such a wild if, right? On paper, he should be competing at left guard with.
He's better than Voorhees. He just is.
Yeah,
he just is.
But for whatever reason, wild.
I mean, but the crazy thing is, as thin as we were coming in at offensive line, and we took a project guy and then a guard in Emory Jones, we're even more thin at interior D tackle right now.
Do you have Emory Jones competing against Vahori? You have Emory Jones, Cleveland, Vahoris, and Falele all competing for both guard spots? I mean, I know Vahoris isn't your right guard, but you're talking Emory Jones. Could he be your right guard? Cleveland could be your right guard. And then who's left is your left guard?
I'm just glad that's our group to use, that's what I mean, to draw from. I'm just glad that's our group to draw from.
Very good point.
Yeah, I felt like, and I forget who it was in our Ravens Discord made the point, losing Makari and Jones from last year, almost felt like losing 2.5 offensive linemen because
of
their
McCarry.
ability to move around. Well, Jones too, but yeah, definitely McCarry, and so maybe we regain some of that with Jones. Cleveland too, I guess. Being able to play center, but I want to let Cleveland play guard in preseason, and that bullshit from last year. They can sell it however they want to. It definitely impacted. Correct me if I'm wrong. Linderbaum and Samek were both unavailable.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
Cleveland had to play center, and there was no coordination or no one was doing that intentionally.
Yep.
But it sucked because we didn't get to see him play guard against the same people Falele played guard against and struggled in the preseason.
And it hurt Cleveland. He did something to help the team, and that hurt him for
Yep.
his career prospects.
Yep. 2 follow-up questions to that point. At one point in time, Cleveland took some reps at right tackle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Way back when, yes.
And I don't remember that being the worst thing.
It wasn't catastrophic.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I'll be honest. I thought it was bad anytime I saw it. It is a break glass in case of emergency option, but I would not go into the season with him as the second right tackle, as the
No,
right
not at
tackle
all.
who comes into a game if someone goes down. Maybe if 2 guys go down, you could put Cleveland at right tackle, but that would really only be because you have to and not because
You're
you want
fourth. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
fourth.
Right.
Right.
I
I
disliked Cleveland at right tackle less in a Greg Roman offense than I do in a Todd Monken offense.
So fair. Very good point, Jim.
I would think this is the year to have more defined, particularly for Ben Cleveland. You're only here for one more year. I think this has got to be a defined situation for him, left guard. They're clearly not moving off right guard, regardless of what we think of it. So
I think about the doghouse aspect of it, and then the stuff that's out there on Twitter with his fiance, girlfriend, whatever, all of that chaos, and I feel bad for the guy. I'm like, is the stuff going on in his life putting him in the doghouse, and is that even fair to him?
Did he? We talk as fans. I think we have an impression that the John Harbaugh doghouse is very real. Did he work himself out of it a little bit by the sense of, there's how the preseason went down, but he shut his mouth about it. Like, he didn't say a word, and he stayed on the team, and he, made himself available. Did
He
he
has to be
win
out of the
anything
doghouse.
back?
To get a contract, to get re-signed, even if it's vet minimum, he had to be out of the doghouse,
I
right?
would think so too. Yeah.
There's
And
other
he
options.
showed something in terms of professionalism and
Yep.
shutting up for the good of the team and stuff like that, I thought, as the season wound on.
I can only see, I guess, tackle. We've got a number there. I know another guy that I had right around the same spot as Cornelius and Travis is. I think it's Nelson from Wisconsin. He hasn't been taken yet, right? I think it's Jack Nelson.
Debbie, check on that for you.
Probably fits as like a 7th or a UDFA guy, I guess.
Not seeing Jack Nelson. Nope.
I will be right back. I have to go record something for Shitter. You know,
Good for him.
I get
The grind.
great time. Great
The
time.
grind.
Never stop.
Enjoy the grind, brother.
I will.
What's
return in a
what
few
pick are you guys on over there?
I'm
Commercial.
on 155, but wait.
Yep. Bo was just taken.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
okay. I just want to make sure everyone knew
by the
that.
Jack
Giants.
Nelson
Yeah.
was on Brugler's beast as the number 17 tackle. He projected him in the 5th or 6th round. So around
Sounds about right. Yeah.
I don't see a scenario where they take another offensive lineman.
here. I don't either.
Unless
We're
they
dedicated
really
to
like-
not having any D linemen next year.
Yeah.
It seems like we are, right? I mean, it's tough.
The longer the day goes on, that big block of NFL draft cheddar cheese that guy's carving, that just looks
Yes.
better and better to me.
Yeah.
I see Bow finally went to the
Oh
Giants.
yeah, to the
Giants. Yep.
Giants. It's a good pick.
Poor Kevin. Gotta go record a video about Sanders. I'm looking at the free agents for the defensive line. There are a lot of names I have no idea of. There are names that we know: Brandon Graham, Emmanuel Ugba, Jihad Ward, obviously
D,
Brett Urban,
D tackles, you mean?
just DL.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
D tackles, it seems like the best one available is Raquan Davis, defensive tackle, just left Indy.
Can you catch me up, guys, on who got picked? I saw Bo just
Bo
as
went.
taken.
And a running back to
DJ
Indy.
Giddens.
Yeah.
Okay, DJ Giddens.
The Cowboys took linebacker Shamar James out of Florida. The
Okay.
Bengals took tackle Jalen Rivers out of Miami.
Okay. Anybody else?
You got
Bow's gone to the Giants.
Got him.
Blue, the running back for Dallas, right? I think that was the last one.
Yeah, Blue I got.
Yep. So you're
I think
caught up.
Thank you. So we're up to 155 now. We still have over 100 picks left till Mr. Irrelevant. We're probably in for about at least 3.5 more hours, I would think.
Ken, question for you. We all touched on this, but does the addition of the Alabama A&M, does that open a pathway for the third round pick to be a guard?
I think the path was always open for him to be a guard tackle. I don't think he'll be a permanent guard necessarily. I think he'll be a guy who they continue to want to have at two positions. But yeah, you want to have 4 guys on your roster, 4 guys on your 9 who can play tackle. And the Ravens had that last year.
Yep.
He's at least got to be on this team. He's really got to be the 3rd tackle, not the 4th too.
Who's that?
Emory Jones for 25 and 26. I'd say before I would think 27 is probably the earliest year that Vincent is going to be ready to play in the NFL.
Yeah, that's what makes me wonder that, we kept saying in our Discord that we felt like the Ravens were, minus 2.5 from a numbers standpoint. And I think with Vincent's, ability to have an impact being pushed out some, I don't know that we've recouped 2 yet. I wonder if we've recouped 1.5. I wonder, where we are with that. But clearly the Ravens feel differently. I mean, I feel like we're light at 2 of the spots that cost us in some big moments last year: interior D line and interior offensive line. Offensive line overall.
Yeah,
Right.
but I don't think we add another offensive lineman unless there's somebody that they absolutely love that falls.
Right. I just mean in terms of quality, when we want to beat the Buffalo Bills, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Houston Texans in a playoff situation.
Yep.
I don't think we have what's needed at interior offensive line, and I don't think we have depth to do so. We certainly have the position players to do so, but I'm not confident in our offensive line at all collectively.
Whoever they draft at offensive line left, they have to like more than Ben Cleveland.
Right.
But so if we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 picks. Oh, I'm sorry. We got 1 pick in the 5th round and 4 picks in the 6th round. If we drafted only for need, with no consideration to the value or the talent, then wouldn't those picks be maybe 2 interior defensive linemen, at least 1 corner?
Seems like it.
How would you spend those picks?
Right. I'm making up a list now. So there's still 6 picks left. So that's actually a lot.
Yeah.
2 corners, a safety, 2 DL, and a kicker.
2 corner, safety, 2 DL, and a kicker. I think I agree with that.
I might be a little bit different on this. And we'll see. I mean, a lot of it does depend on who they really have. But I'd go cornerback, safety, interior defensive lineman, maybe 1 offensive lineman, 1 edge. They could have a tight end, by the way. If they draft him in round 6 or 7, they could still slip him through the practice squad and maybe keep him. But I think the other possibility is a kicker.
Of course.
Because you only had one
course.
interior defender in the interior defensive line, I think, in what you
That's
just rattled
correct.
off.
So you'd have to figure the other spot out with either a free agent, Urban, or somebody else.
Okay.
I really like the Alabama tight end. He's such a great blocker.
Which one? The one from Maryland originally?
Is he from Maryland originally?
Or are you talking about the other guy?
Free guy, yeah.
Yeah, the kid from Maryland, of course.
Yep.
I didn't know he was still out there.
Yeah, still available. As far as I know, only the top 7 tight ends in Super
Yeah, you're
Chalky
right.
Draft have been taken off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To have got this far, I can't lie. I see a lot of people commenting on Twitter. I can't disagree. To have got this far in this draft and not taken any interior defensive lineman it's a little disappointing for what was there originally. That's clearly been chopped down.
It's really putting Buchanan in a bad spot with fans. He's already predispositioned to be regarded poorly.
Yeah, you're the guy who cost us Jordan Phillips, you jerk.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, the Ravens have had success with their, later day 3 defensive tackles and developing guys. I think I heard one of you guys going through the current free agents, and it also screams to me that Urban is almost certainly coming back, and maybe they have at least one other signing up their sleeve to get themselves some depth right away.
Yeah, completely with Urban. Yeah, definitely.
Urban definitely, but not going after anyone so far also tells me they may have more than one signing in mind ahead of training camp, which is all fine, but it is just, I think, from a perspective of people like us who really look at the draft every year and really I really like looking at where there are different strengths in each position. To not get defensive line out of this draft is just baffling to me. Like last year was a very strong class that they didn't really, go after defensive line very heavily. And this year is also a strong class.
This year is the deepest
every year.
Deepest in years this year.
Yeah.
Nick. This is the end of the COVID bubble.
This year, especially deep, just a ton of guys who, like you said, you just mentioned it. They took that extra 5th year and are coming out as guys who are ready to at least defend the run right away.
The thing that Urban does is, maybe a little similar to McCarry in that he doesn't have to, you don't need another player on the field. He can line up at 3 technique, which is not necessarily ideal. 4-eye, head up on the tackle, or he can be your boundary side 5 technique. And so your OLB over there kicks back to an inside linebacker position. That's how we got into that, 4-3 look, if you will. He kind of reminds me of, I think it's Roy Robertson Harris, who's a little bigger than Urban, thicker, I guess, but someone who can be a 3 technique, a 4-eye, which is a unique technique in and of itself, especially on pass plays. And then he can be that 5 technique into the boundary and also just kick the shit out of tight ends if there happens to be a tight end trying to run block into the boundary. So Urban gives you a lot. I think he gives you more than just one roster spot. Having said that, I totally agree with what you just said, Nick. To come out of here and not get a D tackle at all from this group is, it's disappointing. It is disappointing, to me. I think we've got a number of picks here in the 6th and 7th. We could have taken an inside linebacker that maybe is, 7% less effective than Buchanan, or maybe 10% less effective than Buchanan in the 6th and the 7th. And I'm a big, I'm a big inside linebacker guy. That's how I actually identify with the game. But having said that, we have players there that pick is going to stick out to me, to be honest with you.
With such a deep defensive line draft, if the Ravens were attaining value by everybody else taking defensive line, and the Ravens are grabbing value in the other spots, I'd be all for this, but I'm not seeing that.
Agreed. Yep. Great point.
To address Caleb's question here, why don't we talk through some of these prospects? I think Peebles is one of the highest remaining IDLs. In fact,
yep.
I don't see how you could think otherwise. Here's Sam is back. How you doing, Sam? All right, something's wrong with Sam's camera or sound or both, but we'll get back to him, I'm sure. I mean, Frazier, Tyler Cooper are both reasonable choices on the interior offensive line. I need to go through the process here, but they have right now at the interior, they have Linderbaum, Cleveland, both guards, Voorhees and Fa'alele. And then they have Emory Jones, who they just signed. They have Stanley. They have Rosengarten. And they have Samac. That's only 8. I thought this. Who am I missing? There's another player I'm missing.
The rookie left tackle, the one we just drafted.
Oh, Vincent, right? Okay, that would give them 9. So if they're going to go with a 9 to make 8, then Samac can still make it right now. So in my opinion, there is room. If you're going to cut Samac, which would be fine with me, then they would draft another interior offensive lineman. So those are all reasonable choices. Bassa would be another inside linebacker. I don't think they're drafting another inside linebacker after taking Buchanan, unless they do it very late for effectively special teams purposes there. And Powell Ryland is an edge, right? Edge, yeah. I don't know about him at all. I couldn't give you a reasonable opinion of him. Anybody up on him?
Who, Powell Ryland?
Yeah. Day 3 of the draft, a common problem is nobody's really watched a lot of these guys. So we end up in a spot where we'll look at them after the draft if the Ravens select them.
Mm-hmm.
I focused on corners and defensive linemen at the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds.
They did really make a very fast run through a deep board of interior defensive linemen right now.
I also think a lot of people talked about this tight end class. I never personally was as high on it as others, and it doesn't seem like the NFL is particularly either. A ton of these guys left on day 3. Obviously a number of them are going to go remaining, but for a position that was billed to be so strong coming into the draft, which is again an opinion I never really shared, teams have not really been plucking from that, and that's something that would have helped the Ravens. I think especially earlier on day 3, if more teams had started going after tight ends and cleared up maybe some other players to fall to the Ravens that they were preferred, instead of getting Buchanan and then trading back to get Vincent. So it seems like Buchanan and Vincent were kind of more, day 3 tier, maybe even secondary day 3 targets for them. And a lot of their primary targets may have just gone earlier in the day without tight end being a really popular position.
I think there's certainly a lot of validity there, but let me ask you this question relating to the tight end. So framing it up a little bit differently. I think the highlighted guys there from Brittingstone down to Dupree will all be drafted prior to irrelevancy. Okay, prior to the UDFA process.
Agree.
Okay. And then I think this is where the Ravens options get kind of interesting with these next 5 guys or so, with Conyers, Gadsden, Keithy, Urasek, I think it's pronounced, and Lachey. They're guys that they can bring to camp to compete for a final spot on the tight end, and at least open the possibility still of draft of a trade before the season.
I agree, and I like Gadsden, and I think that is one of those late 6th or 7th round picks is where I would have positioned them to take a tight end. Certainly no earlier than that. So I'm on board with that. Injuries happen; it opens you up to a trade. But it is a position that's just not been targeted here in the first really half of the draft as much as it was projected to be.
Jeff Zrebeck tweeted last night, Eric DaCosta says, at this point, I really expect Mark to be on this team.
Which is code for no one offered us the value that we want for him.
Yep.
You know, I think they looked at, I think it was the TJ Hawkinson and Darren Waller trades both yielded a pick value of basically pick 100. And that's probably what the Ravens were looking for Andrews, or a value in that range, if not just getting an outright late third rounder for him. And no one was going to come do that.
To me, there's still a lot of corners that I really like available and probably will be available. Defensive tackle starts to get thin for the guys, and this was the position group in the rounds that I really tried to look at and focus on, but it's starting to get thin quick. I don't see a Brent Urban type replacement left. Like, there's a couple guys that are big, tall, can eat up space and are a little versatile, but they're getting few and far between now in terms of guys that can fill into the rotation this year. I think Tim Smith is one, Pegas is one. After that, like, Howard Cross, Biggers is a guy, and then there was one more, the UCLA guy. He had something that I liked, but it's starting to get thin quick.
I would agree. It's not. It looks like it's fifth round for purposes of having defensive tackles that are any good on the board. I think in terms of the Urban thing, there does not have to be a direct replacement for Brent Urban. If you're talking about a guy who can get up and block passes, that should be Broderick Washington. If you're talking about a guy who can play the 5-tech, I'm not sure the position exists in the NFL anymore. Yep. So I'm willing to do without it. And they could have alleviated that by taking a player earlier, like Jackson, say, in round 2, which they didn't do, but for good reason. I guess the most shocking one, we have 2 guys still on the board here who we'd have been okay with the 3rd round selection on. Logan Brown has still not been drafted, right?
Correct.
Crazy. And Swinson. I mean, these are high value positions where the board has been pretty well raked through with selections, including, well, nobody yet at edge who was completely not even listed yet. We've had some guys at other positions for that, but we've had all but 3 of the top 26 edges have been taken. Make it 4.
To be fair to the Ravens, this could have been EDC's plan all along, that what's left of the IDL pool is what's going to be left. Let everybody else take everybody else, and by the time we reach the end of the 5th round, beginning of the 6th, nobody else is going to be interested in even trying to take a defensive tackle.
So you're saying if it's a deep class, use the depth.
Yeah. Wait until everybody's picked their guy and then have your pick of the litter of who's left.
Jim Seitler in the comments is telling us that Swinson's off the board to New
Yeah,
England.
I got to look for that. I might have missed it maybe while I was gone.
Yeah, I think Swinson and Phillips are both gone now, right?
Right, Phillips is gone.
Yeah, Dolphins, who they need defensive line how more than we do.
He was taken at 146, and Logan Brown wasn't drafted though. Still,
Yep.
Mm-mm. You know what else hasn't been drafted? I believe is Chris Paul.
Yeah, that's right.
A little surprised by that slide. I mean, we are entering the portion of day 3 where the evaluations are going really wide. So the guys who weren't even on my radar are more consistently getting picked now, which happens every year.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks away.
13 picks away from a big run of picks.
Yep.
Every time NFL Network flashes the Brownies quarterback room up on the board, I just want to laugh.
I'd be happy with Za Frazier or Dorian Strong.
There must be something I'm missing about Paul, or for that matter, I mean, Bossa, Higgins, Lindenberg.
I think Bossa is gone. I think.
Yeah, I
Let
don't
me double check
see
here.
Bossa available.
Yeah, he went to the Chiefs.
Okay. All right. Higgins and Lindenberg still there?
Higgins and Lindenberg are both still there. You got Bo and Jalen Rivers. Dante Trader was taken. Elijah Roberts out of SMU.
Got him.
Lambert Smith, wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Oliver, linebacker. Yep.
Got Oliver and got Smith. Now I put Block and Stackhouse down at the end of the IDL list because somebody suggested them in Stack, but I'm not familiar with either of them.
Stackhouse is he was Georgia's nose tackle.
I like Stackhouse.
Big, powerful guy. He's a nose tackle. That's it though. He's not.
Yep.
He doesn't have the pocket pushing abilities. He will be a space eater and not he won't make many plays. He'll eat space against the run, which hell they need. But I don't really see him as one of the nose tackles that has a ton of upside.
I agree. I think Tim Smith is more consistent for the same role.
Mitchell Evans off the board, another tight end. It's the 8th of those.
Did you get Mondon as well? I think the Eagles.
Oh, he is off the board. That makes a lot of sense.
Shocking that Howie Roseman took a Georgia and linebackers from Alabama and Georgia.
That is surprising.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset about Stackhouse. He's just Tim Smith, the Boston College kid, Horsley, Howard Cross. I had all three of them a little bit above Stackhouse for the same just eating double teams role. Pegas and Peebles are probably the last two that I had as some ability for pass rush.
Scotland, NFL draft pick from Scotland. Tell them Scotland is free. Linebacker. That was awesome. They need to get Scottish people to introduce every pick.
How about James introducing the pick earlier? I can't get over that. That
was awesome.
Well deserved.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't think of someone who has done more work to understand how the Ravens make their selections, and him getting to, physically announce one of them is very fitting.
He was just on the show yesterday on the panel.
Steelers are going to start whoever Cleveland cuts at quarterback.
What if it's Kenny Pickett, though?
Kenny Pickett.
You either got that or you got Aaron Rodgers high on ayahuasca. I don't know if any of you have done an ayahuasca, but it's really hard to throw a football on that.
I forced my 16-year-old son to watch Braveheart on Tuesday night. He had never seen it.
Was he impressed?
I mean, it's hard to tell. There wasn't any gaming in it, but I think he liked it. He said he liked it.
That's a good rite of passage. Good dad there.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm really thinking this next pick has to be corner. I'm thinking they're waiting until the 6th round for their defensive linemen.
Yeah, so cornerbacks. I'm curious what other people think about Denzel Burke. I thought as a really experienced player, I like him, but it's also very, very clear there's a ceiling on what he can do. And so, what are people's thoughts on drafting a guy who has a ton of high level experience starting in the Big Ten, but does not seem to have the physical or athletic abilities to be a long term starter in the NFL?
I liked his floor, but at this point in the draft, I prefer guys that have a potentially higher ceiling.
What you
But-
called lottery picks earlier.
Yeah.
Lottery tickets.
Much higher on Bryant right now. The Bryant and Strong are probably my two top cornerbacks, and I think they're Kens. Yeah, they're Kens as well right now.
Yeah, let me speak to Burke for a second because you brought him up first, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
So Burke is you betting on instincts as opposed to physical gifts. He's definitely not a physical gifts guy. His speed is not terrible at 4.48. Is kind of below average size for a corner. He's kind of in that tweener group where he's too small to play safety. Might not be fast enough or big enough to play corner, and particularly on the outside. His yards per target last year were not good at Ohio State at 8.8. What else is there to say about his game? The Oregon game really stood out as a bad game for him. The ball skills have had a troubling downhill trend for 4 years. And in terms of positives, I had 3. Very quick on screen diagnosis, and he often diagnoses it before the guy who would be otherwise guilty of OPI can make a block on a wide receiver screen. I thought that was good. Very quick downhill trigger goes right with that. And the versatility to play press man is often cited, but it looked to me like he might be a better fit for a heavy zone scheme. Now, we did the cornerback show together. Did we talk about him at the time?
Burke?
Yeah, Burke.
I didn't have him on the list, and neither did you. I don't think
Oh.
either one of us had him on our list, right, for top 10.
Right. So, but I definitely looked at him, and I think I had him on an honorable mention list where he might have been 18, but we didn't go through the honorable mentions in any detail.
No, but I think we mentioned him briefly. I think everything you're describing kind of fits. I think the thing that surprised me a little bit was he kind of peaks a little bit too much, and it seemed like at least 3 times from what I saw him this year, he was looking in at the quarterback at just the wrong time, just the wrong time when there was, and some of that there's a little bit of random or variability there. Variance, I guess, is a better word. You just happen to look at the wrong time. That's why a lot of times they're looking at a certain point and then they're looking back at the receiver. I just didn't think that Burke fit for us at all. He kind of reminded me of a younger version of the Rock Ya-Sin that we saw show up in Baltimore. That would have been my comparison for him. And I liked Rock's film, before then, but certainly wasn't good, in Baltimore. I would like to see is Bryant still on the board?
Yes.
And Smith, the D-tackle. Oh, I see Trader got drafted. Wow, that's awesome. Amazing.
My lone argument for Burke, he would really be a guy that I would look to take in the 200s somewhere. But my lone argument for him is a guy that, if need be, if you need to come in and play some snaps in his first 2 years, you feel like he's got the experience to do that as a backup, as a depth option. And in that 4-year rookie contract, you might be able to get enough of those spot starts or just depth appearances out of him, finishing out a game if someone goes down, that kind of thing. But I think I very much agree that the cornerback talent that's available they're just significantly higher upsides that are worth a fifth round. Or what is this, a 5th round pick now? I can't keep track of where we are.
Yeah. He's not going to shy away from the moment, is what you're saying. There's not going to be anything here with him that's going to, be too much. Even if it's, against the Cincinnati Bengals at home, he's going to be there to compete. I think that's the thing I do like about Bryant is there's there's an extra. The volume is turned up on Bryant, and he's
and I think Bryant brings like a lot of that plenty of starting experience. Started for the last 3+ years at Kansas, so and a much higher ceiling than Burke, which is obviously why I think he would be the better pick right here. So would love to see that. We've got a little time, I think, before the pick, so I'm actually going to run. I got to let my dog out and grab a quick bite to eat. I will
Do
be
what you
back
need to do,
on
buddy.
closer to the pick itself.
Trader went to the
Harambe
Dolphins.
second.
That's a good one. Trader was a top 10 lacrosse recruit in the entire country, and ended up only playing 1 year flags at Maryland. Yeah, he went there as a two sport guy, immediately.
Rondé Gadsden Jr. or the second, whatever you want to call him, from Syracuse is off the board now, and Torrey Horton just went too. That's a fairly big name. Talk about Gadsden, very weird combination because he's a good yard per target guy who goes down very quickly, does not have a good yak per reception, and does not have a good missed tackles forced rate. So he also has got a big medical flag for a Liz Frank in 2023, which cost him the bulk of the season. So I'm not sure if you really ever can say you're done with one of those, but he, fairly substantial risk. I had him as a 6-7 or UDFA for the Ravens.
Dorian Strong's getting a lot of love in the comments, which I get. He's really physical. He's got good press coverage. My only problem with him is just flipping the hips, man. It's not a smooth flip.
Yeah, there's some limitations there compared to other guys. Compared to other guys that have already been taken at corner, and probably compared to some guys that are still on the board.
Yep.
From an athletic standpoint. Strong reminds me of those guys that you show up to the basketball court and you see him there, on another team. You're like, oh shit, I got to play against this guy today.
Yep.
Like he reminds you of a guy that he's going to be physical in the way you should be physical, and then you just run it. I like him as a player. I don't know that I like him as a player, in the NFL for my team, but I really do like him. I like the way he plays the game. Almost a little out of control at times, but in a good way, if that makes sense at all.
Yep. My comp for him was Brandon Browner, longtime Seattle cornerback for the Doom. Yep.
Jackson
Not
Slater.
as physical, but oh wow. Did he make your list, Ken?
He was on the list, but I added him overnight, so I did not scout him. I know he's a smaller school guy, and he would have been the last guy I scouted was Majors, who was the number 16 guy.
Gotcha.
Sacramento State for Jackson Slater. Okay, back to the Eagles. I think I'm caught up.
Yeah, I'm really high on Zaw Frazier and Zy Alexander here. I also wouldn't mind longer buying from Rutgers if we wanted the slot corner, but then what do you do with Darius Washington? Is he just a backup?
Right. I think we were all hoping, like my analogy for our draft stuff was that we're going to have so many picks in the middle, later portion. We're like a guy in the 400 that's going to close in the last 150. We're going to make our run in the last 150. And I think what bothered us a little bit there in the fourth was we were looking to make that run with 150 left in the race. And unfortunately, we didn't start until 110 left in the race. That's what it feels like here to me. We waited a little bit longer to make our run. We haven't made our run yet, but I hope that it would start sooner, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay, a couple of people joining us here. I want to introduce Matt Ruff. Did great work last night. He's the point guard of this show. So he'll do some of the ball distribution here. And Brandon Croxton on with his son now. How'd the game go today? The flag football game.
Hold on. Yes, we had a victory. The Commanders won 26-0 over the Cowboys. So
Were the Cowboys tanking for future draft picks?
They might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
what's your son's name? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My name's Ryan, and I was also one of the people who was falsely accused of using turning off the salary cap.
You do turn off the salary cap.
No, I don't. Not anymore.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, that's a big foul, turning the salary cap off.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm a kid. Why do I have to get in trouble for this?
My man, I still turn the salary cap off. Have fun with it. I'm with you, kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's the pain of making a super team? What's so bad about that?
Right? Have fun while you can, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Zach Frazier off the board.
Hey Ken, I've been trying to check in and out all day. But could you give me a brief Ravens-based summary of where we are?
Oh, this is gonna take multiple people to weigh in, but the fourth round was not a good one, I don't think, for the Ravens. They picked Teddy Buchanan out of Cal, a linebacker, at number 129. That started it, and it was a pick I think a lot of people have a problem with in terms of the size and shape pool that's there and how large it is. Then at 136, they traded the pick, and they traded back 5 spots while also trading up 5 spots exactly in the 6th round. So it does not make sense. Does not make sense to anyone, and just seems like a really weird trade. Even though it's not a lot of JJ value, it really just doesn't make sense. So then with pick number 141, they took a developmental left tackle in Vincent. Who's a 6'7" long armed. I think he's about 34 and a quarter, 34 and an eighth, right around there. Guy who meets the general Ravens standard for what a left tackle is supposed to look like. And he's a left tackle only and a highly developmental guy. Where did Vincent play? At Alabama A&M?
Alabama A&M.
Yeah. So he's a guy. He'll be a left tackle or nothing. So he might be a guy that times up pretty well to be Ronnie Stanley's replacement in the 2027 season. So if Ronnie Stanley plays 2 of his 3 years.
Yeah.
Vincent's already 23 years old.
Another great. It goes with that.
So it seems like it's been that the linebacker pick was bizarre. I was trying to check my phone and keep track of it, and it seemed like an odd pick there with some of the other names that I thought were still on the board. And that was kind of the general thought for the people on the panel here.
Yeah, I think maybe it understates how upset we were about it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be nice more confused than understand. I think we were more confused than anything. I think we like, those of us that have watched the guy's film kind of like the player, for some reasons that the Ravens probably overlapped with, but we were just confused and caught off guard. I think we were all expecting interior D-line because we heard that position pumped up so much, coming into the draft.
I mean, there's one thing to like the player. Like, I would probably like that player a lot in the 6th round.
Yeah, agreed.
Well said.
Right.
I bet he would have been.
Especially, I think Jordan Phillips was there, and you have a needed defensive tackle.
Right.
Probably more so.
Right. So if 129 and 141 were Jordan Phillips and Carson Vincent, and then we picked up this Teddy Buchanan either at 176 or even 178, then I think we're like, yeah, this has been a great draft.
Yeah, we're making our run there. Exactly. We're coming down the home stretch and we're closing on the leader. I agree.
We just lost a big one there. We lost Jordan Hancock of Ohio State, who would be certifiably a back end half field guy. He took over the free safety duties from Ransom. As the season wore on, it became apparent he was the better coverage guy.
To Buffalo, nonetheless.
Again, hurts that much more.
Yeah, Buffalo's having a really good draft.
They're having a nice meat and potatoes draft too, like not flashy, just a bunch of guys who can play.
And drafting a boomer bust developmental left tackle and a linebacker just makes it hurt a little bit more when Buffalo's drafting guys we love.
I mean, really, we didn't really have a 4th round. Anything like we were hoping for at all, and no one's wrong for having their attitude soured as a result.
I can't. It's so hard for me to understand how we didn't use the plethora of picks to move up and get guys that we could contribute early.
And then
I mean,
moving back 5
Well,
slots.
we
to
never
move up
do that.
5 slots, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to figure out if there's logic there aside from saving $5 or something like that. Why you would ever do that?
So
I
the
know we
theory
never
is
move up.
that their pool of guys that they wanted was very flat, and it ended maybe around pick 180, and so they didn't want their last. They didn't want that 183 pick. They wanted it to
Right.
be earlier. That's
It
the
makes me
theory.
wonder, like, how come we're not trying to parlay if what you're saying is true, which sounds pretty accurate, then why aren't we coming off of some of these picks for future seasons? What's the value in these last 4 or 5 picks as opposed to maybe not 4 or 5 picks, 2 or 3 picks as opposed to a couple of more UDFAs? What the hell's the difference?
Right,
haven't
and
really
when you talk about
seen that yet.
UDFAs, because the thing that DaCosta supposedly said was that their draft board this year they got 210 draftable guys or something. It's about 30 players deeper than it usually is, or maybe even 50 players deeper than their draft pool usually is.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that doesn't,
Mhm.
so moving up 5 spots in the 6th doesn't add to their pool at all, to me.
Okay, we need to whittle it down to 5 players, and all these guys pretty much, or a bunch of them, are gone. Who are the 5 players we'd like? I don't want Paul anymore. I'd take him off anyway to start with. I think they're out on the Logan Brown sweepstakes. I'm with. How do you guys feel about Peebles in this group?
I like Peebles. I like Alexander.
Zy Alexander, that's a good one.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'd be very excited about that pick if they went with him. I like Mickens, the safety. I think he could be a back end split field guy if they want to do that. Again, it'll drive people wild that it's not a lineman. Who else we like on the? Are you ready to draft Smith yet? You're the Smith advocate there, Sean. Or is it too early still?
For Tim Smith, too early for sure. I
Okay.
wouldn't take him in front of the 6th.
Okay. Now you're the Martinez advocate there, Brandon. You want Martinez on the possibilities for this next pick, or is it too early still because you might have to cut the guy?
No, I like Damian Martinez. I think he probably the less running backs that I'd really want to draft. So,
I like Devin Neal or Kale Mullings. So
All right, we'll put Neil on the list. Okay.
okay.
Anybody like either Hawes or Dupree to get a bigger tight end?
I mean, Dupree is a pretty good football player. That's the kid from Maryland that transferred to Alabama, right?
I like Dupree a lot.
I don't think he's here. I don't think he's this spot coming up, but I think he should definitely be on our quote mini board here at the end.
Okay.
Strong is getting a lot of love.
Condra is a potential replacement for Linderbaum, which they really have not drafted yet. They drafted a guard tackle who, in Emory Jones, there's no way he's moving to center, and they drafted a developmental tackle. But if they wanted to draft another lineman who'll make the team this year, be the 8th guy active on game day, and kick Samac to the curb, then I think Condra could be a good choice here.
In terms of defensive tackle, what about I don't know how to say his name. JJ Pegways?
Oh,
Ole
Pegues.
Miss?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a combination. I'll put him on the list here, but he's a combination defensive tackle / short yardage running back. He had 36 carries last year.
Ken, what was the thought on the panel with Emory Jones for some of the new guys that we didn't have last night?
What was it? I mean, maybe a little bit mixed. Maybe it was a little bit too early. Not a great value pick. A little bit of a reach, but still, Miles Frazier is off the board. The other Frazier. Okay.
And I did like Emory Jones' film. Occasionally, when there are losses, unfortunately, they were quick losses. Some guys lose gradually on the offensive line. Some guys lose instantly, and he seemed to be a guy that had fewer losses from a pass pro standpoint, but when they did occur, they were quick losses. Now, having said that, I really do like the player. I would have preferred Radledge. Correct me if I'm wrong. Radledge was 4 picks earlier.
I don't recall.
Yeah, but I think it sounds like maybe the Ravens front office was looking at Jones as a hybrid guard tackle guy for 2025 versus Radledge, who would clearly be, a guard possible starter for us. So the need that the Ravens front office sees is different than what I see in terms of the position they need.
Big dude. A big guy.
All right, you got 5 selections. So they certainly should have available guys on the board. Watch them take a kicker here in this next pick. You make a very good point there. What does it even mean? What does it even mean to be too early when the team drafts Teddy Buchanan in round 4?
So fair.
It's a very fair point. Were other teams angling for Teddy Buchanan? I mean, it seems like it was a reach by a round and a half or 2.
I'm betting he's another red star that they fell in love with the personality.
Yep.
Who asked the question? Who was it? Can you throw that comment back up?
Did he play in the Senior Bowl? Buchanan?
I mean, Waywatcher, have you ever thrown a party and had someone show up 45 minutes too early and bring 2 kids with them? That's too early, right? So
That's awesome.
as opposed to a friend who shows up 10 minutes early but doesn't have kids yet. So, like, to me,
set up going up too early.
Right. So, like, I mean, I do like Teddy Buchanan. I actually had saved some plays up, just ran out of time to save up more plays. Only got 6 edited or cut up. So I think we all were in agreement that good player, good player for the Ravens, but probably more so. Well, maybe here where we are right now. And that's the thing that I think becomes confusing for some of us is we don't know, but we speculate that there weren't 10 or 12 teams clamoring to take Teddy Buchanan at pick 136.
And Teddy Buchanan made it so Jordan Phillips couldn't come to your party.
Right. I feel like there's been some odd picks. I mean, every year there's probably odd picks in everyone's eyes, but like Dennis or Leary last year, the quarterback was odd. Caillou Blue Kelly was an odd pick. Brandon Stevens in the third was an odd pick. Always seems like there's some oddballs out there.
And in around that spot of the draft, like the 4th round, the 3rd round, the 4th round.
Hire one less scout and hire one more espionage agent to go steal other teams' boards.
We have a big panel right now. I knew this was going to happen at some point, and it's happening right at the point where the Ravens are going to have about 5 of the next 40 selections. So this ought to be a lot of fun for us.
No, I think it's going to be frustrating and irritating for us.
It could be that too. Is it allowed to be both?
Yes.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul just went off the board.
Yeah.
A lot of teams needed a point guard, I take it.
Yeah, Clippers legend.
Yeah.
Right.
Chris Paul going here is even more upsetting about Buchanan.
Yeah.
About as
You're
upsetting
much more
as Watts
zen
going
than
as late as he did.
fuzzy.
Yeah.
I was surprised about that.
And Falcons, man. Bowman and Watts in the same draft, man. Goodness.
Yeah. After going Walker and Pierce, they're just doubling down on everything.
If you want a surprise guy that I don't think anybody's talking about yet, I like Mickens from Clemson as a back-end split field option.
I think I had him at like 15 on our board, Ken, when we did our
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't
on the
hate
back
it.
end.
Yep, that's about right. Jackson Hawes off the board. There were a lot of Ravens fans who really wanted him. I think I just saw Hassler talking about him too earlier.
Kobe Bryant is interesting here. They decided to go corner.
Is Restrepo been picked
still
yet?
on the board?
Restrepo, no.
No.
That was the question, right?
When
I'd
Swinson
like
is
to spend the 6th. Yeah.
he can be he's a really good ball magnet.
Yeah.
He can make plays.
Yeah.
Even though he's not a good 40 though.
Yeah, I know. 4.840 is ugly, but he was hurt.
Yeah, he had to be, but he's hurt.
You're raising your son right. I'm gonna have my son raised like that. Next
Oh
to me at
yeah.
every draft.
This one knows a lot about the draft. He NCAA 25 is he knows all the players.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So you don't know how Wolf Johnson fell that far.
Yeah.
You guys will see a grown man cry if Seattle takes Kobe Bryant.
You already know they are. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald's picking all my players, man. He needs to stop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I also kind of like Kobe Bryant.
The only thing that's going to make me a little upset here is if they take a kicker.
Oh.
Other than that, I think Denzel Burke is taken.
It'd be perfect for the Seahawks to take Kobe Bryant because then they have Kobe Bryant and Colby Bryant.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jared Ivey is a guy that could probably move inside eventually, right? The guy from Mississippi.
Yeah, I can see it.
That big hat looks stupid on that poor girl announcing this pick.
Okay, 2 interceptions in 2024, tied for most on team. Does that parenthetical mean anything to anybody? I think it means absolutely nothing.
Not when it's that
Ken, I
one.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I actually like it, right? Because 2 is a really low number, but if it ties for the most on teams, then like that contextualizes it a little bit.
That's not a bad
I was kind of making the point that I don't think we gain anything from that information. But maybe you do. Maybe you're right.
I guess the only thing would be, Ken, if there was like 3 or 4 people tied with that, that would be somewhat notable.
Or 8. That would tell us something else. There are grown men dressed like cows on my TV screen.
Oh no.
Got a Jersey Mike's
Ken, what would
commercial
you-
here.
What would you say the odds are that the Ravens draft pick here is one of the ones that you've labeled in column N? Send chance.
You know,
Your
I
handicap.
like in the if it was sort of the 3rd round, I'd probably say 50% or something. Right now, I don't think we have any idea. I think it's
Yeah.
not as high as 50%.
Yeah, I would agree.
Man, that's disheartening.
Did they announce the Seahawks pick and it's somebody good?
No, I'm saying less than 50% that it's somebody we've
Yeah.
identified. Holy cow.
There's a lot of times at work, people ask me I'll make an assertion about somebody, but it's really a prediction about some future event. And they'll ask me, how sure are you of that? I'll say 37%. Like, what am I supposed to do with that kind of thing? We don't give certainty, we give probability.
I wonder how much favoritism Ogden's going to show to the pick that he announced.
Oh yeah.
Like all of a sudden, is he an A+ prospect?
I was thinking, how much criticism is he going to get that is the pick he announced?
Oh, yeah,
that's
good
true.
question.
Is he going to be cut off by Ravens fans from doing so?
Are you kidding me? Did the Ravens trade the pick
Did we
again?
even trade? No way. I
Okay.
don't know.
Yep, they traded to the Jets.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. They're
What
gonna
about-
assemble. They're gonna assemble the entire 6th round at this point.
Let me just say it's really looking important that they moved up those 5 spots. Oh wait, is it 178 they traded already?
No, they
178
traded
next?
176.
Okay, so they still have 178, right?
They
Okay.
still have 178. Yep. And they have
probably traded-
186,
They probably
gotta be-
packaged 176 and 178.
Yeah.
For-
203,
Yeah, 203 and 205, right?
212.
What did they get? What's the compensation?
It hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah, I
But
haven't announced the
future
trade, but
pick.
yeah.
You know, this is a
Think
place
they got
where
a future
I'd be
pick,
perfectly
maybe?
happy if
It's
they got
gotta
a
be.
2026 number 5.
Yep.
I'd
That's
be
what
perfectly
yeah.
happy with that.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were saying earlier, right? Find a way to, move off of 2 or maybe 3 of these picks if we really. It seems to me as if we don't really value what's been here from the 4th round on. That's at least what it seems to me.
Yeah.
You mean that DaCosta did not tell us the truth when he said this was a very deep draft at the Liars Luncheon?
Robbie
Kyle-
Outs of Alabama. Now, he was not on my list at all.
No, me neither. Interesting. Kyle Barber had the funniest tweet of the day. That was about Troy Horton getting drafted. And Kyle tweeted, "God abandoned me a long time ago."
Yeah, Kyle moved back to Colorado. He used to be somebody we'd see around camp all the time. He's still covering the Ravens from there, is my understanding, but kind of a bummer.
Apparently, the trade is, for those that don't, it's
Yeah.
176 and a 2026 sixth for 186 and a 2026 fifth.
We got pick 186 and 20 for 176. Okay, so it's a move up. That's not enough, or at least it doesn't feel
It's
like
moving
enough.
back 10 spots this year to move up 1 round next year.
I'm not that excited about
Or I
that.
guess if it's, the Jets are going to be bad, then maybe it's 1.5 rounds.
Right, that would be the way
What
to
an
look at it.
evergreen comment. The Jets are going to be bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I'm okay with it. Way better than the other trade.
Yeah, the other
Yeah,
trade.
it is way better than the other trade. So let's see. If it were realistically, if next year was a 6 for a 5, so it's going to be a Ravens 6. We'll call it number 207. Their trade. No, it would be. It could be a comp pick. Actually, it could be a comp pick because that's probably a floating pick. So let's say it's number 211, and they're trading into the 5th for the Jets pick, which also could be a comp pick, but could be something like 146, say. Then that would look pretty good. All right, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I like it for breaking the glass, like DaCosta acquiring a future pick, like trading out of the current draft and into the next year. That's something I think that we've talked about for years. But
It's smart.
Yeah, I don't think that's not something he's really done. Maybe he's just experimenting to see, like, how bad does this hurt? Can I do this more in the future?
I mean, for us to be doing that already, it kind of feels like the Ravens guys or the Ravens board is, maybe done. Other than
It's definitely doing.
kicker or anything. I don't know. It just doesn't strike me like the Ravens are in with any sense of urgency about any players that are out there.
Yeah. And I'm looking back at years prior, the last 5th round picks or later that were anything for us. Bradley Bozeman, 2018.
Wait a minute. They've had bigger ones since then, right?
After the 5th round, Broderick Washington, I guess, was 2020.
Who's Gino?
Gino was a 7. Zach Sealer was a 7, even though I didn't do it for
Geno
us.
Stone. That was years and years ago, though. Geno Stone was 2020. Broderick Washington, that's true. Bradley Bozeman and Zach Sealer in 2018. Chuck Clark, 2017.
They've had some good 6s in their history. It really hasn't been a bad round for them.
Yep.
Okay. Got to turn that off. Got to mute.
Whoa.
Andrew Voorhees was a 7. They didn't have a 6th or later in 2021. And Geno Stone was a 7.
If I look far enough back, we still could get a Matt Judon.
Yeah.
Ryan Jensen.
Devin Neal got picked up. By the Jets.
Is Devin Neal the pick for the Bills here, or was he the pick before?
Jets.
Okay, thank you. Buffalo in the position to screw the Ravens out of their player.
They've already addressed corner and defensive line, so I don't see it, but maybe.
All right, I think the
receiver.
guy I want here is either Zy Alexander or Mickens, and I'd be okay with Kendra Condra.
Andrew Clark says, "Don't forget about Ben Mason."
Oh, I'm so sorry. You can take out that Neal. I'm mistaken. It was Tyler Barron. Neal is still available.
Neal is still available. Okay, let's undo that. Okay, who was it you said? Tyler
Barron. He's a edge rusher.
Edge rusher. Okay. Yep. All right.
Ken, when we have some downtime in the year, we should do a show on our worst Ravens draft picks from a value perspective, where you blend the player, the round, what was available. I think that'd be a fun discussion. If we
what was available is going to be the hardest part of that. That's a lot of research to do that.
It is.
Yeah.
Even if you take that piece out, though, I think that'd be an interesting discussion of just the value of the round relative to the player.
I spent an hour on that Wednesday. The biggest ones I had was Hurst, and then the year we had 4 fourth rounders. I wasn't upset about Folele. JAD, Stout, and Kolar were all the ones that I was frustrated with. Because JAD, there was still an athletic freak that Seattle took. I can't remember his name.
Tariq Woolen. Yeah, that was who I wanted. Yeah, and instead of JAD, he's such a rare athlete. That's, be that big and fast, and
there was a better.
You give him time.
There was a better tight end than Kolar, and I can't remember who it was.
Likely.
Did Likely go after Kolar?
Yeah. Likely went after Kolar.
Yeah.
Kolar was early 4th round. Likely was late 4th round. They had, I think, 6 picks in that 4th round, right?
Was that 20?
Yeah, 6 picks in that 4th.
2022.
They took every single one.
But I only went back as far as EDC drafts, and those were there was only 4 picks that I was actually like, nope, I'm standing on being upset about those.
I really like Tez Johnson here. I think he's one of the best backup players available right now at receiver.
He's not alone in liking Tez Johnson.
Nope.
Chiggy, Maryland tight end, was available, and we took Kolar.
Oh yeah, that's right. Chigga Conquil.
Yep.
Went to Tennessee, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tight end usage, fullback usage. Some, they throw the ball to him out of the backfield as fullback. It's interesting usage.
Which is easy to say this player's better than that, hindsight. But I actually liked Chiggy that year, so I was upset.
Ken, what's the plan with defensive tackle in your mind now that we're here?
I'm not sure. I thought the plan would have been to take one earlier when Jordan
Phillips
was available. Yeah.
Yeah.
They lost out on Farmer, but with the trade back, it's a miserable set of circumstances to not get anybody from this draft. Dorian Strong goes to the Bills, another corner off the board.
Wow.
I know he's on this list somewhere. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. There you go.
They
Right
took
ahead of
Harrison,
Alexander.
Strong, and the Ohio State kid.
3 corners?
Yeah, and they just re-signed White.
Yeah, White might be available.
I think they just signed him to like $6 million or something. Seven and a half.
Yeah, $8 million max contract.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
something
probably
like
means about $3 million at the base.
Bills went all in on defense here. Interesting.
Well, they got the rules changed, so that's all they needed now was defense.
Okay, no more trades. What was Tez Johnson's 40 time?
Pretty bad, I think, for what was expected.
He's like 5'10", at $165.
4.58, 4.62, something like that.
Oh,
I thought it was pretty bad. Maybe I got the wrong guy.
no, I think you're right. That's what I was wondering why.
Brad McGowan. Bills had to draft a late round cornerback because the last high cornerback they took, the late rounder, was way better.
Pick is in for the
Kai
Ravens.
Elam, and who was the late round pick that was better than Elam?
Sam, looks like EDC heard you there. Didn't trade back again.
Did he really?
Oh no.
Picks in.
Oh, picks in. Okay, thank God.
Yeah. Yeah. I was worried that EDC was going to keep trading back, you know. You're staying.
I lose it. They got to go corner here, right?
Kobe Bryant would be nice.
Jay asked about Desmond Watson, 464 DT out of Florida. I like the kid a lot, but I don't know that he's going to be able to hang out.
Pick is in. It's
Unexpected.
Bilal Cohn, cornerback from Western Michigan.
Yeah.
I like this kid, actually.
Not mad.
Oh, yeah. Coney, I think.
Oh, yep. Coney, maybe.
Yeah, competitive as shit.
Yep.
Yeah, big dude, a little over 6'1". Had a lot of tackles.
He's actually
missed a
like
lot of
borderline. He's actually combative. Pretty much boundary side corner for them,
Yep.
Western Michigan.
Special teams as well, you guys think?
Probably.
I'd assume.
Everyone in that this range would be.
Has to be, yeah.
4.43 in the 40.
Yeah, a bunch of
6'1".
pass breakup.
Like 6'2", almost 6'2", maybe.
Yeah, 6'1" and change, I think.
Forgot he was there.
8 missed tackles in 2024. That was my big knock on him.
It did seem like he had a lot of tackles, though, if I saw it right. So a lot of missed tackles, but if he had a lot of tackles, at least
Yeah,
the
that's
ratio
fair.
wasn't bad. Not saying that's good, but maybe just not as bad.
Um, 79.3 opposition passer rating. Yards per target don't look particularly impressive. Not terrible, but just not impressive. At 8.1, that's actually not good for a draftable corner. And there'll be context issue from him moving up from the what does he play? The Ohio Valley League or whatever that's called. The Western Michigan plays in the Ohio and Michigan conference, basically.
One of only 4 FBS corners with 70-plus tackles in 2024.
Probably
He's
means
tough.
Targeted a ton.
I didn't think so. I had him against Wisconsin and Ohio State early. Those are the 2 games. Actually, I had a third game, Marshall. And, he had 10 tackles against Wisconsin, 4 total passes defense. So maybe you're right, Ken, against those 2 teams, Wisconsin and Ohio State, 4 total PBs. I had a significant amount of film from him. A couple of the guys in our Discord were high on him for some reason. Maybe they're MAC guys.
That's right. The Mid-America Conference. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Big thing I had on him was 6 TDs in 3 years. 32 games and shit ton of snaps.
Played pretty much every snap, I think, right?
Yep. Pretty much every snap he's healthy for, yep.
So we've gone, what, 2 small school guys or 3?
3.
You're counting a non-power 5 guy here versus a small school guy. This is still an FBS guy.
Yeah.
So Cal, is that a small school guy now that the Pac-12 has been dissolved?
No, but yeah, gotcha.
I'm not sure that's not true, but okay. And Vincent is definitely a small school guy. He's a FCS guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I guess Green is a minor conference guy.
What was the consensus on Cleveland taking Shadur on the panel for those who are just joining in?
Everything about Cleveland is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
That was our consensus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
5 quarterbacks that they have on roster now.
Yep, 5.
Good grief.
Although Watson is done there.
Yeah. Flacco, Gabriel's, Shadur.
Oh, Pegues got taken by the Raiders. There's one of the potential Ricard replacements.
I would like that.
You're calling him a Ricard replacement?
Yeah, I think so. Defensive tackle who's been a short yardage running back. Also, he had 35, 36 carries last year. And the other guy is Hampton, right?
Hampton. Is he still available?
Oh, yeah, he's still available.
Okay. That's my sleeper pick.
Do we have a defensive lineman that we like, that we'd be excited about coming up in 5 or 6 picks here?
Yeah, Pegues.
I think Peebles.
Yeah.
He's the remaining
Pegues
one.
is gone.
That's really the one I have my eye on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
some
think
very
the
slim
Ravens?
pickings.
Do you think the Ravens think that the defensive tackle pool is so deep that there's not that much difference between taking someone like Phillips versus waiting until the middle to the end of round 6 here? I'm having a hard time buying it myself. I'm just trying to say it out loud to maybe see if one of you guys think it could be. Seems odd.
There's one possibility, one hypothesis I can give you on this is that they've got a guy they really love who is a small school guy that nobody else knows about. And they think that he's a secret, just the way that Bart Scott was a secret, and they couldn't even say his name around the facility. They weren't allowed to when he was at Northern Illinois. And I think it's possible they've got somebody like that picked out that they've already talked about, hey, we're not going to use a draft pick on you, but we'd love to have you come and play for us. And they think they have an edge on getting him. It is possible they have somebody like that. And it's also possible they'd use a 7 or even a 6 on him.
Right. Any other theories from the guys on the panel here as to what's happening with DL or what they think the plan is?
Well, I think also like big space hitting nose tackles are guys that you don't really need. They don't go high, and there's plenty of them out there. If that's what they're looking, they're probably looking for that more than a 3-tech that is a penetrator. But a space eater, there's probably 15 guys that could play in the NFL that are out there right now that will go, in these next couple of rounds or undrafted.
I agree with that.
Make a team.
Pegues, Peebles, Tim Smith, Nick Stackhouse, Cam Horsley, Howard Cross, Biggers. I think if we're going with Ken's theory about there's a guy that's unknown that they're going to get a UDFA and put a bunch of money at, it's going to be Sean Martin, the West Virginia D tackle, 6'6", 293.
That's a 3, not a nose then.
Yeah.
Correct.
That kind of frame, yeah.
Jim Zipcode, what's your theory on defensive line here?
I think they screwed up. I think they made a mistake. I think they got enamored with Teddy Buchanan and forgot the math. And I think we've seen – so I think Eric DaCosta is a wonderful, wonderful GM, but I think we've also seen during his tenure, occasionally he outsmarts himself or gets cute or forgets a position. And I think that could have happened.
Yeah, I think that the Buchanan pick was like, it is what it is. I think the trade back is really where I look, where they had Farmer and Cam Jackson there, and they both went. They could have easily just not done that. I don't think moving up the 5 spots with the trade up that they got was worth losing out on those guys. And then once that, I mean, clearly they felt confident in what it was, but that trade back puzzled me.
The reason I focus on the Buchanan pick is just the supply and demand of inside linebackers versus, and maybe I'm focusing too much on Jordan Phillips and the freak athlete nature of, but there's only so many guys, Bill Parcells' planet theory, there's only so many guys that size with that kind of explosiveness.
Am I too optimistic in thinking that the draft being this heavy at IDL gives us a better shot at signing Travis Jones?
I don't think that's
Interesting
unreasonable.
point.
Yeah.
Like supply and demand economics.
Yeah.
But then again, there's always somebody that will pay absurd amounts of money for something.
Patrick McCarry and Brandon Stevens.
Yeah,
There you go.
The D-line market has exploded in recent seasons too.
It's still a fair point. I mean, you to think that NFL front offices with all of their resources and people involved don't make mistakes. Somebody made a comment, kind of decrying what Jim said, forget a position. I'll co-sign what Jim said. I mean, I would tell you that I can't fathom the reason why the Detroit Lions front office traded away 3 third-round picks to go draft Isaac Tesla at pick 70 when they were sitting on pick 102, and he'd probably be there for that. So for us as regular humans to sit here and say, these guys don't make mistakes, bullshit. They make plenty of mistakes. I think I like Buchanan as a player, but just like Adisa Isaac last year in the 3rd round, I like the player, don't like the pick in terms of the location and in terms of what we need. And I think Ken used the phrase available player pool and how much drop off there is from a Buchanan to whoever else you could grab right now as we get ready to get this next pick. To me, Buchanan seems like a guy that would possibly still be there on the board, and I may be overstating it, but we didn't have to take him right there.
I also think that saying that DaCosta or whoever makes a mistake does not reduce his professionalism in any way. Like, to me, I see organizations
100%.
where people make mistakes and then correct them, or mitigate them, or find ways to manage the impact of the mistake. So I don't think the presence of a mistake means I'm saying he's a clown.
Kicker off the board.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. You know what that means? The Ravens are going to do.
It's Patrick. Here we go.
Defensive lineman. Wow.
Wrong kicker.
Now we'll take a D tackle. Watch. Watch.
I do think that teams sometimes, maybe not teams, but even just individuals in a team, whether it's the GM or a scout, can get too focused on their pick, their board, and not focused enough on consensus. Because at the end of the day, if you get a job as the GM of an NFL team, you have to have confidence in yourself. And I've seen a lot of people who are uber successful with a lot of confidence make really bad decisions because they've had to have such confidence to get where they are. And, a couple of nerds sitting on a live stream like us can see from a mile away that something just might be ridiculous, and I think sometimes when you're in that position of you're running a team and you've really got to trust yourself, you definitely are susceptible to making decisions that just, like, it's not like you said, it's not like he's a bad player. Just, you think you could have gotten him, 45 picks later.
And
So
just
an
like us, we're a small group. Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
No, please.
We've got our selections in the top right that are still available. If Matt or Ken or Mr. Ed, had to be the person to make the final decision, they're going to leave out, some of our input clearly in making their particular selection. I think my concern would be, even if I did advocate for Buchanan, if I was one of those people, I wouldn't advocate for him in that position. And that's where I would feel comfortable calling into question the professionalism of whoever has that red star ranking on Buchanan or whoever has that red star ranking on Adisa Isaac at that spot, saying, hey, I really do like this player and I want him in our building, but I don't want to use pick 93 on him. And I think that you have to have professional. Yes, we should hold them to that standard. And in this case, I think we've got a second time in 2 years where they haven't, met that standard at a particular pick. And if people have a problem with us saying it, that's on them.
So I
Let me
go back to
respond to that.
2019 where they had, it seemed to me, and I've been projecting this, right? But I felt back in 2019 that they fell in love with the idea of they could take these converted safeties and move them into inside linebacker, and they would get this huge benefit in coverage from having these light guys with a lot of speed who are used to reading coverage. And so we opened the season with a bunch of inside linebackers who, didn't play a lot of inside linebacker in college, and like Nick Chubb runs all over us. And 2 weeks later, we've cut half of those guys and replaced them with street linebackers who are smart, and can fill the position. We go on a 12-game win streak. So it's not that the mistake didn't get made, and it's not that it wasn't obvious it was a mistake at the time, and it's not that it didn't bite them. That all happened, but then they corrected it. So I think I'm willing to entertain the possibility that DaCosta made a mistake. And I don't think that I'm saying that he's a bad GM for saying that.
Ken, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, just really quickly regarding this, and this is getting back to your comments, Coach, because I think you're basically saying that the scout should somehow be responsible. I mean, I think the individual red stars they give out are just fits the Ravens' way. Scouts themselves are not at all responsible for where do we draft this guy, at least as far as I know. I think that's
why not? If you're an NFL coach, why do I not have the awareness of our overall position and roster needs to have the maturity and professional responsibility to say I really like the player, but I don't like him in the spot? Why not? I can do that, and I'm just sitting here.
You can, but the ultimate decision there, and I wouldn't want the voices echoing all over for that. If I'm DaCosta, I want to hear your opinion on the guy, and then I want to fit him into my big board how he fits. And the guy
Absolutely.
I'd be looking to help me make that judgment is Ozzie. I wouldn't be looking to anybody else to help you fit to figure out, hey, can we get this guy here and this guy here? I don't even want Harbaugh's opinion on it. No.
I think one of the things that we're kind of dancing around on this with Buchanan and pretty much everything else that's happening, if Mike Green is not available at 59, we are all very, very upset with this entire draft as a whole.
Yes.
1,000%.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
And that's like the idea that
DaCosta mentioned
that
the board was picked clean virtually after 91 or almost right around 91. And he said that there was 217, something like that, draftable players.
Yeah, those two things don't add up.
Then he should still have guys he's excited about taking, is your point, Ed, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, and he also said something to, along the effect of, well, when you get to pick, let's say 100 to 150, what's the, deviation? Team A is going to think this player is probably 100. Team B is going to be like 200. And we have that Sean McVay thing like last year with the Patriots guy. I can't, is it that Strong dude or whatever? Cole Strange.
Mm-hmm.
It was the draft reaction. It's the same thing.
I understand the economics of don't trade up. I understand the statistics behind it. I understand all of the math and why you don't. We also never have this many 6-round picks and this many late round picks to be able to afford to trade up and swing at something. And to me, that I don't know how we didn't do that this year. If the board is truly picked clean at 91 and, we had capital to be able to move up, why not?
I also am not sure I understand what it means to say the board is picked clean at 91. I mean, I guess that would make sense to me if it was a 3-round draft, but at some point in time, it's your
talent will drop off, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's your job as a staff to say who do we then have the ability to turn into something valuable, right? Like, there's only so many guys who are going to be playing in the NFL, and they're in the draft now. So I get that there's a talent drop off or maybe a shelf, but
fair
with what you got.
And I believe that part of the philosophy that EDC has, we'll say compared to now, like Les Snead, the Rams, and the new Jaguars guy, because they came from the same system. It's basically low amount of picks is just find core guys that you know are going to stay, whereas just take more chances or buy more lottery tickets. And essentially on day 3, you're buying lottery tickets anyway. Now, I'm not saying that, you're buying cheap lottery tickets versus $20 ones, but they all kind of have that mold. So I get it from a philosophical perspective. I'm not necessarily the biggest proponent of it, but I certainly understand it.
I tell you what, I totally hate the term lottery tickets. You guys heard me say it on the show, no doubt.
Oh, sorry. Can we put that on your bingo card?
What's
I should use
irritation with
currency.
Steelers have a quarterback. Wow.
Uh-oh. Finally.
Wow.
Oh, they
Not
didn't
a
take
bad quarterback either.
the IU guy. They took Will Howard.
Yeah, they took Will Howard out of Ohio State. It's about time.
So Ewers is the only guy among the top 9 who's still around.
Yeah.
I haven't made that mistake. Or he's still available, right?
He is available.
Yep, he's
He's
available.
available.
I think he's killing every animal for every pick he doesn't select this
Yeah, wouldn't be shocked.
Was there anyone who liked the Leary pick last year? And I'm not even saying just on the panel here, but has anyone come across any site, analyst, etc., that liked that pick or could make any sense of it?
What's the name of our quarterback coach? It seems like he's the only one.
Yeah, on Earth.
Right.
T. Howard.
Right.
Martin.
T. Martin.
But he wasn't the quarterback coach the year before.
It
He
even
was
sounded
the
to
quarterback.
me.
He had been named in the offseason, though, and they said that they gave him a list of guys. Pick from this. Who do you like?
The way they framed that conversation, it sounded like EDC and Harbaugh were even trying to distance themselves from liking the pick. I know that's not intentional, but it sounded very
Well,
much
T said he wanted him.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that kind of bizarre, though, that they said, hey, scout all these quarterbacks, in this range and tell us what you want. And they pick one that not one person could even justify as being a good idea. That's just a little disturbing to me.
All right, we
Ravens
got a
are on the
Ravens
clock.
pick coming up here next. Who are people excited about?
I'm still looking at Peebles.
Still looking at
Napoleon.
Peebles, Ivy,
Kobe
Alexander.
Bryant.
Isaiah
That takes
Bond is a
Smith here.
sneaky pick.
So Isaiah Bond was turned himself in for sexual assault on April 10th, I think, or April
Yeah.
12th.
Not double dipping there, right? Someone said that earlier.
That was me that
Yeah, I
said it, actually.
Killed me, Sam. That was so
Double
funny.
dip on sexual assault.
What's Brown's deal to tackle?
Don't know. I don't know if
No,
it's an
I-
injury or what the
No,
issue
okay.
might be.
Gotcha.
I love seeing these Mike Green highlights. I tell you what.
That boy is a monster.
God, he's so good. And when he gets grown man strength and he has like more power, holy cow.
Yeah, when he gets stronger, it's game over.
So I know that this is a ridiculous and too high pressure comp, but it reminds me a little bit of Suggs. Not
That's what Sean
necess-
said.
Yeah, just from the
Kyle.
standpoint of getting a guy that explosive, a guy who should have been that early a pick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He seems desperate, like, to get to the football carrier. Like, he is.
There's a small part
Relentless.
of me that's hoping he wants 55 and Sizzle lets it happen.
Just let him wear 15. It's available.
I know. Or 59, his pick number.
Some people have worn 15 previously for the Ravens, right? It seems like maybe Sammy Watkins.
Yeah.
Maybe that's wrong.
What's the thing? The receiver that we just had. Why am I blanking on his name?
Aguilar?
Yeah, Aguilar was wearing 15.
Didn't Hollywood Brown wear that for a little while as well?
That was what he wore his first year when.
Oh, yeah.
Before they could do single digits.
Yeah.
Come on, Peebles. It has to be Peebles.
So I'm trying to
They
think.
might have
What's
just-
the distance between this pick and the next one?
So
203 is the next one.
Yeah.
There you go.
20.
17 picks.
That's a long wait for being in the round
Mhm.
with it and having all the picks they do this round.
203, 210, 212. Unless we traded one of those for the Jets.
I think we got them all.
I'm looking
Somehow.
at this board. I think we need a kicker, and if we don't take it here, it's got to be Verity and free agency.
Agree with that.
And the only kicker I like is the Arizona dude. Although the Kansas State guy's pretty good.
Who is this with kicker tape? Somebody, the comments are in the way.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm not going to, let's say, nerd myself out on this one, but I actually watch those Cole's kicking camp videos and try to see how, like, dudes are actually striking the ball and, you know, who kicks them end over end, who's consistent and whatnot.
Hell yeah.
The Arizona guy didn't compete. The Kansas State guy did. The dude from Penn State who's like 6'7". He did too.
This is a level of nerd I'm all for, brother.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm proud of myself.
Ryan Mallett.
I'm
You don't
proud
have
of
to be.
you.
We're proud
I'm
of
proud.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I'm proud to be on a group chat with you.
Uh-oh. Pick us in. Kicker.
Tyler Loop of Arizona. It is a kicker.
Is it a kicker? My gosh.
Uh,
Golly, not on my bingo card.
Not
Kicker
even on my
before D
list.
tackle.
And he's the good one. Watch him crush that game winner. So he, well, no, that was a 34-yarder. He
Can
hit a
he sing,
59-yarder at the end of the half against like Washington. I mean, we can try. We can ask him.
Tyler Loop.
Oh, Ken,
Do you
you
think
actually
kickers
scouted
have
kickers too?
highlights?
Good for you, bro.
no, I didn't. I pulled together a list of kickers that belonged to someone else, but Loop was not even on it. I just had to add him right that second.
Game winner against New
Sure.
Mexico looks like a 48-yarder.
I tell you what, he's not even on the PFF list of
50-yarder.
kickers.
He's fifth on Dane Brugler's thing.
I think if there's anyone that we would trust to evaluate
Oh,
kickers,
sure.
it's Baltimore.
Yeah, if Randy
I'm okay.
Brown wanted this guy, then he's the best
Yeah.
kicker. That's just all there is to it.
I tried to send the link to the video.
His
highlights.
I hopped on for a little bit because everyone was doom and gloom about the pick of Buchanan, and I just wanted to advocate for the folks in the chat that were suggesting maybe it wasn't too bad. Ken, we've talked about this, but since 2018, one of the things that's plagues Baltimore's defense is whenever they cannot cover the middle of the field with their linebackers, and
That's true.
Buchanan projects as a good coverage linebacker. Whether it works out or not remains to be seen. But at the beginning of the year last year, that was one of the areas they struggled too when they were asking Roquan to do too much because Simpson couldn't handle that. And so,
That's true.
I understand being disappointed we didn't draft a defensive tackle. I also want to point out 2 years ago, they really needed a cornerback and took 0 cornerbacks in the draft and made way with Brandon Stevens and Ronald Darby and had an excellent secondary. So
That's true too.
there was just a lot of doom and gloom for a little bit. So I wanted to come on and advocate that maybe the sky isn't falling. And I'm starting a who's going to buy a Buchanan jersey fund with me. So show up at opening day.
The other thing about
Buchanan jerseys.
linebacker and coverage is I heard that one reason that last year's inside linebackers coach was not invited back was that he told Roquan to gain weight to be able to thump, and that early in the season, because of that, Roquan wasn't able to run with guys. And one of the
Explain
reasons the
week
coverage
3.
Are
improved.
you sure that Roquan didn't attend too many cake parties in the offseason?
I'm not sure whatsoever.
He did look very thick at the beginning of last year.
Yeah.
Buchanan reminds me of Kamalai Correa. I did not hate Kamalai Correa. I did not hate the player. I hated the spot we took him in.
Yeah.
You mean the Derrick Henry spot that we took him in?
Yep, pretty much. Yep.
Wait, we took him in the Henry spot? I thought Henry was drafted in the second round before we were on the clock.
Nope. Afterwards,
Oh,
4 picks afterwards. 3 picks.
oh
4 picks.
man,
Yep.
that bumps me out because I knew I wanted him in that draft, but wasn't paying as close attention.
And then I immediately felt better when the Bucks took a kicker in the second round. It's like, okay, we didn't blow it that bad.
Does anyone, speaking of drafting kickers, wasn't Sebastian Janikowski like a very high draft
It
pick?
was absurdly high pick. Yeah.
Yes.
By was it the Raiders, I think?
The Raiders.
Yep.
Yes. Once a Raider, always a Raider.
I want to say maybe even it couldn't have been the second round, could it? I must be misremembering that.
I need to look this up now.
17th overall.
First round pick.
No.
Really?
17th overall.
Okay, so they took Ray Guy at a spot like that in the first round.
Yeah.
Tyler
yeah.
Luke, I have a little information on him here. He's played 50 career games. He's made 126 out of 128 extra points. No problem with that. He's made less than 84% of his college field goals. I don't have a long distance on what he did here.
I just saw a 62-yarder against Houston.
Somebody said that too. I saw, but I can't. The game logs would have it, right? Game logs have a long. No, they don't. Actually, they just have extra points made and field goals made, free goals attempted.
I mean, I think I've just prepped myself for, like, here we go with a unstable and who knows what kicker, right? Because we were having issues last year and we didn't know if it was Tucker, and now we don't know if it was splits between the ears of Tucker, and we don't know if it was the hold or the snap or anything, right?
What
There
the
was
way
a
the
long
NFL's
Twitter
going, just
thread.
go for it on 4th down every time, and then we don't have to have a
Great.
kicker. I don't see
I
an issue
mean,
with that. Yeah.
If you have Lamar
Well, they're going to
Jackson,
ban the
Derrick
tush push
Henry,
anyway. Yes.
All right. So a note of pessimism. I don't think Jordan Stout has been all that great. So as much as I want to believe in the magic of Randy Brown, like I don't know that Stout has justified that.
I think Stout's been actually decent at angling kicks. I'm not going to say that it's been to that accurate of where he wants it.
I'm enjoying these kicker highlights on NFL Network of Tyler Loop.
Yes, sir. But I would like somebody to ask, like, the special teams guys, what are you going through every week? What's your routine? What are we trying to improve? Because as you're saying with Stout, I'm not seeing that trajectory of going. He was here and now he's here.
how long until Tucker gets cut?
At least June 1st, I would think, because they have they've done a lot of machinations, a lot of maneuvering to maintain that post June 1 availability.
So you think it's before camp, though, huh?
Not necessarily. I mean, the NFL probably will be slow enough that in terms of their
True.
investigation and ruling that it might not be. Riley Leonard off the board, the Notre Dame quarterback who tries to run the ball a lot, and he's doesn't really have the requisite quickness, I don't think, for the NFL.
Well, everybody knows that he sucks just because he went to Notre Dame.
She's not here.
I had to
She's
take
not
my
here
one
today.
shot at these guys.
There's some pretty funny comments in the chat right now. Fenrea said that Loop is all forehead and maybe he can better determine wind speed and direction with open space on his face.
Bro, what?
And then Caleb Drake comments that the Browns will probably sign Tucker if he gets released.
Wow.
To play quarterback.
Oh my God. Thank you for telling about the comments, because I'm stupid. I had my window extended over and I couldn't even see the comments. Jeez.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Daniel, we don't know the value yet in terms of JJ points, because the 2026 picks, we don't know where they'll fall within those 6th and 5th rounds. But one of the things to consider is whenever a team trades a pick of a particular round, it usually is a floating liability they set themselves up with, where if you have a comp pick, you can use that. So the Ravens might be trading something at the end of round 6, and the Jets might be trading something back. We are hoping that's higher in round 5.
Right.
So it might be, round and a half pickup is something that Kevin Ostreicher estimated.
Are any of our guys projected to be 6-round comp picks?
I haven't looked.
I'd have to check.
I
can
thought
check
there
real
were actually.
I'm going to set the line at over under 1.5.
I think Josh Jones is supposed to be a 7.
I thought there was actually 3 guys that were projected to be 6.
McCary, Stevens, Malik Harrison's probably a 6th, right?
Yeah, I think Malik's probably a 6.
So Malik Harrison's canceled out by DeAndre Hopkins. Jones is projected to be a 7th. Stevens and McCary are both projected to be 5th.
Oh, 5th.
They might not have one.
Chris Board.
Injuries can change that. Playing
I
time
don't
can
think
change
Board
that.
signed for enough money.
That could they could even maybe get a pick for Tre'Davious White if he plays a lot in Buffalo, but that will be he's below the threshold right now.
Have we made trades for future? Have we traded away current draft picks for future draft picks before?
I'm trying to remember the last time. It's not something they have commonly done.
Are you familiar, Jim, with the? Are you familiar with the Bisciotti reign of terror circle, where he pushes them to trade a current draft pick for a draft pick in the one earlier round next year, thinking that in 7 years you could turn a 7th into a 1st-round pick?
I mean, everybody should do that because the thing is, so I'm all in with Bisciotti on that. I think that most NFL regimes are very this year, next year oriented, because the pressure to, not get fired or whatever is so extreme. If you've got an owner or a GM who's secure in securing the far future of the franchise, you should absolutely, I would trade, every year I would trade a draft pick for, one round higher 2 years from now and keep flipping that off into the future for as long as I could. I think it's a great idea that's been unexplored.
Yeah, I think the other thing I would do is find a team that's maybe more confident in themselves that you think is going to underperform next year. And, especially if you're moving around on day 2, getting an early round 2 or round 3 pick is, moving up that way could be really valuable if you can correctly predict a team to underperform.
Oh, now
I think that
time it's ever happened in Ravens history. Let me just finish with this comment really quickly.
Yeah.
In 1999, they had the 33rd or 34th, 35th pick. It was an early 2nd-round pick. The Falcons wanted it to make a selection. They traded it to them for the Falcons first in 2000, and the Falcons were just coming off the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So they didn't think there's any way they would have anything but a late 1st-round pick, and Ozzie ended up really conning him because it was the 5th overall pick.
That was the Jamal Lewis pick, right?
The Jamal Lewis pick, exactly. So they have done it at least that time.
That's good. This is actually there's a little farther back in the comments. Steve asked a good question that I was curious to get the panel's take on. If a player turns out to be a great player, why should we be upset that we used a 4th-round pick when we could have waited until the 5th? I'm curious what you guys' thoughts are on that.
Yeah, if we could see the future, I would do a lot of the picks differently.
It's perceived value. And even Eric DaCosta will tell you that they want to be drafting players ahead of where the rest of the league values them, not where they value them.
Right.
That means I want to make economical picks.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's Lamar Jackson, right?
Yes. $1,000,000,000%. Great point. Lamar Jackson, case in point.
I agree with Steve, by the way, Way Watcher, that he basically is pointing that the Ravens have already traded a pick this year for value next year. Whether it's not an extra pick, but it's an upgrade in value that is not insignificant.
I really hate that Indy got Tim Smith. who's probably the best available defensive tackle in my mind.
So what if we just said to hell with it and we just traded all of our picks one round up for next year and said we're not drafting this year, we're taking the day off?
You'd really have a lot of draft capital if you're willing to do it. You could keep your one even and use that, which is about 65% of your value, and trade the remainder for what would be an extra amount of draft capital similar to the amount you have. So
I don't think EDC is capable of
I mean, I
it,
guess
even if it was
that-
the best deal.
I feel like
Yeah,
there is a
doesn't
world
have
though
too
where an
much.
NFL franchise would have like short staff scout or like scouting or something like that.
Oh
like,
no,
half the
Taj
people-
Brooks, my boy.
Oh, that's your buddy.
That's my
he's off to the
boy.
Bengals too.
God, sucks.
Do you want me to go get his autograph and send it to you? I can literally like walk to the stadium from here.
What I would like you to do is get his autograph on a Ravens contract and send
Okay.
that.
I can
that out.
intercept it.
All right, guys, I gotta go pop on another stream. Ken, I appreciate you having me.
Understood, Kevin. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Good
bye,
luck,
guys.
Kevin.
Appreciate you.
Guys, I want to say before we're done that I don't study the draft, and I have learned more today, yesterday, Thursday, from participating with you guys than I ever expected to know about this draft. It's been a real pleasure for me.
Thanks, Jim. We've had, I think, a great panel for all 3 days, and it's a massive panel today, and it's all people I love talking football with. So I really appreciate you guys, spending time with us. And it is a real grind getting through these 3 days. You hear me being a little bit quieter today than normal. It's very hard to keep your eyes open sometimes as you go through this whole draft. And great to have other folks picking up the slack here and on day 3 in particular.
Absolutely, man. You get to the point where you're worn out, but you're, especially here for this draft, there's so much activity for us at the end of it that it kind of, brings your attention back in. It's like the last 8, 10, 12 minutes of the movie where you hopefully wraps up with some resolution that puts you in a good mood when you leave.
I will say, Ken, your stream has gotten better year in, year out with this draft too. Having just watched Thursday and Friday and not participated, it's gotten better every year.
We got to get this man an app though. He's still on Google Docs.
That's fair.
This is straight Excel. I'm sharing my screen. It's not even Google Docs.
Okay, that's how you know you're dealing with a real Excel person. Is that he makes sure it's not Google Docs.
Damn.
Sorry, sir. I can't see that from here because my eyes are terrible.
If you've never met an Excel snob, you've never met an Excel snob.
I also want
They do
to
have those Excel championships on ESPN too sometimes.
I want to tack on to Jim's comments about the knowledge gained over this weekend. Jim, you've informed me where I can get draft day apparel similar to these guys that are drafted in downtown Baltimore, and so I'm thoroughly grateful for that.
Yeah. I think the one thing that we've maybe fallen down a little bit that I'm used to on draft day commentary is critiquing of the wives and girlfriends outfits. I'd say it's been a little overbalanced towards the football side of the content.
So fair.
We chatted a little bit about Jackson Dart and his
yeah, that's true.
His lookalike brother and movie star name.
Hey, who was the dude with the dog? The golden retriever or whatever?
Was that day 2? That was the day I wasn't in the panel.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I saw it too.
Well, whoever that
Who
was,
said
the
that,
mom
Ken?
needs a shout out.
This thing?
Does anyone see the Jalen chart on the NFL Network right now?
No.
It's
yes.
It's hilarious. It's everyone drafted named Jalen. Jalon. Yeah, there's four ways. It's the new name.
A lot of multiples at the same position group too, like wide receiver and maybe cornerback as well had multiples.
2 tackles, 3 wide receivers.
Hey, hold up. The Bears just took a dude that transferred from Holy Cross to Michigan State. I didn't know he played ball there. Or more so, the Holy Cross still has a football team.
It's weird that he would take that step down in competition moving to Michigan State.
Their basketball team was good this year.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at about 6:45 to finish up tonight. And the Ravens have, what, 2 more picks coming in at 203 and 212, right?
203, 210,
Yeah,
and
they're-
212, right?
Oh,
did they
3
move to
picks.
Oh, yeah,
210?
3
Okay.
more.
And then their last pick is what, 243-ish or something? So 243, I think, is right. Okay.
So I'm going to throw this out there. It's just something to consider. So we already had, let's say, one coach do that giraffe, pound the table, stick your neck out thing, for that Western Michigan kid. I imagine that the special teams coach stuck his neck out for Tyler Loop. Which of the coaches would stick their neck out for the next guy? It has to be somebody different, right?
I feel bad that however hard Monken has stuck his neck out, it's just been told fuck off.
Yeah, do you really feel bad though? I mean, this came up someone's made this comment in the chat, but Baltimore's offense by DVOA last year was one of the best in NFL history.
Right.
They really needed to boost the defense.
Yeah, they weren't going to get it. There was no bang for the buck in trying hard to improve the offense this year.
We have 0 tight ends on the roster after next year.
Is that true?
As it stands out, no fullback either. So that 4-man room is
And
gone.
What's the wide receiver room look like in 3 years? Question mark.
Yeah, so they have Bateman for 2. They have Flowers for 3, including a 5th-year option. So they have Walker for 3.
And you have Hopkins for 1.
Hopkins for 1.
Yeah.
I think Hopkins going to retire a Raven now.
So, I mean, I'm not saying it is a need today, but we didn't look to address anything in the future today.
Take the Miami kid.
I would just say, about that though, I would just say that one of the things that I think EDC has done really well is use multiple angles to build the team. Like, and Ken, you've talked a lot about this. He's signed guys in free agency. He's made late in training camp signings that have really paid dividends. He's made in-season tradings that have paid dividends. And so
That's probably been the most amazing.
Yeah, like the team isn't like this is just another step in building the team. Again, like going back 2 years ago when they didn't draft any cornerbacks and they had no depth really after Humphrey, and Stevens came out of nowhere to play well.
I really like this kid.
And
this
so
is somebody who, by the way, excuse me for a second here. Ahmed Hassanin.
Hassanin. Boise State guy.
Yep.
That's the one.
Tough.
Somebody was talking in chat about wanting to take a flyer on him.
His CrossFit records are just insane.
Really?
Yeah.
What a cool stat to look up, man.
It is like if you find his CrossFit workout videos and you just look at the athletes and then you see how much more dominant he is than these guys, it is mind-bending. Does that translate to football? I don't know, but holy shit.
That just validates my argument to my brother who's a CrossFit trainer that CrossFit is a sport made up by people that weren't athletic enough to play professionals or real sports.
Okay,
it's not a way to develop athletic
Bro,
aptitude.
this workout video.
Are you shitting? Yeah. Like, you just...
Dude, this Lions locker room.
What is the story with this? With behind the Lions all wearing the Aggies jerseys?
Can we get one of the chat research people, maybe?
That's a heck of a farmer's walk. What the hell?
That's pretty sweet, though, that they're all in on it. Kind of like how the Niners yesterday did that "Let's Go" thing, because that's all the dude would say when he got picked.
Guys, you're a priceless diversion this entire day. Is all the stuff that's in the chat here.
The Fuzzy is absolutely right. You're 100% right.
Yep. Here, speaking of dogs, I'm going to help out.
I'm just saying, I lost 80 pounds doing CrossFit, so like, I get it.
That's so true. No, I don't. Yeah.
Good girl.
Yeah, Troy. Troy, about Darby. Yeah, that was where I was getting before that pick. That in 2023, we didn't address corner in the draft, and we were able to get Darby. We were able to play Stevens, and the secondary was really good that year.
Darby was excellent that year.
Yeah, and that was, they signed him a couple days in the training camp, midway into training camp.
Signed him after Humphrey got hurt, right? Wasn't it after Humphrey got hurt in camp, or was it just before?
Because he had that weird foot surgery. That's right.
Yeah, so we're sitting there like really panicking, and Darby shows up, and then Marlon has that was a weird year for Marlon, 23.
Yeah, that was his.
And we had the best.
That was his bad year.
That year.
And they thought Rock Ya-Sin was going to be the guy, and then it was August 17th, 2023, so it was during camp. But they thought Rock Ya-Sin was going to be the guy, and Darby completely ate his lunch.
Yeah, and he's a Maryland guy too. He's PG County, so that was great.
Darby was?
Yeah, Darby's PG County.
I don't think any of us are questioning EDC's ability to patch or make up for any perceived mistakes or missteps, but that also doesn't stop us from pointing out the things that go wrong.
Sure.
So I think the guy just wants to hold the finals between the CrossFit Nation and the Vegan Brotherhood / Sisterhood.
It's the overlap that gets you.
There's not a lot of overlap. I don't know any CrossFitters that are vegans. It's tough to be able to do that workout without meat.
That's true.
Maybe pescatarian.
Oh, that's good too.
What is so Ravens Punch is in the chat, really upset about drafting a kicker. How do you guys feel about?
Oh no, it is necessary.
Shame on you.
Necessary move. Most years I would be upset about drafting a kicker as a waste of resources or whatever. But first of all, it's the 6th round, and second of all, we have our Tucker situation. Utterly necessary and well spent.
Punch, are you upset that we're replacing Tucker? Or are you upset that we're drafted?
Doesn't like the value. They see the 180 at 183. Well, how about this? How about
kicker at 243?
How about what would you have taken? And is there a guarantee that Loop would have been there at 243?
We didn't take a kicker until another kicker had been drafted, right?
That's right.
So I think
it was the first kicker in Ravens history.
Borregales went first.
Right. So it's quite obviously a reaction to the initial kicker being taken, and we wanted that particular guy because the other 5 or 4 guys who were considered draftable were still there. Stands to reason it was a reaction to the first kicker being off the board.
Yeah.
I think it then becomes a question of what someone mentioned is like, is this Randy Brown's guy, and do we trust that assessment? If the answers are yes, then that's a fine value. But I think someone pointed out that Stout hasn't turned into a great punter that quickly. So I think the need to get a kicker. If there's a guy that you're convinced with, I have no problem using this pick on him. I just don't know enough about kicking to really say if this was a good pick or not. So I guess I'm willing to defer to the team on this one.
I will say, I think I opened the door to potential Randy Brown criticism by pointing out that I haven't loved Stout's performance. But having said that, you absolutely have to trust Randy Brown for that. I mean, like he's done too much for too long. He's been our guy, so you have to live and die with his decision making on that, with his assessment, with his scouting.
Completely agree. He's let's see, he's been the Ravens kicking consultant since I think prior to 2012. He was definitely the guy who drafted Tucker, not drafted, who went out and found and advocated for the signing of Tucker. And
I thought Jerry Rosberg did that.
I don't think he was the main guy. He might have been involved.
Rosberg was special teams, but Randy Brown was around. I think so.
Randy Brown was around because Randy Brown that year ran out on the field with Tucker to practice for the game-winning kick in the Mile High Miracle. I don't know if you remember that being a big deal.
Yeah, during the intermission between the first and second overtimes.
Yep. Yeah, and the Broncos were really pissed off about it. If they're honestly as pissed off about it as they should have been, they should have just stood right in front of the potential kick.
There was an interview, this might have been in The Athletic or something, where Rosberg was talking about going down to interview Tucker and got Tucker to talk about performing on stage, singing opera or whatever. And the interviewer was asking Rosberg, like, did you think that was weird that, like a football player is like singing opera? And Rosberg made the point, like, I saw a performer.
Yeah.
Somebody who wanted the attention on themselves, and wanted to do it in the moment.
Yeah, he just wanted a little bit too much attention.
Well,
okay, so there seems to be understanding that Rosberg was actually involved in the Tucker selection. So I'll defer on that. I will say there was Childs Walker was on the show, and he talked briefly about did a show basically on Tucker that was like why they liked him so much. And one of the things they said is Tucker had gotten up when he was in 5th grade and was singing in some sort of audience, including like you pandering to whatever you call it, singing to girls in the class. I want to say it was 5th grade, but it might have been a little bit late. It might have been 7th grade. But either way, he would have had to take a lot of teasing for that. But
which I mean is a fair part of the evaluation for kicker.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, how many times did we see Tucker standing in the middle of the field with his "Are you not entertained?" Like Paul, kicking a 45-yarder, a 55-yarder, and amping up the crowd.
You want a guy that's out there and ready for it and embraces the moment and doesn't shy away from the pressure.
1,000%.
So, I mean, I think it's a fair evaluation to consider that the singing component of his mentality, I guess,
was an essential part of what made him great.
Agree.
Somebody had to go below the line here. All right.
I see what you mean, Ken.
Line?
I was
Nikhil.
Realize I was muted.
Nikhil's in the comments saying that he's ready to rejoin.
I'm here.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I guess you were.
Hey, which one of you was advocating for Taj Brooks, by the way?
Me, Jim.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take that from you because I'm gonna use that as a way to shoot my shot with Kay Adams.
Okay.
Thanks.
Fair.
What?
So fair.
Never mind. I don't want to know, Ed.
So fair.
I've met once Ed in person in Cincinnati when we went to a game there. I think it was in Cincinnati, and he brought his son to a bar where we met. It's just like his son is probably about 11 or 12 at the time, right?
No, he was like 7, dude.
Perfect. Yeah.
Well, did they serve like wings and stuff there? I mean, it seems perfectly.
Yeah, they had
kind of.
Yeah.
It wasn't that one. No, it wasn't like the actual. It wasn't the chain, no, but it was definitely one where it's still like more of an adult-oriented environment, just people drinking beer. It's not bad or nothing.
So listen, if you and Kay hit it off, I would like to meet and get to give her a hug one time. So
I wish you luck in trying to beat out Chris just joking for Kay Adams' attention. I wish you luck.
It's cool. I know it's never going to happen. You know what I don't like this? So ESPN is actually showing the people announcing the picks. And NFL Network is over here just like, we're back in the studio. What are we doing?
I have the ESPN draft up. I'm just waiting for you guys. I don't know. I think I'm streaming it on the computer, so it's behind anyway. But I know we're supposed to be on NFL Network, but I switched over and saw everyone in the studio and thought, this isn't fun.
No, it's not. It's been terrible.
I really hate that Mike Green saved this draft for us.
I keep reflecting on that too. How different, like you said earlier, how different we would be thinking about this draft how different could it have turned out? Do we take a D tackle or an offensive lineman in that spot if Mike Green is not there?
Coach, I'm curious. So I made this comment on the first day of stream, but you weren't on there. I'm curious, like last year's in typical Baltimore drafts, we think that we get a lot of value in these later round picks, and we get get solid performers up and down the draft. But last year in the draft, we got two really top of the line, borderline top of the line, borderline potential All Pro. If you think Wiggins can be in the first two picks, and in my mind, that really made the draft. I don't really care what happens with those other guys, and so I think of this draft kind of similarly. If I know Ken's not a big Starks fan, but a lot of people really think Starks was a steal where Baltimore got him and got Green. If those two guys are contributors this season,
Yep.
I mean, how do you think about that? Like, how do you think about valuing like a deep, voluminous draft where you might not get the top talent, but versus a draft where you might get two really top guys, but the rest of it is a wash?
I think you're all over it. If you were asking me initially, I think you're all over this. I actually, on another screen, on another laptop, am typing up for something for a video, and I literally just typed, "This draft reminds me of last year's in a lot of ways." And it's quick. We're still drafting, in fact, so that's probably a little bit unfair. But to your point, we're fortunate. I was on with Ken last year when Rosengarten's there. We were counting down. We were sweating bullets for Rosengarten to still be available. Some of us didn't like Kingsley as much, and things haven't turned out great yet for him in Kansas City. But they've already drafted another tackle, which kind of says some things like there. So my point is, we were fortunate to get Rosengarten where we did, and we're extremely fortunate to get Mike Green here. But were Mike Green not available, we're gonna pick a really good player there, right at that spot, because there's some great talent on the board. I do have some. I'm pretty much in the same boat as Ken. I don't think Malachi Starks fell to us in my range. My projection for him was 25 to 38. He's not a guy that I would say if someone drafted him at 15 or 18, I would say that was in the right spot. I'd say that was about 10 or 12 picks too early. I don't see anything that screams round one superstar to me from a safety position. I do like the player, particularly man coverage in the slot, and some of the reps that I've seen. He's very smart. He knows what leverage side to be on. But I don't. I'm in Ken's boat as opposed to other people that think, we got a guy who should have been drafted at 15 or 18 and fell to us. Would not be my assessment. I'm comfortable just disagreeing with others who do think so.
Well, but we got a guy who should have been drafted at around 25 to 30, who fits a position of need.
Absolutely, through no effort of our own, however.
Well, I mean, what does that mean? Like effort, like preparation, and I mean,
if he's so good, why didn't we take him at 27?
I think Jim's
we did take him at 27.
Yeah, he's talking about Starks, and Coach is talking about
no,
Green. Green.
Okay.
Yeah, Coach.
Yeah, why didn't we take him there?
Because he doesn't think. Coach,
I would ask
Starks
though,
deserved the 27th pick.
Did DaCosta know something about how far Green was going to fall, or think he knows something about how far Green was going to fall?
That's a great question.
I actually think their reaction to Green, he addressed it on the thing. I don't know if I believe everything that DaCosta says right after the draft. In fact, I'm sure I don't believe a lot of the coach speak. But the one thing he said was that the Chiefs were coming up in some few number of picks, 3 or 4 picks after the Ravens, and he didn't want them. He didn't want to just leave them for the Chiefs. I think there's an element of truth in there in terms of his reaction to it. That they said, he's dropped far enough. We can't let somebody else get this big value. We got to harvest it ourselves.
I think. Go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
I think they did not seem super well prepared to answer about Mike Green. And I'm sure it was a possibility that they were going to get Mike Green, and maybe Malachi's not there and Mike's the highest player. I don't know. But the way that press conference went yesterday, they did not seem fully prepared to answer the questions about Mike Green's past and why they took him and all of those things. So to me, I don't think that they actually believed he was going to be there.
That reminds me of when Ozzy said they didn't, like, of the scenarios in that draft, they spent the least time on the scenarios where Suggs was available with that pick.
Right.
Yep.
I think we're also spoiled too. Like, the lead up to this draft was that it was somewhat similar to 2022, and I think we're all still spoiled. I know I am from that draft. How many good players we got from it in that fourth round range, which was ridiculous. I think we had 7 that year. And so maybe we were setting ourselves up for that type of expectation. And so in that sense, we're, quote, disappointed. It's very possible that a year from now, this draft looks extremely different than the 2024 one. Right now, it doesn't seem like we got as much value after, Green and then Emory Jones, at least immediate value for 2025, right?
Right, but when Teddy Buchanan makes his second All-Pro team, then we're going to be like, yeah, well, we got a great pick.
Pick is in for the Ravens here at 203.
I was not ready to
Shante
call it
West
way
of
behind.
Colorado.
Yeah.
Did not see that one coming.
Did not either.
Oh, they didn't take the Florida dude. Shame.
This is a guy.
There's still chances. They got 2 more.
Is this the returner?
He was not on my board.
LeJohntay Western?
Oh, good player.
I've never even heard of him.
Good player. I like him. I don't think he ran as well. I don't think his testing was as quick as he maybe looked on the field, if I remember correct.
Thank God we got another 5'9" receiver.
This is one of the
according to
smallest guys in
ESPN,
the
he's
entire
5'11".
NFL.
Wow, he shrunk 2 inches
167.
over the past 3 months.
Yeah.
167 pounds, Ed.
Good God.
Yeah, I mean, if I put on another 10, I guess I could fight this guy. But
4.47.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought he ran significantly slower than he was expected to. Kind of like Tez Johnson from Oregon, that smaller, quicker slot guy. I do like him as a player. I don't think he's got a great shot to make this team, clearly.
Couple notes about him. He's returned 68 punts in his career. Had a touchdown each of the last 2 seasons.
Yes,
He's had 15 kickoff returns as well, with most of them coming in 2020 with Florida Atlantic.
He was pretty busy in 2023.
This is a guy who's here for 1 year, but his job is probably not safe. Well, job's probably not safe this year, but it's definitely not safe in 2026. He could immediately get competition from somebody else.
So he's a
no fumbles, by the way.
That's not nothing.
Yeah, I did like him when he got the ball there. Sorry.
Yeah, we knew they wanted.
You got to give the guy something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, John. I'd put him at DT in that race car package.
Oh, Cornelius is off the board to Dallas. That's a shame. Okay, so he does have over 10 yards per target, or did in 24 anyway, 10.1 yards per target. That's always nice to see. And a lot of targets, 92 targets. He caught 74. So despite being a small guy, you think of probably with a small catch radius, he converted a bunch of receptions.
Yeah, they were in a lot of, Colorado was in a lot of 10 personnel at times this year. So literally no tight end on the field. And Wester, to my knowledge, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was like that 3rd, 4th receiver guy in that 4 wide receiver group. That's a pain in the butt. It's almost run and shoot type stuff, with 4 receivers on the field and 2 of them being smaller, quicker guys.
Their offense is not the quote-unquote prototypical pro offense at all, and their defense is, not good.
Yeah, but the immediate thought I had when we commented that he was small is, especially like what Coach just said, like coming from Colorado's offense, Shadur was, one of the knocks on him was that he held the ball really long. And that's something that Lamar does very well, is extends plays. And so like getting smaller, shifty guys that can get open on extended plays is always a value.
Hey, can someone, by the way, remind me when they're about to do the stump the truck? I have like the dude that's finally going to beat them, but they're not going to, they'll just do that thing where they just ask the panel as opposed to asking fans because they're dumb.
Have they done the puppy thing yet?
I don't think they have.
What is Stump the Truck?
Yeah,
it's where they ask you for like random, let's say, not going to say scrubs, but prospects that you've never heard of, seemingly never heard of, or from like weird schools, And if they've got highlight tape of them, you go to the truck and they'll say, do you have anything that's a highlight of team, player A or B? And I legitimately found that I'm going to call it the algorithm in order to beat them. So the trick is you have to look up a Division II or Division III school that has not played a D1 in the last 4 years.
Jeez.
Next, you have to find a D2 school that has not been to the playoffs in the last 4 years.
Okay.
From that, you have to find a guy who didn't lead the statistics in the top 25 of that in the last 4 years. And I've done it.
Who is your guy?
CJ something from Duboc. It's some random school in Iowa that has 1,700 kids.
Duboc.
CJ Dean is this guy.
When is that? Is that on?
It's supposed to
NFL
be in
Network?
probably like 20 picks, if that.
On NFL Network or ESPN?
NFL Network, sir.
All right.
It's a seventh round thing.
Oh, they're doing it in the seventh?
I think they always do it in the seventh. That it's filler material for the.
Yeah.
Is that when they do the puppies also?
Yes, Weight Watcher it is. Yeah, unless you're from there or something.
I did 200 mock drafts, and only one pick did I get right at all, and it was Emory Jones, and I had him in 3%. 3% of my 200 mock drafts that I draft Emory Jones.
Seeing a note from Jeff Zaribek on Wester that he played under Willie Taggart at FAU, so clearly some connection, some familiarity there. I definitely wanted the Ravens to get a receiver with return skills out of this draft. It's hard to ask for much more at the end of day 3. I think the fans are certainly not going to like getting another smaller guy like Wester when so much of the focus has been getting a big body. But I think that they have brought in Hopkins and their tight ends typically play that big body role for their passing game, and they seem pretty comfortable with that.
So also
and he's a return man.
Some of the
The returning was a big thing for me. That was I thought there were a number of solid returners in this draft, and that it would be silly not to come away with one. I am glad that they waited this late to do it. As much as I like a guy like Torrey Horton, just for the value, I'd rather wait until these late picks to get a receiver with the current roster makeup.
All right, guys, I got to take off. Thanks, Ken. Thanks,
we'll
team.
See you, Brad.
Take care.
You're logged onto this twice. If you wouldn't mind trying to dislodge your log
I am?
twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
See ya.
Oh, it's too late to say bye. Whoops.
Let's see. I didn't have success trying to kick him from this other one before. Let's see if I can get it done this way. There you go.
Oh, Bills took that dude from UConn.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the one player they had.
Wow. Anyone want to take a guess on total touchdowns between kick returns and punt returns last year?
For the entire NFL?
Yep.
9.
16.
5.
13. 6 and 7.
Bonus points if we can guess who did it.
Sure. Give me a name.
Some guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marvin Mims?
Nope.
I don't remember
the Dallas dude. Duh. Turpin.
Turpin had a punt and a kick return. Yep.
My God. I feel dumb.
The only other names you guys would probably know is Calvin Austin for Pittsburgh did a punt return, and
how about that Steven Sims dude?
Laviska Chenault had a
Chenault had one?
Yep. Did Sims have one? I don't think so. Let me see here. TDs.
You talking about Sims the Raven? Who also played for the Texans?
He played for them too. I'm trying to remember of when. is like the
No touchdowns. I don't. So when we're talking about getting a returner, I get it, and it's a thing, and it matters. But if we're talking 13 TDs across how many total kicks, can I find that stat? Nope.
Well, there weren't that many. The number of return kicks was fairly low. That's why they changed the rules this year.
Yep. They changed the rules again? Are we?
Yeah, they did to pull the touchback. Cam Williams is finally taken. That's been an unbelievable wait for him to be taken.
Wow.
Yeah, they pushed the touchback out to I think the 35, right?
35, yeah. So it's
to incentivize teams to return more.
It's almost like if you don't drop the ball in there, it's almost like kicking it out of bounds, because the 40-yard line is you kick it out of bounds, but it's the 35 if you just kick it in the end zone.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that of all teams, Harry Roseman goes and gets Cameron Williams to end his fall.
Do we have any idea why he fell?
Say again?
Do we have any idea why he fell?
Not particularly. I haven't even seen much about him. I think it's just I think he's a huge bet. It's a huge gamble on being able to develop him. And, if I'm the Eagles, I'm confident in my, I've got Stoutland. I'm confident in my ability to develop an offensive lineman more than some other teams might be, because he only has 1 year as a starter. I think he was like pretty frequently penalized. It's just traits you're betting on. It's not even like a foundation skill wise to bet on, in my opinion. It's really just traits. And so it makes him I think a bigger project maybe than people thought he would be, but Philadelphia is the right landing spot for that. We've got Ravens coming up in a couple picks. I know we've talked about guys like Bryant, RJ Mickens. I'm trying to see who else is still available.
I like Cam Horsley, defensive tackle, Boston College. I also really like gambling on Sean Martin, defensive tackle from West Virginia. He doesn't have a mean streak in him, but he's young and he's 6'5", 295 pounds.
Yeah, we've been saying defensive line for a while. I think it almost feels like this, if they don't go with one here, it almost feels like they're going to not take one at all in this draft. It's such a surprise. Because at this point, the need is so big that I would say, okay, who's my favorite? Who are my remaining draftable defensive line prospects? And let me take my favorite one. With this glut of picks at the end here, that is the position I prioritize, because I would assume at this point your grading is probably fairly even at the end of day 3, that, you're just checking off, the list of your draftable guys. And that's, to me, when I would put defensive line at the top of the priority list and just take the best one remaining.
Someone said that in the stream, I think, earlier when I think one of us said the exact same thing you did, Nick, which was, if you're going to take a defensive lineman, it's going to be here. And someone in the stream said, well, maybe the draft is even deeper at interior D-line in the Ravens' opinion. And that would just be, that's a blessing, right? If you think the 6th round guys and the 4th round guys are equivalent or similar to each other. I don't even pretend to know some of the guys at the bottom of the list, to be honest with you, in terms of interior defensive line.
I could see the Ravens saying the difference between Nazir Stackhouse and Deion Walker or Cam Jackson is marginal.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that being the case.
But then at this point, I would make sure I get Stackhouse if that is my play.
Yep.
Yeah. And when we encountered the same thought process, maybe an hour and a half ago, I don't know. At this point, was it 4 hours ago? Was it an hour and a half ago? We were like, okay, I guess we're just not taking one.
It seems like it was yesterday.
Hey, just to make a point here about one of the guys who's on the board, RJ Mickens had an outstanding year last year. And he played about a half free safety, half slot corner, but his yards per target last year was under 4. In fact, it was 3.4 yards per target, and passer rating allowed 59.6 passer rating allowed for the year. So lots to like there for a guy who might play a split field role if you really want to loosen up this safety group and have a nice 4 to make 3 unit for playing dime.
Ken, I think Hassanin, the edge defender, is off the board, I believe.
Oh, I think you might have him listed twice, Ken.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's possible. Yes. Okay. There you go. He is listed twice because I've got him at the bottom. There you go.
Between him and the what was it, Eastern Kansas or Eastern Kentucky, Walker.
Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, between the two of them, they made up at least 70% of. One of them was in 70% of my 200 mock drafts.
Have you guys talked about Desmond Watson at all?
Just a little bit, but whatever thoughts you have in terms of him would be fine.
Well, I was actually more curious about what the thoughts are from you guys, because I think it's so, is that something that you bet on his ability to stay in shape and perform in the NFL? Because that, to me, that's you're potentially unlocking something unique, but I'm just not sure I see a 450-pound player holding up in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
So here's my question for you, Nick, in response. What's the very first thing that players have to do before they can start practicing?
Right.
Pass the conditioning test.
There you go. So right there, I think he's almost
I was
ruled
going
out.
to say show up. All right.
Yeah, we've seen it be that's the thing is, he's, for his size, I guess, in a way, just having the base movement skills to play SEC football is something, but it's just so clear he can't move on the next level, and he's
I'd be
so
fine with it at
one-dimensional.
243. I'd be fine with it at 243.
Sure.
Keep in mind, though, the two picks here are basically they're almost interchangeable, as in because they skip one by technicality.
But if
I figure coming away with D lineman is easy here. No,
if players show up to voluntary off season, then they don't have to do conditioning, right?
You mean a conditioning test?
Yeah. I feel like I remember something.
I think that's right. If they're there for the entire offseason program, or a certain percent maybe of the offseason program.
Okay.
Ravens.
Is that Ravens? Is that Ravens?
Ravens. Yeah, Ravens.
Specific or
Yes.
okay? Never heard of that.
That
I also
would be
might
like
be
a
wrong.
Harbaugh rule or something, wouldn't it be?
I remember the 1 year Suggs made the comment about stopping eating cookies.
Aeneas Peebles, they finally did it and took it.
Hey!
I like Peebles a lot, man.
Good value. Got to say it, because this is round 6, and we had him marked for round 3 as being one of the potential guys.
Yeah, that's like the Lions got. Is it Frazier, the guard that played tackle in the bowl game? They got him, I believe. Was it round 6?
Oh, hold on a second.
Maybe 5.
Let's see. We got to go Hokies in the chat. I believe we're talking about these guys right here. Yeah. I can switch hats all day.
Peebles is slippery. You don't expect him to be able to make some of the movements he does when he flashes. And you're just like, how did he get through that? Doesn't have great long arms, doesn't have great size, but for whatever reason, I don't know if he has a wrestling background or something, but he is slippery.
I'll read my notes about him, but I will say the guy who was most interested in getting Peebles in round 3 was Jake Bogle. So he was the guy who had him added to the list.
I think Ken's not going to like this guy's arm length.
It's small. It's very short.
Yeah, I know.
No, I think there was a wrestling background. There was some sort of a 31 and looks like 3.8. So I have a mistype here. It looks like not elite in anything in testing. 5 stops per missed tackle.
He was 82% for the vertical.
He played right field and third base in high school.
I like that.
Wow.
I mean,
third
we
base,
have a 280-pound right fielder on my team. I'm not saying that he's good. I'm just saying he exists.
I had as him as a 4th at par, 5th for value, so 60 is certainly a value. Ravens are about to make another pick here, but yeah, I'm very. This is the second pick of this draft where I'm very happy with the value.
Who would be one of the? Sorry, go ahead.
I like Peebles filling in and rotating in. I like it a lot.
Who would be the player or maybe players here that you would say I would take just based on talent, overall talent, irregardless of positional need or depth?
Yeah, that becomes a little more.
Yeah.
Mickens.
Yeah, Mickens. Mickens would be the guy. Or Zay Alexander, I would take as a talent guy.
Lunt is off the board, right?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yes.
Lunt, yeah.
Dippery. Zay
Yeah,
Alexander.
Dippery be fine.
Cornerback, LSU.
Oh, definitely DJ Uagale. Easily him.
I really did not like Castro in this process, but at least he's a big. His ball skills come in the form of forced fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Bringstool is getting no love
Bond
here.
still hasn't been picked either. Talent wise, yeah, bring him up.
I mean, is that the Penn State guy, Ken?
Bringstool went to what is it,
No.
Tennessee or
no, the other guy you mentioned. I lagged out a little bit. Sorry.
Okay.
How about
Castro? We talking about? He's Iowa, I think, or
yeah.
Iowa,
Okay.
Iowa State,
Yeah.
one of the two.
How about a nickel that led the Big Ten in passes defense last season and had 2 picks? Robert Longerbeam, 5'11" corner out of Rutgers. I'd be happy with him.
Really like Longerbeam. Has some of the traits that the Ravens have targeted. I
Hey.
think as like a slot guy.
They worked him out at their pro day.
Yep.
No, it did that. Okay.
Yeah, I saw the list on the draft league thing when they were doing that yesterday.
So we're down to 2 picks left.
Yeah, 212 and 243.
So I really would like to see another defensive back here. Either Alexander or Mickens be the guy here at this next pick. Or
Agreed.
Bryant even would be fine.
Yeah, Bryant.
I'm not really crazy about drafting a guard right here, but there should be somebody left in the 7th round, I would think.
I mean, I would even think about double
guard.
dipping a defensive line.
If you felt like there was guys that
Who do
were
you like?
equitable to each other, yeah.
Sure.
I don't
Horsley,
think any of
Barrow.
them won't be available as free agents, UDFAs.
Do you have a preference, or if it's interior defensive line versus an edge guy?
I think Stackhouse is probably. I mean, I've mentioned him a couple times. Stackhouse would be one of my preferences because he is a nose, and Peoples cannot hang at
Peoples is a
nose.
3. Yeah.
He's a 3 tech. So the way I kind of saw this playing out was the Ravens either using a premium pick on a defensive lineman or an interior lineman, or going ahead and taking 2 guys on day 3, one with a more of a pass rushing profile and another that's more of a traditional nose. So Stackhouse would fit that. Of the guys that are remaining that I have some good knowledge on, I'm sure there are other noses remaining that would be decent fits as well.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Ivey is a player.
The Ole Miss kid?
Yep.
Another edge.
I imagine at
kids,
some
and
point
they're
in
like
time he's going
28.
to be a defensive lineman.
I really
He
hope
actually
this
is sizable, as in like legit. He's built like an end.
Yep.
Yeah, but it seemed like they were kind of playing him as a tweener. You know, I would say he might be more of like a boundary 5 technique. Kind of like I know he's not as big as Brent Urban, but just doesn't seem like a stand-up OLB to me.
Correct.
Dude, Ivy's testing is something else. Like, don't even look at this 10-yard split. I can
Oh,
do
it's
that.
that bad. Yeah, it's funny.
He doesn't seem to be fast twitch on film.
No.
They made the pick. They didn't trade it.
That said, I mean, he uses his hands pretty well. Stay active that way.
I like
No issue with
Mickens here. Of everybody we've named here, I like Mickens.
He really addresses a need again. And
Yeah, I agree with Ken about adding to the secondary again here. I think that's where the strength of the talent is here. And a lot of the other guys, you'll probably have a shot at 243 or just as as free agents.
Yeah. Has Marcus Yarns been drafted yet? Not that we would want him, just wondering.
I don't think so.
Running back Delaware.
Running back.
He's available. Running back, right?
Not that we need him. It's not Ravens specific, but Delaware kid.
Oh, the puppies are coming up.
That's
Uh-oh.
adorable.
Well, this is the best part of the draft right now. Put the dogs on TV.
No, put the Ravens pick on.
Might be
I
the
like
same
kind of
age.
there's one of the shows, and my wife always watches like the Westminster Dog Show every year, and they run the dogs through that obstacle course, and there's the dogs who take it really seriously, and then they run by one at the end who doesn't want to have anything to do with the obstacle course, just runs around and plays and ignores things and reverses and whatnot. It's
The problem is
that's
they
always
always
the
pick the
crowd
ugliest
favorite.
dogs as the winner. Like, I mean, they really need to fix that.
Do you not like hairy sheepdoggy like dogs, Ed?
No, I'm a normal human being.
Okay, I love you.
I got a Labrador back there.
Okay,
here
Robert
for labs.
Longerbeam is the guy for the Ravens.
Hey, see?
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
I like
I
it.
haven't told you about that
I
more.
like it.
Yeah, it's a guy I felt like they could have their eye on for a little bit.
Yep.
How about that 40 time? Go, bro.
But he's a
4.39,
nasty
yeah.
little pissant, man. Like he plays a lot like our Darius Washington,
What's better than one Ardarius Washington?
right?
Graduate of T.C. Williams High School, for any Remember the Titans fans out there.
Hey,
Depth at nickel is a good thing, man. You know?
Yeah, I thought that was a sneaky need in this draft. There weren't a ton of players. There weren't a ton of nickels I really liked in this draft.
Or 11
So-
pass breakups.
Longerbeam is a
having
day
to
3
move-
option.
Not having to move Marlon Humphrey inside is a plus.
am I the only one that doesn't mind him there? Because
I
really
like
like him
Humphrey.
blitzing, actually. And
I
he's
like Humphrey
pretty
on the
good at
inside.
reading.
I like him there, but I like that you don't have to put him
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And-
I can
yeah.
get behind that.
there. Putting him there because you have to is not my favorite option.
I agree, and I think having the requisite depth such that Marlon doesn't have to play 100% of the snaps. He's certainly getting paid enough money such that you would want him to play 100% of the snaps. But to me, the right number is 92, 93, and I know that differential doesn't sound like much, but I'd like to preserve Marlon Humphrey for as long as possible because we're a totally different group when he is and is not on the field. Post Mike McDonald.
Ken, have you done an episode talking to anybody about the corner we signed? I can't remember.
I did I think a solo shot on Chidobe Awuzie. It might have been with Matt Ruff. He might have been with him, but I can't remember exactly who I did it with.
Have to check that out.
Yeah, it's there. Awuzie had a fairly good year last year for Tennessee, so it's I think it was a case of the right player, right price between him and the guy who just signed with Buffalo, Trey White.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
We didn't care necessarily as Ravens fans at the time, but he was really, if you ask me, ascending to being a top corner in the league when he had that ACL in 2022. There was a period of time where I think he was comparable to the top 8-10 guys in the league in terms of just making it tremendously difficult to throw the football to his side and get anything done. I love him in off coverage versus press and run. Higgins beat him on a 3rd and 10 this year. That was a little alarming from the standpoint of being able to cover deep against a guy like Higgins, who's not a burner.
Malott goes to the Raiders, Montana State quarterback.
Interesting.
I need to figure out which one of these dogs I'm adopting.
That's the athlete. That's the athlete quarterback, right? Montana State kid, isn't that
a lot? Yeah.
Ridiculous testing scores?
Let me check.
Yeah, I think he did some training as a receiver and a returner.
Yeah,
leading up to the draft.
3,523 rushing yards, 5,800 passing.
They move. I think
that's
I think
awesome.
somebody. My bad. Go ahead.
We're doing the
loving
puppies.
what
We got to do the puppies.
Pete's
Look at
doing over there.
Caroline. All bark, no bite.
With Malott, I wonder if a team can list him as a quarterback,
Right.
and get that active spot on game day, but still use him in other ways. Like
Somewhat, yeah.
I would see no reason why not.
Someone
if you put
on
him in, then your first 2 quarterbacks can't return to the game.
Correct.
So if you put him in at punt returner, I assume the rule is the same if he's your 3rd quarterback.
Okay.
someone on I think it was Twitter somewhere did a conversion of his RAS scores from the pro day. And it was interesting to see his RAS scores as a quarterback and I think as a receiver was the other one. I don't know if that's available or what.
So he's projected actually to convert to a receiver. He does have a 41-inch vert, a 10.4 broad jump as well.
Damn.
4.3, 940.
Good Lord.
Do you think we could trade the linebacker for Nesquik here?
Imagine you show up to play Montana State and they're running the ball and you're asking your guys to tackle that guy 12, 13 times along with whatever talent they have at running back. Some of those teams out in that area are just so unique. Like the whole North Dakota State, South Dakota State, this stuff is fun to watch.
They actually have a projected Steve comp for that guy is Julian Edelman. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Small school kid play wide receiver and QB. Just like that? Hell yeah.
Are you watching the screen right here with all these dogs falling asleep?
I'm watching the Puppy Bowl. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Didn't this seem performative to you? Like they sedated these dogs before they brought them on stage?
Definitely the one in the middle, that brown one that literally it looks out, completely out.
No, they've been running around this draft coverage all day. These puppies are tired.
That could be.
I don't know. The one's like chewing on something out there.
They showed
one of them urinated on Daniel Jeremiah's shirt.
They showed that one of the dog with the black streak over his
Fuzzy.
eye, and they had another player who also had the eye black over the one eye, the vertical streak. Did you see that? It was like 2 minutes ago.
Who's left here? Mickens.
Ken, since you said that, I can't unsee the idea that they've drugged these dogs.
Yeah, I'm afraid that might have happened.
Mickens or Dippery?
Calling out something from the chat. The missed tackle rate of longer beam, 17%. Yeah.
That's a little high for a corner.
Bro,
it's not.
wrap up.
It's not. 20.4% this last year, 17.5 career. Yeah, that is a little high, but it's not. There are higher, believe me. Shamar.
Yes, I'm going to forgive him because he's a corner. Oh yeah, I get that.
And he's a nickel. You know, he's getting a lot of action.
Yeah, it's a. I think it's a size. It's a size thing.
Yeah,
they've dealt with that with a lot of players coming out, drafting smaller defensive backs over the years and improving their tackling. I mean, even Brandon Stevens, I felt like was a relatively poor tackler coming out of college and really improved in that aspect over his time in Baltimore. So,
sure. Yep.
Ardarius Washington and Geno Stone, less so.
Yep.
Yes.
Stacey, that's a great question about the UDFAs. I can at least give you some hints on this. So if you follow an account on Twitter/X, Twitter's for what everybody calls it. That's really cool. And X is not. And then you're looking for draft diamonds. They are all over that as soon as people hit the UDFAs. Now, the problem, though, is that they'll just tell you where people are interested in where they're going.
Well, they're also just reporting it as soon as signings are done. The Ravens have an amazing process.
Yeah.
They have 20 people within their building on the phones at the same time trying to recruit UDFAs and then begging for the last $1,000 or $2,000 to get the guy signed.
Didn't you say you got some insight on that years ago? Like you got to do like a tour or whatever it was?
Not of the UDFA. We got to see the draft room after the draft, and the plaques were still up with everybody's dots on them.
Gotcha.
I've seen that a couple of times, but that's where I learned about the black dot process and the red star process.
Ah.
Draft Diamonds. I actually know the guy who runs Draft Diamonds, Damon, and
no kidding.
He's just really focused on getting to know as many of those kind of lower tier college prospects as he can, and really tries to forge relationships with them. He's a good guy.
That's awesome, man.
That's how this business should be.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
is.
if they
He
didn't announce it, but Mickens got taken.
Did he?
Yep, Chargers.
There you go.
Oh, damn
Chargers taking a target.
I don't know if we just missed it with the Puppy Bowl or what.
You know, I've done some. I've had some professional interactions with him. I don't want to get into too many details, but he is like really good guy. He does business the right way, like you guys were saying. So definitely a good place to check out more info about undrafted free agents after the draft.
Oh, stop the truck. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's on.
Who's your guy?
Let me double check. So drafts. Yep. CJ Dean, linebacker, Dubuque, whatever.
Dubuque.
Thank you.
So what do you do? I guess you tweet it.
Yep.
All right.
On
Did
it.
you tweet it? All right.
CJ Dean.
wait, what is it you
LD
tweet again?
Dubuque. Hashtag stump the truck. CJ Dean.
Yeah, and then
Linebacker.
there was another guy that I found who was like he was some kicker or something from like I don't know, Wisconsin, God knows what, or no, Delaware Valley. Whoever the kicker was at Delaware Valley, because I think he was a grad this year.
DUB. QUE.
And apparently there's also some college out there called Milliken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to say that one of those schools out there had like a receiver that's like 6'6", but he's actually coming back. I was like, well, you ruined my thing, dude. Think about the fans.
Ooh, Ravens put out the draft call with Mike Green.
What is that?
They
It
just
happened
tweeted,
already, right?
Yeah, they tweeted out their EDC's call to Mike Green.
Oh,
I think they put out one of the other ones too. Let me switch this out. I have way too many screens open right now, and I don't like it.
Man, that's a tearjerker, boys. It's a tearjerker.
Oh man, I didn't see. Did you see this, Ed?
What a line! The comment right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I say that as a fellow certainly online dude.
Were
Yeah.
you trying to say Dubuque? I didn't even get that from what
I have no idea how to pronounce it. So what I'll do is I'll just pronounce it 5 different ways and hope that one of them is right. I do that with people's names all the time. So yeah, like I know what Ken's is by now, right? And I guess it's McKusick because I don't know. It is McKusick, right?
Yep,
Look
that's
at this
correct.
comment.
Nick
Belichick
Dubuque.
used Tebow to distract from the
Dubuque.
Hernandez murders.
Yes.
Oh my God.
If you think my pronunciation of Dubuque was bad, you should have seen the first 3 ways I tried to spell it.
Oh my God.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to log off in a second here, but before I do, I would love to hear one pick. We got the whole board. Suppose anyone you want is available at 243. Who would you be banging the table for? Is there anyone you're really passionate about at this point?
The sexual assault guy, Isaiah Bond. We need to double up.
Yeah, that'll go over well.
I'm on Dippery, tight end out of Alabama. He's just such an amazing blocker.
That's a really good one. I would probably look for some O-line competition to bring in, even if at a position that we're settled at. I don't think there's another center / guard that I'm aware of here. That's what I would look for. So that
Andra, Colby, and Cooper. Did they all get taken? I mean, Monheim Majors, they're available, I think. I haven't seen them come off.
Because I was just thinking, we don't want to play Linderbaum in the preseason. I don't want to see Ben Cleveland have to move over to center in the preseason again. I'd like to see Samek play, but I don't know what his availability. If we had a guard center, that'd be my guess, my vote.
Wow. Okay, dogs.
Or Brown. Brown's still there, the tackle.
Monheim and Majors are both available still,
Huh.
and Brown's still available.
I think I'd say Brown. Sorry.
Only started 14 games in college.
Okay, we got some love for Willie Lampkin here as the final pick. I'm sure he can be UDFA'd. Well, I'm
Yeah.
not sure because he might be taken.
Big pre-draft favorite. I think a lot of teams just look at the size and aren't willing to use a draft pick on it. Kind of like with our Darius Washington, where teams might really like him to sign him after the draft, but they expect him to go undrafted just because of team size requirements. But anyway, looking forward to see if one of these guys gets taken at 243. Ken, such a phenomenal job. I learned so much. I'm actually not sure if I've met all of you guys before, but learned so much every time I come on. Thought this was a great panel. And even if it wasn't, maybe the picks that we all wanted the most, it still was a really great time with you guys. So thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for
Nick,
spending
nice to
some
meet you,
time,
man.
Nick. I really appreciate you, man.
Awesome stuff, man. Thanks again.
All right.
Nick
Now
knows his shit.
you've been on since the beginning of the day, Sean. Mr. Ed joined us a little late. Coach has been on for most of the day.
Sorry,
And
sir.
Jim, you've been off and on.
Yep. It's been a lot of fun, man. I missed doing the Thursday night one with you like last year, but that one killed me last year, man. I was super sick by the end of it in the next 2 days. But we got what we wanted. We got maybe I did both nights. I'm not sure, but Rosengarten was the day 2 one. So this one was definitely a lot of fun. Once again, even though I couldn't join until today.
I always appreciate talking football with you. And I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm beyond tired right now. I'm about to fall asleep.
Understood, man.
Yeah.
Well, we had a lull there for a while. I mean, what's the stretch where we had one pick?
Yeah,
from
mid 4 to the end of 5, basically. We had no pick.
The emotions of the linebacker really took a toll.
Yeah.
How about
it's
this tight
interesting.
end from Iowa, Luke Lachey, Lackey? See, one of them's right. I just don't know which one.
You didn't say Leachy.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
didn't
an
say
Iowa
that.
tight
That's the
end. You can't
point.
go wrong.
Yeah.
I think
right.
Leachy's a
My
fruit.
point. Yeah, see, you get it. This guy gets it.
Lache.
They have a good set of UDFA tight ends to pull from, and I think that this will actually be a fairly attractive spot for them to land if their real goal is to get a 2026 roster spot plus an option on a 2025 injury spot.
Yep.
So Brenningstool, Fedoni, Prescorn, Dipri, Keithy, I kind of like. You got a bunch of guys who could want to come to Baltimore.
If you're smart and you're looking at the depth chart and when the contracts expire, yeah, great point. Absolutely.
We'll be right back.
And they've done a great job with some of those positions where they have strength at that position. They've done a great job still bringing in UDFAs who knew that there was no opportunity for them in this particular season. So you just have to hope some of these young guys have good people advising them on where to go and maybe where not to go, depending on UDFA experiences and what pathways there are to actually get on the roster.
To what extent do the guys who are at this end of the draft and are probably going to be in the UDFA process, to what extent do they have guys advising them at all? Like, do they have agents? Has it been worth their while to hire an agent? Has it been worth an agent's while to take them on?
Absolutely. Yeah, they'll have someone who's representing them. I
Okay.
mean, maybe it's not a higher echelon tier 1 agent, tier 2, maybe tier 3. Yeah, I would certainly hope they do, right? Because making the contacts is going to be impossible with your own cell phone. You're going to need an office of staff and an agent to conduct that.
Yeah, you'd be crazy to represent yourself in today's NFL.
I mean, just like the players that are fighting for spots on teams, there's agents that are fighting for players to represent. So,
we all watch Jerry Maguire. We've seen that play out.
Show me the money.
That's right.
Yeah, and that'll be quick. The UDFA stuff. That news is always fast.
Tonight, yeah. Or tomorrow. Actually, it'll be by tomorrow night. They'll have everybody loaded up.
And it's a good thing that they do, announcements and stuff. It's a good thing for those players, some validation for them, whether they went to Montana State or whether they went to a Division III school. It's some validation to get it out there,
Let me see if I can bring in Maureen right now before this next pick. And I just want to thank her for all she does during the regular season.
Yes, please.
The Steelers drafted Howard. It's just so interesting what's happening with them and Aaron Rodgers. And
they have to have a deal in place for that or some sort of handshake thing going on. I don't know.
Yeah, have to. Otherwise, what are they doing? Really. Otherwise, what are they doing?
Mason Rudolph is our man.
JP, that's a good question. I joined this thing late and it was up there. I was like, I didn't want to say nothing, but
Where does group identified? Where are you seeing that?
bottom right of the Excel/Google Doc sheet, because I called it that earlier.
Oh.
That's who we want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's really no more left here.
Yeah, that's players that this group called out as being people we might want.
Yeah. The yellows we're talking about now?
Pinks.
Did Tez Johnson not get drafted?
Not sure. But the
We need
board
to
has
check.
definitely been picked clean now. Jared Ivey, not off the board yet.
I mean, all these yellows are still on the board. We have, a number of tight ends are still on the board. We have a slug of 5 quarterbacks, or and plus Ewers has not been drafted. I mean, I'm guessing we'll have probably eight or so guys the rest of the way, at least maybe 25% of the picks that will be. Thomas Fedoni is off the board. That will be not on the list currently, and I'll have to type in the name. By the way, Maureen says, nope, not doing it, not coming on air. I'm not a camera person.
Aw, Maureen.
She's
Sounds like
she's
my
on
daughter.
Twitter all the time. She always wants to have our picture taken, so we might get up on the big board at the stadium. So I would say she is a camera person, but
Tell her she can stand just offline, off of your shoulder, so we can't see her, but she can wear the headset and talk to us for a second. We can thank her.
As long as she knows how much we appreciate her, how thankful we are that she shares you with us.
I told her that you guys were very grateful.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. I can tell you that.
So I know that she does work with you in the Ravens games. Do you guys also go to Orioles games and do the scorekeeping and stuff that way too?
Yeah, so we have a full season package for the Orioles, and we probably go to about half the games. She scores on the old stat she learned from me in the 90s on the old Stats Inc. score sheets, which I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they're a mess to really try and work out. But it's a pitch by pitch scoring method, and she's very comfortable doing it on that. And
Wait a minute, it's on an app. Sorry, I heard part of that.
It's not on an app. Let me see if you can find a picture for the Stats Inc. Score sheets from the 1990s. They're out
I've
there.
seen them. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know people still did that. That's great.
Yeah, we still have them. We've been making
That's
copies
amazing.
for you. Yeah, so.
That's amazing, man. That's awesome.
She's very into it, and even though we sometimes leave games early, in fact, we probably leave early more often than not. She still likes to score for 7 innings or whatever it is.
That's great stuff, man. Scoring baseball games, everybody should do that at least once.
That's literally a skill that people should learn. And I would prioritize that over learning how to change a tire. I also would like to thank some of your Oriole players for earning me some money this season, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, Logan Brown, that's right, still there.
Still a third round possibility who is still available in round 7.
And Ivy was what, third, fourth, maybe fifth?
I've never put him on there, and Ivy is on my list of the. Hold on a second. Let me go to my edge list and see how far down I had him. It's pretty.
Yeah,
far
I didn't have him. I didn't have him on my 12, my first 12, and I don't think I had him honorable mention either. Just didn't like the stiffness compared to some of the other guys. Couldn't see him playing stand up.
Yeah, that's what I basically said. Ravens, Ivy is a better fit as a 4-3 defensive end where his size would play well. While it's possible to manufacture ways to make him an effective 3-4 player, it's not ideal for his skill set, not a good match for the Ravens.
Hey, Jay, to answer your question, I have a really interesting one for this. And it's going to take some research. You got to figure out what the connections are between people in, let's say, the front office, the coaching staff, and the players they're evaluating. Like that dude from the Bucks that was on the draft call, like basically crying, bawling his eyes out because he can't believe he got picked. But apparently Todd Bowles played with his dad.
Yeah, Benjamin Morrison. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, well, if I would have known that, I would have been like, this guy's probably on their board or higher than other people. I would love to know those little ins and outs for every single team, because it's also a good story. There's always a connection somewhere.
Or the converse or inverse of it, I guess, where you have like Sean Payton, who lived next to, I think, like on the same like block or something as Deion Sanders and them for like a number of years, knows him, and then of course he's got Bo Nix, who doesn't need to draft Shedeur Sanders, but
that's right.
Those situations where you have the opportunity to draft those guys who you do know but don't. That would be interesting.
We went over the Tez Johnson story, I think yesterday. That wasn't today, right? It was yesterday we talked about Tez Johnson. Actually, none of you guys were here. I can tell the story again. There's some people in the stream who've heard it already. But Tez Johnson went to the same high school as Bo Nix, was taken in by the Nix family as you know, I guess part of the family, kind of a blindside kind of a situation. Then while they were playing together there, then he joined Nix at Oregon. He's a couple of years behind him, year or two, and then this year,
I wasn't thumbs down on you, Ken. Sorry.
Okay, this year he could be drafted by the Broncos potentially.
Daniel Jeremiah just threw the truck a layup. Central Arkansas? Come on, man. Come on, dude. Make these dudes work. Terrible, DJ.
And Jeremiah changed his shirt color because of the dog urination incident.
Oh, yeah, good call on that.
Mannheim is off the board. Now, he would have been a guy I'd been fine with. He's in yellow here.
I have never watched Stump the Truck before. I don't think I've ever been with NFL Network in the 7th round of the draft, or at least not after the puppies before.
I think
Did somebody you say Morgan State? Of course they're going to. Oh! Wow. Dude, they've had Morgan State before. Do it, DJ. Oh, that's a great one. This random dude, Christian something or other.
Holy shit. That is a human.
Wait. Oh, that's Oregon State, though, bro. Come on, man.
That's a big human.
Come on. Come on.
Cody Lindenberg. We have another linebacker off the board. Linebackers got surprisingly heavily drafted for what there was. That's probably a lot of people drafting for special teams too.
How about somebody actually doing it? Yes, Ohio Dominican. They're not going to have that. That's thinking right there, bro. Oh, they always have Towson kids, dude.
Towson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Truck 3, World 2.
Does Frostburg still have a football team?
Uh-oh, they missed another.
They're going to have this guy. They are. He was like projected to actually. Oh, really? Oh, dude, he actually has huddle tape.
Larison, running back, UC Davis. That has a pretty good chance to be there.
Yeah, that'll hit. Because those kids transfer all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Oh, look at this guy.
Damian Martinez. Now this is the Broxton.
He's a player who should have gone
Brandon
earlier.
Croxton guy. Yeah.
I, for one, am really glad we did not draft a running back, honestly. And I get all the arguments for it, but I just can't justify
Well, with
using a pick
Keaton
to
Mitchell
upgrade
continuing
the
his Hall of
colleague.
Fame march, I think that it makes sense not to impede him in any way. Damian Martinez was Matt Waldman's running back 4 in this class. He compares him to somewhere between Ryan Matthews and Ryan Grant. Dynamic runner in the disguise of a lunch pail volume runner.
Ryan Grant, isn't it the wide receiver that we signed and didn't sign?
Yeah, the Washington guy, right?
Yeah.
I think there's also a running back Ryan Grant, though.
I had never been more excited about the Ravens saying April Fools than that one. I just remember we were so desperate for wide receivers, and we were like, this is the guy? And the next day they were like, oh, never mind, just kidding.
Dude, I hate the Truck is celebrating their victory over this. I mean, bro threw him Central Arkansas and Oregon State. I'd be sitting here like, come on.
It looked to me like there were about 15 selections on Twitter that the Truck would not have gotten.
Okay, we have a legitimate question here about the Ravens, not
Name
Stump the Truck related, but whose snaps are affected by the Peebles pick? I think Peebles ends up being an early down 3, and as it stands right now, I'd say we're going to see more of Broderick Washington at nose tackle for the Ravens. But they probably will get another nose that they bring into camp and probably have on the team as well, or they could sign one. They've got multiple ways they could get it done, but they need another one to pair up with Peebles as an early down 3.
I think he rotates more with Jones than he does with Matabike, for what that's worth. I don't think that impacts either of their snaps, but I think he rotates and fits in with Jones in alignments more than he does with Matabike.
I mean, Peebles can't play nose. He's much too small for that, I think.
Yeah.
JP Pugs has validated the Ryan Grant running back information.
Hey, Ken, say this guy makes the team. Is this one of those things that we were talking about, like how when the Ravens have a lead versus when they don't, like Urban would come out?
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So if anybody who's a pure pass rushing 3 tech, he could still be a factor if you want to rush the passer to close out a game. And they could do it a lot of different ways. They could do it with rush nickel and not put a second guy on the field, just use Matabike and 3 outside linebackers. They used to do it with 4 outside linebackers in the race car package. And you could do it like they did last year, where you have 2 down linemen on every play because you like your pairing of Jones and Matabike so much that you just fit in 2 outside linebackers around them. So any of those work for defending a lead. But yeah, you're right. Some more snaps can move over to the 3 tech if you have the lead.
Is Mads and Peebles an effective 3rd and long pairing? After midseason, I'd say so, but early season.
It's an okay one. It's really best in a this team needs to pass for the rest of this game to catch up mode.
Correct.
If you do it on 3rd and 15, you actually run the risk that the other team runs no huddle on 1st down, and you end up with Peebles on the field at nose tackle.
You know what, though? Matt's is pretty good about diagnosing screens, and that's like a 3rd and long, I'm going to say shtick.
Yep. Okay, Crawford, the safety from Nevada. Yeah, we're definitely getting very quickly to my limit of 8 for this round. Guys I didn't have on the board. All right.
I like Crawford. I didn't like him more than the nickel we took out of Rutgers. But similar skill sets. My question about rotation was, what do the snaps look like with Mike Green? And I have to go back and look at last year's snaps to be able to try to figure that one out.
You're talking about percentage-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of it will be determined on whether or not Green is just going to be a rush guy or if he might be a Sam guy. So that could certainly limit his snaps. Did we lose Ed there? I know she just shut down his camera for a second. Okay. I think they certainly believe that they have players who can help on special teams. I'm sure Buchanan will play special teams. I think both Longer Beam and Cone will play special teams.
Correct.
And the two offensive linemen probably will not, other than on the field goal block unit. And I would not expect Starks or Green to be used on special teams, even as rookies. But that could change. They used Hamilton as a rookie on special teams.
I never left, sir.
Did I miss putting? I thought I put Wester on here, but it doesn't look like he's in the wide receiver column. No, I didn't. There's the problem is I didn't give him the purple.
Oh, I was going to say, does color coding matter on that one?
Yeah, it matters. Okay, so this is not a bad idea. The Ravens now have enough edge. Okay, so Matabike rushed a bit off the edge last year. Would love to see that with Jones and Peebles inside, no one on Owen wide. I think he means Owe. But I think you have 3 outside rushers now, so you're going to want to try and get 2 on the field every play, and then 3 on some plays would be the trick. So I think it's actually going to reduce the number of snaps that Matabike will rush from the outside, not to nothing. But it'll be just a really specialized kind of role for him where he does it, 2 times a game kind of thing.
God, that's going to be a sick formation in Madden. A 5 defensive front.
Don't give him any ideas. The game is still broken.
Oh, it's been broken. In 2009, I was one of the top 100 rated players in the country. And it was just because it's broken.
No kidding.
Yeah. It wasn't as glitchy.
Yeah.
It wasn't as much money plays as it was money stats in certain spots. Like Derek Mason's 99 net route running, it was unstoppable for a 5-yard out. It was absolutely unstoppable. Even user controlled corners couldn't stop it.
This guy gets it.
That's legit,
exactly
though. That's what it was. I mean, it was unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was for sure. Yep. I almost wore my Mason jersey today, and it's such a travesty to me. He never gets enough credit for Flacco's development.
Yeah, it's a very key piece. So I like this question a lot in terms of what players are affected most. Oops.
I'm nervous.
Ojabo.
Derrick Henry
is my first answer.
Derrick Henry.
Let's see.
Is there another inside linebacker outside of Simpson and Roquan? Is there anybody else on the team?
Well, they just lost the other guys to special teams. Like Board's gone.
Board's gone, and Welch signed with the Packers, and also Harrison left. So they're not down to much. They're down to not very much, but they did sign the new special teams guy, Jake Hummel.
Yep. From the Rams.
He meets the. You play a little bit of defense, and you also play special teams, which is what the Ravens really like.
Truthfully, I feel like JAD's got to be kind of on the fence here.
I agree with that. I think Brent Urban is actually in less trouble than he was before. I think he comes out of this draft having a much better chance to make the team.
Weren't they supposed to already have a handshake deal in place?
Well, whatever deal they have would be a complete no guaranteed money deal where he comes to camp and then he might make the team, he might not, because they're going to cut him at the end of camp and probably create extra roster spots.
Yeah.
So.
I imagine Darius Washington is not in the plans past this year. Something
you imagine Ardarius is not in the plans
after this year.
Yeah. Oh, I think he could be. I think he still could be re-signed. We'll see.
The Rutgers corner would have to be a swing and a miss.
One of them would be out.
Samac.
Yeah, he might not be in the plan this year.
I'm so afraid that what we did with the O-line this year in this draft is more than likely not going to create a Tyree Phillips situation if there's an injury. And I keep trying to work this in my head to see a different way, but I'm just afraid that there's going to be an injury and it's going to be a Tyree Phillips situation.
Right. We just had the Chiefs traded into a pick at 228, so they must be giving up a pick from next year to get here, or 2 7s would be another possibility.
Isaiah Bond.
Baltimore's final pick is on the screen.
I'll tell you what, Isaiah Bond makes a lot of sense.
What do you mean Baltimore's final pick is on the screen?
Yeah, meaning it's on the right-hand side of the bottom banner.
Light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, like the one that's really, really far back or something.
Okay, I thought there's Rashard Smith still is in yellow as a day.
Oh, wait a minute. Can you still bet on Mr. Irrelevant?
I don't know. I've stopped gambling.
Okay. To answer your question, Jamie, I think yes, there are probably guys who are black dotted by the Ravens for medical or other reasons that or off-field issues, whatever it might be, that were gone. I think the Ravens mentioned 10 to 15 guys they had in that position this year. It might very well could have been more, and it would not shock me at all, even if Green had a black dot on him to start the thing. So they've most famously with Arthur Jones, they backed off a black dot for medical and took him anyway in the 5th round after he dropped a lot. But that could be the case with Green as well, and it could be the case certainly for Logan Brown, say, or probably some other people that somebody else has already drafted.
It could have been the case for was it Swinson or any of the guys that we were like, how are they still available? And some other team took them.
Yeah, very possible.
By the way, just checked. At least DraftKings does not have the Mr. Irrelevant props anymore.
I cannot see us drafting Bond.
You know what? A 7th round pick, though? Why not?
I don't think EDC.
You got to figure he's going to get interest from like 5 teams as a UDFA.
I don't think EDC wants to answer the questions, dude. And I don't blame him.
That's fine.
On a 7th round pick, I don't blame him.
Yeah, because he would have to field the questions again, just like yesterday, right? The Mike Green situation. And
I'm guessing there are other watch parties out here that are somewhat similar to this. Oh, we lost Coach. I didn't even notice, but he dropped off, I guess.
I thought he said he had to hop off anyway, and it was pretty sudden.
Okay. Understood.
What a great get. He knows so much. Him and Nick. So much.
Yeah, they're both good. Nick comes to camp, so I know him a little bit from there.
That's cool.
He comes to maybe 8-10 practices, maybe a little more. Maybe he's not quite an everyday guy. And then I know I met Coach just through podcasting. As far as I know, he's never been to camp, but he's outstanding.
Really good breakdowns.
Yeah. And a lot of humility about like what he knows, what he doesn't know. Like a lot of honesty about that.
Yep.
Coach is an O-line guy too, right? Like specialty in O-line? No?
I would say no. I'd say he's more of a defensive specialist and
Gotcha.
maybe a generalist, but he definitely describes the game from the perspective of the side of the field that the defense is seeing. So I talk about the OLS or the ORS in articles you'll sometimes see as the offensive left. He talks about the right side or the left side. He's always talking about it from the defensive perspective.
That's interesting.
Yeah. The left side, if something's happening on the offensive left side, because you mean opposite the right defensive end?
Oh, that
he's that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I know which guy he user controls when he plays like Madden or CFB. I admit though, I watch games differently now. Like after listening to like your podcast and like other stuff, I'm gonna say more film focused. Is I'm constantly like trying to coach guys from my couch. Like, why is this guy in this position? Like, that's a terrible angle. What are we doing? Or I'll rewind it. I'll be like, who miscommunicated? Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even like at times watching the game per se. I'm watching the game within, almost like Manning cast.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of the things I always try and tell people is one of the great ways you can learn about what went wrong on a play and learn about what the assignments were is just look at who's mad at who after the play.
Oh, yeah,
totally.
Marlon's very vocal about that.
Yeah, he cocks his head, but
he does it all the time.
Whoever's talking is probably in the right.
Well, Lamar actually is pretty good at like owning himself because he'll always do this.
Mm-hmm.
Or he'll do the fist on the ground is when he's like, I should have broken that tackle.
The thing, though, that you can't trust about Lamar, I believe, is that he takes seriously his role to take the blame for something that maybe another player did.
Sure.
So I don't fully believe him every time that he indicates something was his bad. Some throws are obviously,
Maybe that's one he just tries to keep on the sideline and not so much out on the podium. And he'll just go out there and own it and be like, look, this is what I need to do because that's the type of guy he is. And I have zero issue with that.
Yeah, me too.
Let's talk this question through a little bit because what do you guys think about the Browns, Bengals, and Steelers draft so far?
I was just doing that, and I'm not impressed. Steelers have improved their defense, but their secondary is not. I didn't see anything impressive there. Browns are a mess, as always.
The Steelers improved their front, right? Like their
Correct.
line. Yeah, just their front.
I'm more. Once I went through all three of those teams, I went to the Bills, and they're the team that of competition. They're the ones that I don't like how much they improved their team.
That was my impression during the draft. I think I might have talked over you when you were mentioning the Bengals. What did you think of their work?
Nothing there scared me, and I think it was Coach that was talking about the new defensive coordinator, and maybe there's some things there that I'm not seeing how it's going to fit. And Stewart, I don't know that I'm really terrified of it. Not much there for me. They drafted 2 linebackers to try to stop Lamar and Henry. I don't see it happening.
Let me try and address this question here. Which UDFAs would get your highest allocations? I think the 4 corners we have that are here, Brian Alexander, Dotson,
absolutely
Hussey.
The corners.
Alexander.
Another guy I would whatever running back they think is the best stylistic fit from among the guys are left, I think they'll bring somebody to camp.
Yep.
And that assumes they don't draft someone coming up. I think they have a choice between several different tight ends, and if the tight ends and their agents are working rationally, they'll realize it's a good opportunity either this year or next, and that they could get a good developmental year in a tight end heavy offense, and maybe it stays that way.
Is Kendra a center?
I think guard center, so he might be a guy who would be a good one. Colby Cooper, if they haven't been taken, I very well could have missed somebody, by the way. So I've got him in white, but he's actually been taken.
There's nothing about Majors that stood out to me in the tape that I really wanted, but there was nothing to me that I was like, this is a giant red flag, pass on him, and he's got a ton of snaps. So it's like, I like this guy if we can get him.
Mm-hmm. What was his penalty rate? Do you remember?
One more time.
His penalty rate would be the question I have. I want to look at my offensive line stuff and see where I had him.
Can I just guess?
Yes, as long as you're not remembering from the show. I got a fairly long report on him here.
I'm going to go with 6.
1 penalty per 187.5 snaps. That's
Okay.
actually
So that equates to a 6, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're on a scale of 1 to 10.
Sure.
Quinn Ewers off the board.
It's probably a 4. 1 penalty every other game.
Sweet. I'm going to draft Quinn Ewers in my Dynasty League. Thanks.
All right, be right back, guys.
I don't blame the Dolphins for doing that.
He's definitely doing the gun salute. Oh, that's right. You can't do that anymore. Unless you're John Morant.
Yeah. What a knucklehead.
Bouncing back on that, let's say AFC North draft thing, I can definitely tell you from the talks around the Cincinnati area here that most of the people are not thrilled, especially early. But that being said, what they wanted was defense. Like everybody was begging, just put defensive players there.
I think their best pick for Cincinnati was Fairchild, the guard out of Georgia. And I don't.
And
in terms
I
of
would be between
talent,
Fairchild and Carter.
I don't see Carter being a stylistic fit for the division.
I'm pretty sure that's a defensive coordinator decision how he's going to play him.
See, and that's what I'm saying when we're talking about the new DC. I'm like, there could be something there that I'm not seeing. I don't know, but I think Cincy, based off of this draft, is still hoping to win every single.
No way.
What?
I'm sorry. I've got this fight on. I'm very glad I faded this opening one because Chelsea Chandler is terrible, and I was just gonna basically take her to go decision and just get beat, and then she just got TKO'd and won. Oh, get it.
I was like, man, you're really excited about it.
I know.
Yeah.
Wow, that was quite an extreme reaction. So they were on NFL Network. They've just been doing the Run Rich Run stuff, and Eisen called out Steve Bisciotti as somebody who has donated more and more every year. He
Is
says.
that right?
Yeah. And then he mentioned a bunch of other NFL big names, but he led with Bisciotti. It's really kind of a remarkable thing that Eisen has made that into over the years. Because I thought like the first time he ran the 40 was sort of a joke to me. And then like to turn it into a fundraiser and an event, that's really quite something.
All right. As a running back that my non-guy who people had as a favorite.
Nice, Way Watcher.
I don't remember asking you this before, but did you play ball when you were in like high school or something?
No, last time I played any football was in 8th grade, and it was at a very low level. So
back when you were just handing the ball off like every play.
I basically yes, and then not even on an inter school team. They had I don't know what you call it, intramural football or something.
Yeah.
You still wear helmets and pads and
it's not serious or nothing.
It's not definitely a lot less serious. Yeah.
What's next for your podcast, Ken? Is it the positional players?
Yeah. So thank you for asking. So we'll go through. I'll take this off the screen first of all. Thank you, by the way, for all the nice comments coming from the stream. Really appreciate it and appreciate the loyalty of the listeners here. Even some of the minor abuse from yesterday about the bingo cards and whatnot. I realize all that comes from love and the way you guys remember things I say. I'm very grateful for it. But in terms of the pod, what's coming up next? The next show that I'll put out is the review of the draft, and the podcast review of the draft will be a very substantial thing. And it's also always the most listened to single pod of the year. It has legs. People listen to it all the way into the regular season. They want to check back and see what people said about the pod and whatnot. So we'll do things like that. The recordings from this 3-day event should all be going out in podcast form as well over the course of the next week. Then there'll be a show on the UDFA group that gets signed. We'll have a show on unanswered questions. I realize I'm giving everybody the blueprint to beat me to the punch with a lot of these things, but they're obvious, fairly obvious things that you do after the draft every year. Then Maureen and I are going on vacation for a couple of weeks coming up. That's actually not for about 6 weeks, but when we do, there'll be potentially no content for a while. So we have a lot of stuff still going on. Matt will be back for more of Friday morning GM before Voss comes back, we hope, during the season. And that'll be fun. So we've got, normal amount of busyness still coming up, and have a couple pods we've held back. One guy from Taiwan did a great job with an episode about the value of timeouts being reduced in the Buffalo game by when they were called. That was really well done.
That's nifty stuff, dude.
Yeah. I remember some fodder about that, and I remember it was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
T-Rex arms for the bingo card. Okay.
Did somebody make that yet? I was going to have one of my kids do it.
Well, you could probably do it yourself. You just the input. The hard thing to get is the input from everybody on what are the comments. But there's actually a site where you can put this on a bingo card and it'll lay it out for you and randomly generate cards.
Oh no, I want them to do it like on a dry erase board at work, and they don't care what I do with it.
I don't think fall off the table got put on. I don't think that got checked on a bingo card.
That's a good one. If there's an offensive line show, then there's a good chance for that to be in there. Tez Johnson finally gets picked.
There we go.
Until number 235.
Good.
Hey,
good.
Ken,
Talking about offensive line, we need one for like blocking 12 to 6 or 6 to 12.
Yeah, that's
I'm not
good.
sure how you phrase that.
12 to 6. That's right.
How do pancake blocks get factored into your O-line grades, if
So,
at all?
Okay, they do. So I look at the other blocks they have that are outside of the norm, and that factors into the adjustment. And the adjustment is a single number for quality of opponent and other factors that are not covered by the scoring system. It cannot exceed 0.10.
Okay.
But it can adjust the guy's score. And so one of the things about it is I don't give very much leniency for the difference between facing great pass rusher and a nobody. But I give
like
some.
Myles Garrett versus like his backup's backup.
Exactly. But I do give some. And PFF has just started to get into doing that the last couple of years with something that Timo Riska is working on in terms of relative difficulty of blocks.
Sure.
So that gets counted there. Level 2 blocks, same thing. There's recovering a fumble would be included in that up to 10-point recovery. If you had a bad snap, that would certainly be included in there. It would also potentially lead to a sack or something, which would be a big deal.
I try to think on that because you obviously the O-line picked there. And then I remembered that when watching Kelvin Banks tape, he has a highlight, if you want to call it this, where he jumps out on a screen, but he pancakes a guy he has no business doing it anyway. But it was because he was just looking to block anyone downfield. And he just took this DB's head off. And it looks really cool, but it wasn't the guy he was supposed to block by the scheme. And me, I would give him 1,000,000 points for it, but obviously you wouldn't.
Usually, I don't know if he was really not supposed to block the guy, or he was just looking for work and he found him. If he's looking for work, he found him. That's very positive. So
yeah,
that's something I've always loved about Ronnie Stanley's game is how he was, particularly before the injury, he was so athletic that he'd get downfield. I saw a little bit of that again in 24 in terms of a guy who's able to get downfield and make use of himself even on the backside of run plays. Because you block a corner 10 yards downfield, that can often be the difference between a 10 and a 30-yard run.
Yes, it can.
LaQuint Allen from Syracuse is off the board. Potential UDFA to the Ravens.
Obviously, he has to be really awesome because he went to Syracuse, right, sir?
No, I'm really not tied to the teams the way you might think.
No kidding.
Yeah, I'm a Maryland fan, and if any, or a Notre Dame fan, really more than anything now in college, just because Maureen likes them. But a Maryland fan, maybe second. All right.
Who was the receiver from Maryland this year? The Ty something?
Felton.
Thank you.
We can probably do that at some point, and we might be able to get Friday Morning GM with Matt and Voss. In fact, while I'm away, but we might be able to get it with the two of them joining, with the three of us all on the same show.
I'm looking at round 6 again, like trying to back up from, like take it out of the context of like our being disappointed with round 4 and then the trade back. And round 6 is actually really reasonable. You got Bilal Kone, a kicker, a return specialist, Peebles, and Longer Beam. That's actually a decent round 6 haul.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, they had in the best round 6 picks. I think they've had 4 a couple times, but the year they had Adilis Thomas was maybe their greatest 6th round pick. Matt Judon was a 6 or a 5. I always forget.
I think a 5.
Yep.
Okay. And then they had 4 6s that included Chad Williams, and it might have been one other guy too. Okay, Micah Robinson.
The Packers just picked, and I don't think anybody in Green Bay realizes they did, because everybody's just standing there in the crowd kind of like this.
Yeah, could you I imagine they're 10 times more exhausted than we are. Like they're all standing out in the sun pretending to be excited.
Day 3 of the draft technically is the one you don't want to be there for, because they don't do the picks there. They do them at other places.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So the only thing you can really do is try to get on TV behind like Rich Eisen, and there's actually a stand that kids are getting up on that are doing it. If those of you, by the way, that are looking forward to next year's draft, which happens to be in a rival city, but I'm just giving you a hint,
It's all good ones for the bingo card here. No, that's actually wrong. It's option. False starts don't have optionality, but the other penalties do. So it has to be a penalty that can be declined has optionality for the defense.
Like the holding stuff, is that what you're saying?
Holding
or
illegal
or the illegal shift in motion. Well, one of them's right and one of them's wrong there.
Offsides.
Illegal shift motion
Yes.
are both declinable. Offsides is declinable, and encroachment typically is not. It's called before the snap.
Ineligible is declinable.
Yep, that's a really bad
right.
penalty too. That's one of the real ones that takes away a lot of big plays.
Ken, I wanted to mildly correct you on one thing. You said that I'd been in and out, and I've actually been in ever since about 12:15, 12:20, but I have dropped out of the studio sometimes when Nick has been talking and I've been hiding him so I can re-enter and have been dropped down and he drops further up. You know what I'm saying? Like
you were trying to get his face up the totem pole a little bit?
Correct, yes, because
Gotcha.
he was speaking. So I've been
nice
here the whole
guy
time,
there.
but yeah. Well, also I'm feeling embarrassed about rocking back and forth in the recliner with everyone staring at me. So it's two things.
You have a recliner. What else are you supposed to do? I mean, I'm over here in my work laptop chair sort of thing, but it's comfy, but it ain't no recliner, man.
Ravens Punch says that Wester should take all the gadget touches from Zay, and I doubt that he takes
all of them.
No, but
I
he
don't
can take
see
a
him
batch.
getting on the field that much on offense. I don't know.
It's a good skill set. It is a good overlapping skill set. I had not thought about that point, but it is a good point.
I'm sure they'll put together package situations for him there too.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question on this, Ken. Do you do just one episode for the recap?
Yes, it'll be like a 2-hour episode, but it'll come out on Monday and Tuesday probably. And it's I'll go through every single pick and what the Ravens probably liked about him and where they might play in 2025 for the Ravens, and what their future looks like. So it's the most listened to pod of the year.
Do you remember the thing that Ortiz did, where he would discuss each pick with, I guess, with media and would show film clips of them? Do you
God,
remember
yeah,
that?
that was good stuff.
That was amazing stuff. And I think, yeah, I don't know if they'll do that anymore.
Hey, Melissa
Ortiz
Games,
gone.
I would not recommend you take that on a bingo card where I have to say it, because I freaking hate that. That and paradigm are two things that I just absolutely can't stand.
Paradigm is a good word to say, though. Like, that's a crossword puzzle type of word, man.
We don't have to talk about this. Caden Prather goes to Buffalo here. That's kind of sucks.
Maryland guy.
Yeah. Yep. I had him in here. Yeah.
Well, just thinking about something. So obviously the Ravens took the Rutgers dude in from the local pro day, right? And you got to imagine that some of these Maryland guys were from local pro day too.
Yep.
I'd have to go back and look at the rewind when they do the draft, like recap on NFL Network or whatever it is, because they show them all over again.
There's a guy I went to high school with and wrestled with. He played college ball, I think, at Stanford. He said that local pro day is really just for them to figure out who they're going to bring in for their 90-man extended rosters easily and conveniently to be able to take back-end reps. He was part of a 90-man roster at one point in time for a while.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Bill Walsh once said that, and this was when the draft was longer than just 7 rounds, I think, but he said that he every year in the late rounds would draft a running back solely to take reps during the preseason, so his regular running backs didn't have to take those snaps.
Yeah, back in the days of like the 14, 15 round drafts.
When it didn't matter. Yeah,
it.
you would never.
Yeah.
It'd be much too much to do today.
2 picks away.
So let's see here.
Hey, let's just double up on kickers.
Create some competition. Iron sharpens iron.
I'm rooting for the Alabama tight end.
I'd be okay with that. He's not safe if they cut him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pick the Alabama or the Iowa tight end. I'd be cool with that.
Or Zy Alexander.
Be okay with that too. He would be the 3rd corner taken and 4th defensive back. So it seems unlikely they'll go Alexander at this point.
Is there anybody D line that would be worth taking at this point?
Get some of the familiar suspects, the usual suspects. Horsley and Barrow are out there. If you really want to go crazy, you can draft Watson with your 7th round pick, or they can just sign him as a UDFA.
Hey Jay, regarding Vincent, I actually don't know if it's the arm length, but I know that they had a top 30 visit with him, or they used a 30 visit with him. So
who?
That Carson Vincent guy from what A&M, the other A&M.
If it's DL, I'm thinking it's Stackhouse. I think he's probably going to be a priority.
I would go with that.
Priority UDFA if he goes undrafted. The Ravens would want that. If it's DL,
I think that's good logic. I could also see it being Lampkin if they want to keep him away from other teams that might want a fullback, might want to convert a guy.
Actually, that's a really interesting point.
You think Lampkin could be a fullback? That's an interesting.
Oh no, I think that's pretty much the only place he fits. So it could make him an undrafted guy, but he's a, and they have Ricard this year, so maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe they got to wait and find their Lampkin next year.
Then again, they drafted Ben Mason with a 5th, so why not Lampkin with a 7th?
In answer to the question about Vincent's bench press, I think there's 2 factors, and one is that he's really skinny for his height, so he might just be too slight to get to be strong yet, and that's strength he'll have to pack on.
They've fallen way off the board here in terms of the tight ends. Some of the guys, Prescorn and other players like that, never got taken.
My money would be on either Ivy.
What position is Ivy?
Edge.
Okay.
He's more of a 4-3 defensive end, but Ivy, Dipri.
Yep.
And I wouldn't rule out Zai
Hey,
or
Ken,
Kobe
can you
Bryant.
scroll up on the tight end sheet or just the sheet in general?
Yep.
Nice, JP Bugs.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for the physics pun.
It's actually mass and
back on this,
velocity, JP, just to get that right.
No, I'm sorry, JP is correct. Force is acceleration, not velocity.
Oh, okay. Force.
let me ask
I'm
my
thinking
son.
momentum.
He's a science guy.
All right. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy.
Eurosec, that Georgia tight end, they did have a 30 visit with him. So I was just kind of like looking at their 30 visits and who was still available and trying to match them up.
They don't have to go that deep into the tight ends.
They
to
don't
get somebody they
but I'm
like.
just-
I mean,
Look how small the Rams draft room is.
keep out all the riffraff.
Yeah, that's smart,
They all-
I think.
No, they wanted to go watch the fights.
Maybe.
I'd take a chance on Logan Brown here too, man. Why not? I know he's only played 14 college games, but
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
There ought to be a name for the Ravens' last 7th round pick. Like, it's not Mr. Irrelevant. Is it Raven Irrelevant? Like, what would we?
Pseudo irrelevant.
Mr. Most likely to be relevant in the 7th round.
better than Matt Elam.
Ooh.
More
That's
likely
not a
to
nickname,
win out
that's a
than Matt
value
Elam award.
Talking about that Madden earlier, I had to play as Matt Elam back in the day because he wasn't the most useful computer guy on my team.
Ken, do you see this
Good.
question from Caleb Drake in the comments?
I did. I'm actually controlling the questions as we bring them
Okay.
up here.
I
But
guess
yeah, I do have a favorite experience. I don't know if we have really
Mr. Malevolent.
Canada Mumfield. Okay. Wide receiver. I do have him on the list.
All name team.
I'll give you real quickly. Before the Mile High Miracle, which became my new favorite, it was the 2000 playoff game at Tennessee, which actually played in January of 2001. That day, we surrounded by people who were actually very nice to us. The Tennessee fans are extremely nice, and the kickoff, the big kick return happened, the Anthony Mitchell play, and Maureen and I were both looking at the replay on the screen afterwards and saying, "Hey, Mitchell, who is that?" And it shows you my sophistication as a fan was not at the same level back then. But after the game, we were, basically the stadium was clearing out of Titans fans, and we pushed down a few rows to get right to the wall. And Edwin Mulatalo came over and gave me his blocking glove from the game, actually one of his two.
What?
All right.
And then I got him to sign it later. So that's in my living room downstairs.
Nice.
Hey, how about these people in costumes? Would any of you guys go actually into the draft in a costume and put, like a luchador mask on your head or anything? Or gorilla suit?
That Bengals fan with the dumb hat and the beard, he blocked me so quick. He couldn't handle the trash talk.
Oh, the captain?
Yeah, the one that's everywhere. Yeah.
Pick is in.
My sources around here tell me he is a different guy on Twitter than in real life. Like, he's just a genuine guy if you just meet him on the street, but he's locked into a Twitter personality, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Like The Rock.
Yeah.
I bet a lot of money here that this is not going to be Watson, but I'm not giving odds.
I'll bet you.
I said I'm not giving odds. So it's an even money bet.
I'd be really happy with Dipri. I'd be really happy because he's in. Let's see here. He's in 47% of my 200
Garrett
something mock draft.
Dellinger of LSU. Now he's on the list. That's another offensive
He's
lineman.
down
They
here
are
in the
short.
guardish somewhere. Yeah, you
Yeah.
found him.
Who is Garrett Dellinger?
Well, clearly he's the best player ever.
Started 26 games at left guard, 3 at left tackle, and 1 at center.
Another swing dude.
6'4", 325 pounds.
Better pass blocker than run blocker. 3 penalties in 2008 college snaps. That's outstanding.
Yeah, how does
This
this
guy
get
does
started at
not
LSU?
play injured, or maybe he does, and nobody says anything.
How does this guy fall this hard?
My guess is that he was playing, let's say, out of position, so his tape is all over the place.
He's a guard at 33 inches, so that's okay.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, so there's no issue directly with that. And he's 23 years old already. That's okay. A lot of offensive linemen are 6'5", 322. I haven't seen the guy to see if he's got the proper pear-shaped build.
Average
And-
athleticism. He must not have tested well.
He
Parents-
did not.
Parents
So
both played college basketball, both at Cleveland State and then Towson State.
his parents played ball for, let's see, Cleveland State's in, oh my God, what, the Horizon League? Yeah, that's right. What division is Towson State in? Just to have a nice little stat there.
Don't know. His
This
father was inducted into the Indiana High School Basketball Hall of Fame in
That's cool.
2017. Now works for the Department of Defense.
Dude, that's actually, I
His
gotta meet this
mom-
guy's dad.
His mom was the 1992 Gatorade Basketball Player of the Year in Maryland.
That's kind of cool.
That is.
Garrett's older brother, Matt, was a 4-year starting linebacker at Kent State and is now a Navy SEAL. His oldest sister, Stephanie, Matt's twin, was an all-state lacrosse player at Clarkston and then joined the National Guard and is now an officer in the Army. Older sister, Taylor, played college volleyball at Western Kentucky and at Oakland. Older brother, Cody, played high school football at Clarkston and served in the Army and the Ohio National Guard.
Dude.
I gotta go watch some tape on this guy because
Yeah,
I'm not
it seems
seeing
pretty good.
anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing
I-
anything
So-
with the red flag.
His 10-yard split, top 85%. His bench is actually top 75% as well. Broad jump is too.
30 bench reps.
Played AAU basketball and varsity basketball in high school.
5.140.
That's
Doesn't have the biggest
acceptable
hands,
for
if that
linemen.
means anything, by the way.
This guy should be able to pull, you would think.
Yeah.
4.63 shuttle.
So, by the way, if you go to NFL Draft Buzz, don't
Yeah,
even
that's
bother
funny.
reading the strengths. It looks like it's his mother read it. If you look at the weaknesses, however, those are more on the money. They have to really try and get those right. But they talk about some hand placement issues and some leverage issues that he's giving away. But I'll be very interesting to look at tape of him tonight. I can tell you that.
According to my research here, watch him pick up stunts and twists specifically.
Do you have a plus?
And that's a plus right here.
Okay, and is it on NFL Draft Buzz or where do you get it from?
James Foster, aka Jay Foster Film.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, this dude, he writes for like the 33rd team, I think is what it is, and he puts together like an interactive board every year. This dude, like, he does work, man.
Might be okay.
Yeah,
Looks like he
I
had some
trust
sort
what
of
he's doing.
injury, which ended the season for him last year after 9 weeks. So I need to know more about that too. Maybe that's out there.
I mean, I love this pick. Without looking at any tape, just what I'm reading, what I'm seeing, I absolutely love this pick.
Okay, this is
I mean,
24.
How many 6th or 7th round picks have we at O-line have we gone through who don't have a chance, who have way more red flags than whatever's here?
He seems to definitely have the pedigree. He had a high ankle sprain was what did it last year, so that shouldn't be anything that holds it back this year.
Also, shoulder surgery in high school, tore both labrums and a rotator cuff. This is back in 2018,
Yikes.
Jeez.
2019.
It's a bad injury for a lineman.
Yeah.
So when I did his high school basketball career, evidently he switched to football after that, or concentrated, like, focused.
I would love to have like a story about like having a family like this that's all into, we got a Navy SEAL basketball player, Gatorade team, and the best
Yeah,
I can
this
tell
guy's the
anybody
wimp
is
of the
like,
family.
I
Evidently.
worked at a Wendy's for 6 months in high school. I mean, come on.
A
Nothing
lot
to
of these
guys.
things work, and then I kind of don't like it when it's people like John Urschel.
The doctor?
Yeah, for whatever reason, I'll tell a little story here. Okay,
What do you got, man?
Kind of pissed me off about Urschel and his publicist. They sent me an advanced copy of a book he wrote about himself, and the only thing I can say is it's about the most self-centered drivel you'll ever read. I didn't think the book was very good, but there was an opportunity to interview John Urschel, maybe ask him some about offensive line play along with some of the books. I said, okay, I'd love to sign up for this. I'm an actuary by training, so John and I, while I'd be the Howard of the conversation, and he'd be the Sheldon, would be in a position to have a reasonable conversation about math if he wanted to do that.
Sure.
And I don't know how, but they decided I was not going to get an interview with him. Like an interview with John Urschel is that big a deal,
Right.
Well, maybe it is.
And that kind of soured me on the entire Urschel experience. But he was his very first year. He's pretty good, and I think he accurately reflected how his play kind of was at his highest level as a rookie, and then it kind of fell off from there. But it just the whole like she must have contacted me. This publicist must have contacted me like 5 times, saying, "Okay, probably these interviews are going to happen on the week of the 24th. Are you going to be available? And if I set you up for a certain time days, I can work." And I go, "Yeah, that's fine. I'll make time for this. You tell me when it has to be, and I'll be there." And then all of a sudden, I'm out. So I'm not sure why.
Gentlemen, I am not going to stick around for the rest of the draft.
Right.
So
we'll
I'm
call it
bow
here,
out.
guys. Thanks to everybody for coming in here. We really appreciate
Thank you, Ken.
appreciate you all with all you contributed to this. And Ed, nice to have you back for a second year. Sean, the first time for you. Jim, I know it's more than one for you, right?
No, it's first time for me.
Oh,
This year, Thursday was first time.
This is the largest crew we've had to end the draft ever. Like it always gets whittled down as day 3 rolls on. We had a lot of picks this year, and that made it exciting.
Let's go.
Mostly,
merit badge.
To all the people who are in the stream and the outstanding questions you provided all 3 of these days, I know it's a lot of the same people. Thanks so much. You make the event really special, and I appreciate all the loyalty as listeners and all the way that manifests itself in the bingo card and whatnot over the last couple of days. Guys, anything to say? Any big comment about the draft itself and something you take away from it? Start with you, Jim.
I want to mention that I'm probably going to write a Substack on how to root for a player who has multiple rape allegations. And Ken, I'm going to ask you to retweet that when I've got that done written in the next couple of days.
I'll look for it.
Great.
Fuck.
How about you, Ed? What's your big takeaway from this draft?
Oh, fuck. How the hell am I supposed to beat that one?
I would completely change the course of this aircraft carrier is what I would do.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, look, I would just start finding highlight tape of all these guys and then see what you like out of the highlight tape. Take one game and just go watch like game A, let's say offensive line against, offense versus defense, team A and team B. So you at least get a feel for what the player can do in a normal environment, and then say, all right, what does this guy have to work on in the offseason to where this person is not on the team, and then what can they become in the future? How about that?
That sounds great, and I all kinds of scouting advice on how people do it is I think very good. Sean,
one more thing.
Yep.
Bet protest by KO. Thanks.
Oh man. First off, just thank you, Jim, for being one of the funniest dudes in the flock. I thought I'm funny, but dude, oh man,
I got to bring something because you have knowledge, which I did not bring. So it's been a pleasure.
You're becoming my best friend in the world. Oh my god. Yeah, for me, just big summary is it's unfair the position the linebacker Buchanan's already in because of how much we are disappointed. So just try to not hold that as you judge him in the next couple years. And it's a lot of 75% of this draft value is just going to be that Mike Green pick, and it's unfortunate, but yeah, I guess those are my big takeaways from this one. Thanks, everyone.
Completely agree. By the way, he is the make or break player for this draft. If he ends up being the player they hope he'll be, it won't really matter, and they'll get something out of Starks, and they could get a multiple Pro Bowl player out of Starks, or they might not.
Yep.
But if Green ends up being the player they hope he was, or what his pedigree would lead you to believe he was, then that's going to really make this draft, and totally addresses the team's need for 25 and beyond in terms of the thinness at edge.
Yep, for sure. Yep.
All right, thanks, guys. That's going to do it for us. Look for you soon, and as always, especially you guys in the stream, you'd be some great people to have on a film study short. Hit me up. DMs are always by Twitter are the easiest way to reach me. I'd love to talk football with you on any particular thing you're passionate about. Talk to you later. We'll see you next time on Film Study. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.